Well, a very good morning from the Ageas Bowl, where it is a little cooler. Some may say that is a little better. Others may say, actually, I'd rather have the real hot weather. But either way, we are just minutes away from getting underway day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Middlesex. It's fair to say yesterday was a fairly slow day. Hampshire batting all day. 284 for 4 they'll resume this morning. We had the full 96 overs in with the Kookaburra ball. Lots of chat about that during the day yesterday and overnight and this morning. We'll talk more about it, I'm sure, as the day goes on. Liam Dawson will resume on 111 not out. Nick Gubbins against his old county, 98 not out. They have so far put on 190 unbroken for the 5th wicket. A record for Hampshire against Middlesex. A record that had stood about 100 years actually previous, so well done to those two. Your commentary team today, a little later, will be Hampshire's historian, archivist, and all those sort of things. Dave Allen, he'll be here with us, and to take you through up to the play, and for a little bit more than that, is myself, Kevin James, and Kevin Hand. How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Great, all the better for seeing you, as always.
It was a slow day, as you say, yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, so many questions will be answered by the time Middlesex come out to bat, and by the time we're perhaps 40 or 50 overs through the Middlesex first innings, because by that point we'll have had this ball, as we heard overnight on your interviews and the ones that I did as well, 15, 20 overs, that ball goes soft, and it stays soft in exactly that same condition until the 80th over. It doesn't deteriorate, it goes soft really hard and it stays like that. It goes soft really quickly and it stays like that all the way through until the 80th over, when you very quickly say, yeah, second new ball please. So that'll be the thrust of this game now, really, won't it? Can Hampshire get that first innings advantage, which will be very useful, because batting last on this will not be easy at all. So a very, very big little passage of play coming up here, really, for both sides, really. Hampshire will know if they can get through the next, how many overs have we had on this ball now? 13. If they can get through the next 7 overs, then they're away, aren't they? So, there's a lot to weigh up, because the Middlesex attack, how well did they bowl? I think they did a lot right. Have they got the options that Hampshire have got? I think that's the difference, isn't it? The options of the Hampshire attack, they've got more experienced spinners. That is an absolute, no argument there. They've got much more experienced spinners. What kind of X factor can Abbott, Abbas, Fuller, what can they produce? Barker, that just changes things up from that which Middlesex. Well, they've got a left armour there, they've got an express pace in Fuller, and they've got 2 near magicians, really, haven't they, in Abbott and Abbas when they're on fire. So there's some real point of difference in the bowling attacks, isn't there? And a Middlesex batting lineup that's been under pressure this year. So interesting day ahead, I think, but it may not be. And then all of a sudden, yesterday was totally boring, and so is the rest of the match. So we'll see.
Do you know the other interesting fact, which I'd forgotten about, really, until I thought about it late last night? I don't know why. We didn't have one ball change.
No.
Yesterday. And that's interesting in itself, because I don't think it's been quite as bad as it was last year or what have you, but this year. But you've probably been involved in matches where they have, and we have certainly. And yet there wasn't one yesterday. And yet for a ball that went fairly soft fairly quickly, stayed soft, it didn't go out of shape. Yeah, that's exactly an interesting development. For me, that's about the only interesting thing that came out of yesterday.
Well, like I say, what came out of yesterday, and this does happen occasionally, even with the Duke's ball, doesn't it? You think, well, we saw all that yesterday, and maybe not a lot happened, but also maybe a lot did, but we're only going to find that out today, because if there's a different set of circumstances for the bowlers today and a different set of circumstances for the batters, then that's going to be the comparison. If it's an identical day to yesterday, then not much happened on day 1.
I still think the bottom line, that whatever we think about county cricket, it needs to be entertaining. And I'm not sure yesterday was that entertaining, if I'm honest. Listen, very well played Liam Dawson, very well played Nick Gubbins. You can only play the situation, the ball, the pitch, the bowlers and what have you. Yeah. But was it entertaining? I'm not really sure it was.
Well, we're not big fans of being guinea pigs, are we, Kev? You're right, all county cricket. And that's happened with the pink ball, the Tiflex, various things over the years. We're not just here to be guinea pigs for the test game and for whatever else. And that's what we are a little bit at the moment. So, again, my overriding feeling, though, on yesterday, did Gubbins, that's Gubbins' slowest first-class century? So did he go?
Well, he hasn't got there yet, but anyway.
Sorry, if he does. Sorry, Richard and Caroline, if you tuned in. I've just jinxed him, haven't I? Dearie me. Are they here yet?
They will be in trouble.
Yeah, I know. Well, they're off to London today. They're popping in to say hello very quickly on the way to London, hopefully to see Nick's century, I'd imagine. But if he gets there, it'll be his slowest century.
Here's Tom Helm to get day 2 underway. He's running away from us, right arm seam, and first runs of the morning as Dawson guides that fairly straight ball down to fine leg. There is a bit more cloud around. As I say, the temperature has dropped by a few degrees. It's a bit fresher and probably welcomed by some, I'm sure. But I think it could be done with a couple of more degrees upwards right at this moment. Maybe we've got too used to things being so warm even at this early stage of the morning. Anyway, Hampshire moved on to 285 for 4. I had a quick look at the scores yesterday. I think this was actually about the slowest game of the lot in Division 1 anyway. As you know, I don't look at Division 2. Fewest wickets as well, so thank you, David Sealer. Oh, the towel came out of Tom Helm's pocket as he bowled that. Fortunately, it didn't put off Nick Gubbins as he played that out on the onside. Yeah, literally about level with the umpire when it dropped.
Yeah, well, that's that breeze that you mentioned today. I felt that when I went down there this morning at pitch level. It is a cooler day. It's always cool when you're around, JMO. Coolest commentary box in town. As always.
Yeah, I heard you do your piece to camera again. The Middlesex Cricket Twitter feed has the heading "Our Man on the Ground" for the second day running.
We wish it was JMO, but it's Kevin Hand.
No, well, I could hear him all the way up here as Gubbins pushes that out on the offside.
Which means the players could all hear me. Did I say anything not nice about them?
No, you've always been pretty good, haven't you?
Oh, I was well looked after by a player this morning. I was on the way back in after doing the video, going back in to get a coffee and come up here and see you. And of course, you have to have a little polite knock on the window of Beefy's, don't you? No answer first time. Lady, ignore me. Knocks again. This figure emerged, this shadowy figure, and it got towards me. It's a darkened glass, isn't it? As it got towards me, Hampshire top on. Mohammed Abbas let me in.
Oh,
good man, Mohammed. He's a lovely bloke, isn't he?
He is top man, yes. Very good. We like him. Gubbins forward. Again, that's gone out into the covers. Yes, very polite.
Like him even more now.
Yeah, no, he's... very just nice guy to have around. Really.
I did say good luck today. I did think not too much luck though, Mohammed.
I think he knew you didn't mean it.
Yeah, the Middlesex top walking past him. Yeah.
Yes, he resides here at the hotel. I was just thinking. Actually, do you know what I was thinking about that? You're playing this game with no overseas players. We're playing with 2.
Peter Milan.
Oh, Peter Milan. Is he in the side? Was he? Oh, have I missed that? How did I miss that? As Gubbins pushes forward.
Don't do this to me, JMO. Have I thought all day yesterday that Milan's in and he's not?
I've got 11 down. I haven't got his name. So if I got that wrong, maybe it's me that's got it wrong. It doesn't matter because obviously they haven't batted yet, Middlesex.
Do you know what I might have done? I might have confused him. Is that not Milan at point? I might have confused him with Stoneman. Stoneman's at mid-wicket now.
Dave's got the scorecard here.
Peter Milan. Phew. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, he's on it. He's at point.
Oh, of course he's in.
And so I met his wife yesterday, remember? His wife's on the ground. They're down for the game.
Right. So I've written the Middlesex team down wrong. Anyway, it's only taken me a day and a bit to worry about that. That's pushed out towards mid-wicket. Who have I got? There's no Rob White. Oh, yes, there you go. As I say, it doesn't matter because they haven't batted yet. But you're still only playing with one overseas player.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got my point across almost. Half, 50% of it anyway.
It's breathing a sigh of relief there.
Do you know what? Somebody did mention his name yesterday. I was thinking, why is he not playing? I was going to ask you.
It was probably me saying I bumped into his wife and kids downstairs. Yeah, he's going to be a big player on this one, isn't he? I mean, again, that's the other factor. The bowling lineups. So, Abbott, Abbas, they'll be well accustomed to bowling with a kookaburra. Roland Jones, no. Helm, no. Bamber, no. Higgins, no. De Carey's and Holman, no. So, there'll be that overseas experience at the start of the Hampshire innings as well with the ball and throughout the innings.
I think they'll have their work cut out on this pitch. I mean, it is slow and it is flat.
Josh De Carey's is going to open up from the pavilion end, who it was a really interesting chat with him last night. You'd expect him to be a good talker, wouldn't you, to be fair? De Carey's, he's got a slip in place, deep backward square leg, deep point, his right arm over the off spinner, he bowls and full outside of the off stump, it's edgely. Down to the deep backward point for a couple, might even be 3, as at deep third it's retrieved by Holman, and it is 3. And Hampshire 288 for 4. And this is applause again, good crowding for this one. Dawson 115 now. Gubbins on to strike on 98. Should you be doing this, Jamo? It's Gubbins' century.
No, not necessarily. He's your mate. He was your mate when you were at Middlesex. Of course he can.
He's got a slip and a leg slip against his former county, Nick Gubbins. Well, like I say, usually a player leaves, because he wasn't needed. Gubbins was needed and was wanted, but decided on a fresh start here at Hampshire. Carries is round the wicket to him, and Gubbins chops down onto it quite late and quite straight as well, the line from which he chopped that ball, which resulted in an appeal of was that pad first before he cut it to backward point. Not out, says umpire Long. And the slip and the leg slip settle again as De Carey's steps forward. He bowls, and nice looking drive by Gubbins, but not timed, didn't go fully through with it, just eases it into the covers where Stoneman wearing the number 11 fields. So yeah, Stoneman and Milan are the two to get mixed up in the field. They've got very similar rounded shoulders. This ball from De Carey's turns. Big outside the off stump. He was playing down a different line there quite happily in the end, Gubbins, because he was nowhere near that. Whew.
He was also playing that sort of off the back foot, really. That might have been one to come forward to.
De Carey's bowls, and Gubbins plays deep within the crease again, pushing back. A very full delivery. He was right over the top of that one. Pushing back up the track. 288s for 4. But crucially, Gubbins 98. De Carey's bowls. Gubbins digs out as far as extra cover. No run. End of the over. 5 dot balls played out by the man 2 runs shy of a century, and 288 for 4 it is. Dawson will have strike on 115, and Helms continue down below. Yeah, De Carey's had a good old chat yesterday. So he said for him, he was on early, and it spun a bit, but then when it went soft, it stopped spinning. Now he said, obviously, is that me? Young, inexperienced bowler. Was it the ball? So plenty of questions that we'll see answered today. I mean, there might not be the answers that we want. Certainly the answer that you want, Kev, is one that it's a more lively match when Middlesex are batting, and that means that Hampshire are doing a bit with the ball, and that means Hampshire batted very well yesterday and slowly and negated Middlesex's threat.
Helm to start a new over to Dawson. Dawson gets a thick outside edge as that runs along the ground through the vacant gully area, runs up towards the pavilion, and that may just go all the way. It does. Another good delivery there from Helm. He was the most impressive of the Middlesex seamers yesterday. Hits the deck just that little bit harder. Just found a little bit more out of the pitch than the others. And that was a good delivery there to Dawson. Dawson played it equally as well. 119 he's on. 292 for 4. We're still within bonus point territory. So Hampshire are 8 runs away from just a second bonus point in this game, as Helm with 2 slips runs away from us again. And bowls, that's a little straighter. Dawson works that to mid-wicket. Doesn't really ping off the bat, this ball, does it really? I mean, even these little nudges sometimes.
Well, you made an excellent point yesterday about scoring shots down the ground.
Nothing straight.
But weren't many once that ball went soft.
Nothing straight. Nothing straight. Nothing piercing mid-off and mid-on, which, are beautiful shots to watch, normally. None of that yesterday. Which just goes to show the slow nature of the pitch and the soft nature of the ball. As Helm comes in. Goes to Dawson once more. Dawson gets a length ball. Well in behind that one. Nick Jenkins has tweeted. I think he's tweeted you as well, at Sonant Sport. He says, morning, question on ticket pricing here. It costs £21 to pay on the gate today. If I had booked online up to yesterday, it would have been 16.
Ooh.
This hardly encourages spectators, does it? Question mark.
Well, if the weather's an issue, then you don't really want to book the day before. You might want to get up in the morning, open the curtains. So
sometimes you want to make a decision on the day, don't you?
Yeah.
Dawson works that into the gap on the leg side, just a single. Moves on to 120, 293 for 4. That's obviously a question for Hampshire. That unfortunately, I'm not head of ticket pricing. I think that's the same with a lot of places. Actually, I don't think it's unique to here. I think you find a lot of attractions, or whatever you want to call them, that if you turn up on the day, you'll pay a little bit more than if you booked in advance. And I don't quite know why that is. Oh, he's saying also here that Lords apparently does not charge more on the gate. There's Gubbins off the back foot, drives that up to mid-off.
You do wonder whether sport sometimes, though, cricket in particular, should sit a little separate from this. You know, when you've got an empty ground as we have here, should we not really be encouraging as best we could? And, you know, if there's somebody who kind of looks at it and think, oh, the price has gone up now, I'm not going to go.
It's a bit of an issue, but I think that's an issue in most places. That's interesting that Nick obviously knows, or thinks he knows, that Laws does not charge more on the gate on the day than online. That's an interesting one. As Helm comes in and bowls, and that's pushed to mid-wicket by Gubbins, who's still on 98, and that was his overnight total. So for 10 minutes, he's stuck on that number.
And then you go up to Durham and they charge you less on the day.
Well, you probably spent about 100 quid in petrol. So, so I wouldn't want to be charged too much. And also, I've already bought about 6 layers of clothing.
It's like playing the stock market up there, isn't it? It's up and down. How much are we going to charge them today?
But yeah, I think that's a shame in a way. I think 21 quid's quite a lot for a championship day.
Yeah. Here's the carries to Dawson. Slip in place, he bowls. Dawson, good stride in defending that one. 2-9-3 for 4.
But then the argument would be, if you're here from 11 o'clock until 6:30 most days, even 7 o'clock sometimes, that's quite a long time.
Yeah, but you're also going to spend money when you're here, aren't you? If you're there all those hours. So yeah. Here's De Carey's, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Dawson, pushing back into the onside. There's no run. You know, there'll be folks, and I'd heavily advise that you bring a bit with you, you know. Otherwise you're going to spend a fortune when you're here. But when you're here, if you're going to be here from 11 in the morning till 7 at night, then you're obviously going to be spending money while you're here as well. As here comes De Carey's, bowls, and that's clipped to mid-on. No run. 2-9-3 for 4.
Unless you brought your own food and drink, of course.
But like I say, you will. I mean, you should, you know, bring your own lunch and everything. But by the time you get to tea, you'll be peckish, and your water will be hot by then, won't it? So, he's De Carey's bowls once more, and Dawson pushes back up, and there's no run. You fancy something from the outlets around the ground?
Well, there are water stations here.
That as well.
There you go.
Do keep hydrated, folks. Got that sun lotion on as well, although not so much needed this morning. The cloud covers cooled the ground, cooled to temperatures. The bowlers will be mightily relieved. De Carey's reverse sweep from Dawson. Big appeal, goes up. He's outside the line of off, I fancy, on that one. Let's have a look on the replay, and he's batting quite a long way across, isn't he? So yeah, he's miles outside off.
Might not have hit another set of stumps.
4 wickets in 90. No, that's the 100th over now. Last ball of it. De Carey's bowls. Forward goes Dawson. He defends into the onside. No run. You probably have picked up on our effects. Mike and a maiden over for De Carey's. 29 overs completed for De Carey's. 3 maidens, 2 for 96. I've never bowled. How many's the most you bowled in a day before, Josh? Nowhere near 27, he said. Nowhere near. He was exhausted last night. Luke Holman similarly, but that, that's the whole thing, isn't it? That spinners just don't get to bowl. I mean, days gone by, they'd have comfortably bowled 30 overs a day, spinners, wouldn't they?
Yeah. 2 for 96. Josh De Carey's, he had 2 for a lot less than that, didn't he, at one stage? He's taken the last 2 wickets to fall. And the last one wasn't until, was 5-2 yesterday. Here's Helm, bowls to the left-hander Gubbins, gets a length ball. Just pushed up to mid-off. He's been stoic, hasn't he, Gubbins? Almost determined from the first ball that he was going to be in for the long haul and eke out as many runs as he could.
Just saw the partnerships graphic on the stream flash up in front of me, and it's a stark contrast, isn't it? Those first 4, and now the 5th wicket, boom.
Yeah.
Huge partnership between these two.
Here's Helm, bowls, and Gubbins again. Can't find an angle as it goes back to the bowlers. So they started off with a partnership of 190 this morning, and that has now been extended to 199.
Yep.
It's already a 5th wicket record against
76 shy, aren't they, of the Hampshire 5th wicket record for any
287 Kent last year.
87 was it? Sorry, my apologies. 88 runs shy.
I think it's about that. I'll have to double check that. But with
Sorry,
Dave Allen here, we all feel very safe about looking anything up. In fact, we'll invent things to look up with Dave Allen here. That's cut away. There's Nick Gubbins. It's 100. Embraces Liam Dawson, takes his helmet off. First of all, acknowledges the dressing room and now around the ground. That one will be particularly enjoyable against his old county. 277 balls with 12 boundaries. Well played, Nick Gubbins.
Oh, that'll feel good, won't it? That'll feel really good for Gubbins. His slowest first-class century, but few, well, I say few will have meant more. He obviously had an incredible year when Middlesex won the title in 2016. Had a run that nearly got him in the England side.
Terrific stuff. 297 for 4 as Helm comes in and bowls. Gubbins, he's back to his defensive self there, playing that back to the bowler. Yeah, terrific stuff. Well, you would have seen him score a few hundreds in your...
Yeah, as I say, the 2016 season, Player of the Year is no mean achievement as a youngster when you side win the county championship, and that was why high hopes for him to go on and play for England. And he did come close a couple of occasions. There was a shootout between he and Hamid at one point, then he, Jennings.
Helm again. 2 slips weight, left alone outside the off stump, which obviously a couple in the crowd enjoyed that. The big cheer in the crowd as he left it alone. Again, that ball is just dying on the keeper. We've seen that so many times.
How's it gone at Hampshire for Nick Gubbins then?
Well, I think generally
he's done all right, but he hasn't hit the heights yet, has he?
No,
is that fair to say?
I think you're right. I think you've summed it up. I mean, it's his second 100 of the year. Got 100 against Northants.
So against the Minnows, he does it.
Well, it's actually his 15th career 100. So that's pushed out on the onside. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's been a good addition. Would he think that he would like to have been a bit more than that? I think
definitely. I mean,
I wouldn't put words in his mouth.
Well, no, I'll put words in his mouth because part of the reason for moving to Hampshire was to try and get in the England side, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A better batting surface, and Lords at the time, before Carl McDermott managed to turn things around. I'll say that just in case he's tuned in. Morning, Carl. It was one of the lowest averages per wicket. It was the lowest average per wicket, Lords. Which puts Sam Robson's achievement the last few years into perspective. Sam's done incredibly well, scoring as he has. You see others who score on flat tracks. But a fresh start for Nick and all. As here's De Carey's, he bowls, and down the track comes Dawson, and he gets hold of that. Boy, does he get hold of that. Look at the fade on it as well. That bat whipped down almost from slip across to mid-wicket as he slapped that back over the bowler's head. Extraordinary shot. And Adler felt good. That's the 300 up for Hampshire. So that partnership's gone to 200 in the process, hasn't it? Or did it go with actually it went with the Gubbins century, didn't it?
Yeah.
300, I just see 300s on the board. 300 and what now? 301 for 4. So second batting point. What over are we in? We're in the 102nd. We've got 8 overs for another batting point. Is that on the mind at all, or is it just bat and bat and bat?
I would say the latter more so.
Carries to Dawson, down the track he comes and dabs to mid-on, no run, 301 for 4.
At the end of the day, though, you've got to try and maximise the points per game. I mean, even now, are we realistically going to get a result? This pitch has still got to change a bit more yet, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it shouldn't get easier to bat on against the spinners, should it? It should get harder, but how much harder will it be to bat on the final day against Dawson and co? But you wouldn't imagine that there'll be less spin. I mean, the crucial question is what can they do when that ball goes soft? So here's De Carey's around the wicket. He bowls to the right-hander, and Dawson dances to push back to De Carey's. Fielded at mid-wicket in the end, and there's no run. 301 for 4.
Oh, as Dave's saying, he was trying to find the pass for the Wi-Fi. I said, yeah, well, didn't they send you an email? He said, yeah, but I can't get on the Wi-Fi. I thought, oh, yeah, of course.
De Carey's bowls, and forward goes Dawson. Dabs into the offside, no run.
Just quickly going back to Gubbins then. So last season, his first full season with Hampshire, wasn't it? 750 runs at 35. That for him, that's a steady season, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's all it is.
He'd want to be averaging 40, wouldn't he?
If you're going to make an impression.
De Carey's bowls, forward goes Dawson, dabs into the onside, and there's no run.
This year, over 500 runs at 51. Now that's more like.
Yep. Is that the live? Because that includes being not out here, does it?
I think it might do, yes.
To Carey's. Oh, Will Gubbins, good morning. Nick's brother. To Carey's bowls to Dawson. 40 goes and dabs, and there's no run. Hope all is well and enjoying the commentary. Can confirm Richard and Carolyn are in the ground, so they saw the century. Thank you, Will, Nick's brother. Good to hear from you. Hope you're well. Congratulations. Got married this past winter. Heard all about that yesterday from Mum and Dad as well. So they both did in the last couple of years, Nick and Will. 301 for 4. Dawson 124. Gubbins celebrating something different out there today, another century, and against his former county and against a good number of his very good mates as well.
Congratulations to him. Hopefully there's a few more runs left in this innings yet from him and a few of the others, because I think Hampshire probably won't want to bat too long in the second innings here. It's, as I say, it's not been the quickest of matches. Although that run rate now has touched 3 and over, it's been hovering around sort of 2.7, maybe 2.8. Touched 2.9 for a little while, I think, towards the end of day one, but it has touched 3. Just a bit of a chat here between Helm and Toby Rowland-Jones, the captain, trying to work out this field. We had a field very not too dissimilar to the Edgbaston Test. Robinson to Kawaja with those 3 men on the offside on the drive. We've now got 2 on the leg side on the drive to Gubbins. Helms round the wicket on the line of leg stump, clipped away behind square. Could be 2 here. Will be 2. Gubbins moves on to 104. And the Hampshire total on to 303 for 4. So Hampshire have 2 bonus points now. Hard earned 2 bonus points, it has to be said. Middlesex have picked up just the 1. Need another couple of wickets between now and the 110th over. We've just started the 103rd, in which to pick up another bonus point.
Yeah, bonus points, eh? That's not been a particularly popular one, has it? The
runs.
Yeah, moving those up.
It's been hard, isn't it, to get to 250 half the time. Flicked away again by Gubbins, a little quicker to the man down at wideish fine leg, but they will still pick up 2 more. Runs feel just a little easier to come by this morning. I don't know why, but
well,
just feels a little easier. Maybe because the batters have been out there for quite a while now.
How many's Helm bowled? He's into his 22nd over. Hard yards for the bowlers.
Cool, isn't he just?
One of the hardest yards of the season, I would suggest.
The seam on the ball that's not doing very much for Helm especially. So it's played back up towards mid-on. Well, not especially for him, but for all the seam bowlers. I mean, the one that really sort of was noticeable was very early on, wasn't it? Toby Rowland-Jones bowling quite full to Fletcher Middleton. Middleton was into his drive as the ball just swung away from him a little bit, shaped away, and he was caught in the slips. That, for me, is about the only noticeable ball that's actually swung a bit in the air.
Yeah. Well, let's say Helm reports where he got a little bit of swing last night. Yeah. Second new ball, but
minimal.
But again, you got 2 set batters at that point as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
So a little bit. Pace is going to be the key, isn't it? I think if one of the Hampshire bowlers have got a little bit of extra pace.
On the line of leg stump, and that's worked in front of square this time by Gubbins. This time only a single, moves on to 107. 306 for 4.
Name that springs to mind, of course, is James Fuller.
Yes.
But then you look at, as we say, all the experience of Abaddon Abbas, and then the left arm of Barker, another option, and that's before you get to the vastly experienced spin department in comparison to Middlesex's. So there's a lot in their favour, including the total. The runs on the board already. Winning the toss, batting first, as Middlesex would have done. Preparing a dry surface, as Middlesex would have done had they had the more experienced spin attack.
Yes, there's not a lot of turn out there, though, is there, at the moment? And even what there is slow turn. As the sunshine makes its first appearance of the morning, as Helm comes in and bowls to the right-hander Dawson. Dawson pushes that into the covers. He wants a single. He wants a single every ball if he can, but can't find one on that occasion. Yes, I think Dawson will be doing quite a bit of bowling for Hampshire. Interesting, wasn't it? It's the first time I've really had a chance to talk to him last night about, obviously with the Ashes. I mean, Moeen Ali got the nod. Rian Ahmed is in the squad for the second test. But many people thought that Liam Dawson would have been a pretty good like-for-like replacement for
kind of experience, good bats as well.
He's played a bit of Test cricket in the past. As in comes Helm, bowls, and Dawson drives. He's going to take a single as it's fairly wide to Roland Jones. Moves on to 125. 307 for 4. And I kind of knew what Liam would say even before I asked him that, but I think it was only fair because it's nice to hear what he has to say about the situation. And he kind of said what I thought he would do. Just, listen, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. He'll just carry on playing his cricket and just to see where it goes. And I've asked him sort of questions about England in the past, but that answer is on our Twitter feed. That's Silent Sport. If you want to have a quick butchers, I put that up this morning. I think the full interview's on the Hampshire Cricket website and app. That's right at the end of the interview from last night. So have a listen to that. 307 for 4.
So 307 for 4. Dawson has 125. Gubbins has 107. And De Carey's is around the wicket with a slip in place to Dawson, and he goes past the edge, angled across the right-hander. They've got a long on back. Interesting move. Let's go round the wicket to the right-hander. He picked up Vince that way yesterday, didn't he? Deep backward square and long on. Deep backward points. De Carey's bowls again. Oh, that has a little bit of bounce down the leg side. I mean, it started straight, fair enough, but a little bit of bounce on that, wasn't there? Let's have a look and see. I'll scrub back on the stream in a moment. See that one? I've just seen the replay of the one that just went straight on across him. He was playing for the turn that didn't materialise.
Slider.
De Carey's in, bowls, and Dawson right over the top of this one, pushes back. Was this the one that bounced? Let's have a look and see. It's a little bit of bounce down the leg side for him there. You think of that Ben Brown one that he catching practice to short leg. That was a bounce as well from De Carey's, wasn't it? In once more, bowls, and a little tickle into the onside by Dawson. Two to come, of the over. 307 for 4. De Carey just flips that ball hand to hand. Ready to go once more. His 31st over. Bowls, and Dawson big stride in. Meets the ball and drives a single down to long on. 308 for 4.
It's a big field for Dawson in terms of a lot of boundary scouts. Interesting. You'll clearly feel that he's quite happy hitting the ball over the top if he gets the opportunity. Already has done this morning.
De Carey's lots of flight. Bowls outside the off stump. Ease to cover. No run. They thought about it. Gubbins. Dawson was the one who was charging more, and a loud cry of no from Gubbins. 107 for him. 126 for Dawson. 308 for 4 Hampshire. Helm continuing. De Carey's 2 for 101 now from 31 overs with 3 maidens. I know one thing that was looked at Holman over the last couple of years is he's got to get through more maidens, it was said. You need a spin bowler to be able to come in and bowl you maiden after maiden after maiden. Now this is a tough old track, and De Carey's, I think he said, 2 weeks ago, if you'd have asked me whether I was playing at Hampshire, he'd have said no chance. But you see this surface, which Middlesex would have expected when they were picking the squad. What do you think Hampshire might do for this? What would we do if we were Hampshire? So De Carey's comes down and goes straight into the team. But yeah, that'll be something. Try and get the maidens count up.
Yeah. Well, I thought he actually started off pretty well yesterday. I think he made sure that he got the ball full, didn't bowl too short, and it'd have been so easy for him to have just dropped a couple short, which wouldn't have helped him get into his spell. That's played out square on the leg side. Throw at the bowler's end. Dawson's home. 127 he moves on to 309 for 4. 25 runs added this morning by Hampshire in just about half an hour's play. No, I think he played well. I think maybe what was the only disappointing thing maybe for him is that, you know, it's generally recognised that a wrist spinner will get more out of a surface than a finger spinner, but I'm not sure he did, actually.
Yeah, and I just wonder, I go back to that bounce, that one, the last one, is it just that you know, this one perhaps, that little bit of bounce has helped to carries on this front? Maybe, I don't know. There have been one or two, haven't there, where he just found a little bit of bounce, when that ball's been newer as well. As here comes Helm. He will be right arm over the wicket. Bowls now, and Gubbins punches back to him. That came nicely back, but again, well, it was on a length that he couldn't really do much with it. He couldn't punch hard off the back foot. He was really sat in the crease as he pushed that one back. Again, this being a match-up, Helm to Gubbins. What do you think about coming around the wicket too at the moment? See if there is a little bit of swing, just brings one back in from outside off. Gubbins makes a mistake and leaves alone. Helm hits the crease now, bowls, and forward goes Gubbins, defending into the offside. The other thing about batting slowly here, as Hampshire have done, and quite right to do, and Gubbins as well, is you are putting some serious overs into these bowlers' legs. Now, they'll want to come out and bat again, you'd imagine. They won't want to risk for one moment batting last on this. I know there's not a huge amount of turn out there at the moment in the Kookaburra. When it goes soft, it's not turning much for the spinners, but nonetheless, they'll be thinking big as possible first innings at this stage. Only 4 down. Kookaburra ball now. The second Kookaburra in its 22nd over. Helm bowls, dabbed away into the onside, no run. And that's a big problem for Middlesex. You know, they're what, another 59 overs away from another new ball, which, you know, you've got something in it for 15, 20 overs and then not much thereafter. So if that's the same in this innings, then boy oh boy do they need an error as much, a batter's error, to make these breakthroughs now. But of course one wicket can bring 2. Helm turning down below us, the hotel end. A short mid wicket, slip in place as well. He bowls and wristily worked down to the deep backward square leg by Gubbins. He'll pick up a single. 309 for 4. As Dawson onto strike. 310 for 4. Dawson on strike on 127. Bonus points in play for 5 more overs. Can Middlesex get a second bowling point? Coming round the wicket to Dawson here, interestingly. He's got a long leg, a deep square, a backward square leg, relatively deep. Shortish, well, a mid-wicket, quite fine. As here's Helm, bowls the bouncer and Dawson leaves it alone. End of the over, 105. Bowls, and 310 for 4 the score, so that run rate at 3s for Hampshire. Dawson 127, Gubbins 108. Middlesex still trying to find this breakthrough. They had Gubbins on 61, put down by Bamba. That was costly, very, very costly. Off Holm, I think it was, a sweep up in the air and shelled a real simple one at backward square leg. 310 for 4 then. Dawson 127, Gubbins 108, and to carries to continue up at the pavilion end. You're going to have a little chat first, or as you go in? He's on the wander, de Carries. What's he doing? Oh, he's going over to one of the used tracks and just drying off his bowling hands.
Thanks very much, Kevin. He's going to take a break and have another piece of cake, I've no doubt. Joe's cake is still here. I've already had a piece this morning. There's some pastries lying around as well. We are very lucky up here. And it will be Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, historian, and 1 or 2 other things around that sort of theme. Is coming in. Hasn't been with us as much this season as all, but don't worry, Dave, will get more value out of you as the season goes on. Lovely drive, Nick Gubbins, through extra cover. And that is well stopped on the deep extra cover boundary. That might be Ryan Higgins out there, I think. And that takes the Hampshire total to 313 for 4. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Very
Yes.
nice.
It's lovely to have you.
Thank you.
And I suppose this is being played at a pace that suits you, Dave, rather than Friday night T20.
Yeah, this is my kind of cricket. I was watching Glastonbury on the telly on Friday night. Mind you, I had the live feed next to me as well.
Round the wicket, forward is Dawson. That was fired in a little bit more from De Keris. They may have seen Dawson coming down.
Mind you, it was a terrific win. I really couldn't. I was astonished actually, because I didn't think we were going to. I don't suppose many people did really, but Fuller and then Dawes came in and hit 4 and a 6.
Yes. It's not quite like that for him here at the moment. It's a bit more hard work, driven back to the bowler who fields it. It was Hampshire's highest run chase in T20 cricket against Essex, 210. Exciting night, big crowd.
Yeah, no, it looked great. Absolutely, I think it looked very entertaining. Very good stuff.
But we're back to the more sedate stuff as Dawson drives into the ground, fielded by the bowler. Just coming back to that ticket price thing, Dave. It's not unique to Hampshire. It's around the country, although apparently at Lords it doesn't happen. But D. Atkins Gregg has tweeted as well as Summit Sport in response to Nick Jenkins's tweet earlier. That's De Keris from that pavilion end, round the wicket. Dawson drives out square on the offside, but there is a man deep. Dawson moves on to 128, 314 for 4. Deet says, I agree with the author of the tweet you read out a short while ago about ticket pricing at Hampshire. My husband bought his ticket online this morning and disappointed that he had to pay an extra £5. Well, as I say, I don't think it's unique to Hampshire. We're only highlighting it because, of course, we're here and people have had experiences of it. But, I suppose it's just one of those things, isn't it? If you can... So it's worked to mid-wicket by Gubbins, straight to the field at end of the over, 314 for 4. But it's everywhere, isn't it, really? I suppose if you're lucky enough to say, we will do this in a week's time, or we will do this tomorrow, then you probably save yourself a couple of pounds here and there. But if you actually wake up in the morning and say, do you know what, I fancy doing this, it ends up costing you more.
It's certainly true. I just mentioned Glastonbury. It's certainly true of pop festivals and the like, that they have early bird deals, and so we've got one in Portsmouth called Victorious, and I always buy the early bird ticket and assume that by the time I get there everything's going to be fine. And there was one year when there was an absolute deluge, and I went home at 2 o'clock soaked to the skin. So it can happen even there. But it is a bit risky at cricket, isn't it? Warwickshire were pushing. A scheme, I don't know whether Hampshire's part of it, where a number of counties were accepting reciprocal membership deals, not the old-fashioned one that we've had with 1 or 2 counties, but just if you're a member of a county you can come in, and there were about half a dozen, which I think is still in operation. But it's so difficult, isn't it? There's going to be a change of bowling here, isn't there?
Roland Jones
is coming on. He's a bowler I've always liked, but I guess he's approaching his twilight years, at least, isn't he? He did pick up a wicket.
35 he is.
Yeah, so it's not bad for a guy running at this pace, which he does there. And Dawson is just cautiously forward again defensively. Just did occur to me, I think it's probably too late now, but it just did occur to me 5 minutes ago, if a wicket had fallen, would they have sent Fuller in and said, have a wallop to get to 350, and if you don't, you don't? I don't know whether they would have done, but it seems to me these days not something that county sides are desperately anxious about, that extra bonus point. I think often supporters, hope that will happen, but I think they're in for the long haul here, Hampshire. Roland Jones in bowls. Dawson pushes it out on the offside, but there's a man at point. Only one slip for Roland Jones now. Now, when you were playing, Kev, which was relatively recently, what were the balls? You played one season, didn't you, of uncovered pitches, which didn't really work for a variety of reasons. But what about the balls that you used? Do you remember?
I think generally Dukes and Readers.
Right.
And depending on which grounds you went to, they either favoured Readers or Dukes.
Okay. Yeah. Because it does seem to have had an impact here. That was a little leg side-ish there, but Dawson just pushes it cautiously out to... It does look like that to mid-wicket. It does look like they're in for the long haul, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think... I'm not sure, even if a Fuller did come in, is it that easy really to start going bang, bang, bang on this pitch with this ball?
Yeah, probably not.
And... I can't see... Can you see 40 wickets being taken in this game right now?
No, not easily, no. Although Middlesex... he's forward defensively, plays it up to mid-off. Middlesex haven't got a terrific record batting-wise this season, have they? But I wonder if I could encourage them slightly, including Kevin here. Some good news.
Oh,
The record wicket partnership that was broken yesterday, that was exactly 100 years ago by Lord Tennyson. Well, he was Honourable Lionel then, and Tom Jameson. That was broken yesterday, and Hampshire finished that innings 342 all out. Middlesex, in reply, was 642 for 3 declared. That could happen today, couldn't it? That's just pushed up to short mid on. Yeah, 642 for 3 declared Middlesex in that game. Yeah, first innings. Yeah, hardly got into any second innings at all, Kevin. So, yeah, there were centuries by Patsy Hendren and 2 other guys, and a double century by another name that I'm sure you will know, Jack Hearn. And Hampshire had a decent attack out. They had the legendary Kennedy and Newman, who both went for 100. So that was at Southampton. Roland Jones in again. It's just pushed up to mid on.
obviously not too much
no
of the legends on that day. Of course, that would have been 3-day games as well.
Yeah, it would have been a 3-day game.
Taken up most of the 3 days.
Yeah, I think Hampshire ended up. I couldn't quite work out why Middlesex declared in the end. They lost their third wicket, sent somebody in who scored 3 not out, and then they declared, and Hampshire scored something like 20 for 1. I can't remember now, but then that was it. You know, there was nothing. So why they didn't just bat on, I'm not sure. But 642 for 3 declared. So we might be here on Wednesday afternoon watching something like that.
Is that match where Luke Holman got the 10 for? Middlesex hit their record first-class score, 670.
Okay.
Just wondering how much further
Well, it might have broken.
Yeah.
That 670. It might have broken.
On that note, I'll go make a cup of tea.
Yes. Kevin's going to have a cup of tea. I've cheered him up now. So.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah. I do know a funny story about cricket balls, actually. In the early days of Desmond Eager, which was sort of 70 years ago, and they were playing a game at Leicester. And
here's to Keris from the pavilion end. More on that in a moment as Gubbins tries to work that on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, but again it looks like it's going down the leg side, even from where we are.
And Leicester were batting, and they were doing okay. I can't really remember the circumstances of the score. Desmond Eager was clearly about to take a new ball, and the Leicester captain declared, because they couldn't afford to pay for another new ball.
Is that right?
Yeah, apparently it's absolutely true. Yeah.
We were wondering yesterday, actually, Dave. West just followed Nick Gubbins a little bit with an arm ball, kicked a bit low as well.
Yeah, looked at low.
Ducked that one out more than anything.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, just how many of these Kookaburra balls are actually on site? Because if they did come to change any, which they haven't done, which has been quite amazing.
Yes.
How many balls there would be available, and of course in what condition?
That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
But unfortunately, we haven't had to worry about that. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad again. Big shout to Keris. Not out, says umpire Nigel Long.
Yeah, because if you need a ball that's 33 overs old, who's used
Is
one?
there one? Yeah.
Is there one?
That again for me is going way down the leg side, despite to Keris with both arms up in the air. So Gubbins flicks that away towards mid-wicket.
Do we have a view why he's bowling from the other end? He started at this end, the hotel end, yesterday. Do we know? Just
why he's changed ends? Well, I think the feeling was that he didn't get in any more out of the wicket than he did when he started to bowl. I mean, it's... Yeah, I think we need to see it turn a bit more, really, don't we, for any action. That's pushed up towards mid-off. For me, there's a little bit too much inaction in this game. I'm being really perhaps I should be a little bit more positive about it, because Dawson's played well, so's Gubbins. They've played particularly well, but I think overall the game's just it's not been that exciting, is it really? It's pushed out square on the offside end of the over.
I do have that reputation earned from an afternoon watching Amlabat, and it is true that I very much enjoy an innings like the one of Nick Gubbins. I mean, he came in the 5th over yesterday morning, so he's batted well over a day now, and I like that battling approach, and I've grown up liking that. Although, to be honest with you, see, I grew up for 20 years of watching county cricket, or even a bit more. I grew up watching that on uncovered pitches and outgrounds, where it was often very, very difficult. And the 70s in particular, some of the overseas bowlers that you were facing. So if you battled your way through to 100 in these circumstances, then
was a batsman.
And so I'm not unsympathetic at all to what you're saying, really. I think something does need to happen in this game as Roland Jones bowls very full, and again, as you were saying, Dawson drives quite nicely up to mid-on, but mid-on tumbles and stops it, and there's
the
no
batters
run.
just can't get the pace on the straight drives. That's the problem, and it's the pitch, it's not the players. There's no
that's all right.
pace in the pitch at all.
I think in context these two have done terrifically well, because I was just watching from the other side around the pavilion yesterday, and people were a bit gloomy at lunchtime. They were grumbling about another failure of the Hampshire top order, we can't get the runs, and these two have just dug in and done a really good job. That's to extra cover this time, but it's quite firmly driven again. It's a sort of, on a Sunday afternoon many years ago, I'd have wanted 4 for that, but it goes straight to the fielder and there's nothing. I might have got 4 actually in the kind of cricket I played in, but there's no run there. There's a bit of sunshine now. But it's a more palatable day today. It was oppressive yesterday, wasn't it? So hot. Today's really very pleasant. Bit of a breeze up here. Roland Jones runs away from us towards the pavilion. He bowls again. Oh, that's just bounced a little. It wasn't particularly short of a length, but it's come off Dawson's gloves. Now there's only one slip, so there was no chance, and you can probably hear from the applause that it's run down to third man for 4 runs, but that just had a bit of bounce, something about it. There was a ball early this morning that early on to Gubbins from De Caires that really turned and bounced, and he thought, okay, but actually it was just one ball, wasn't it?
And that was yesterday as well, wasn't it?
Yep.
Just the odd ball. And then everything else just sort of hit the turf and sucked the life out of the ball, really.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of more messages about ticket prices, actually.
In he comes, bowls again. Dawson just kind of squares up to that, but he plays it quite well. Straight back past the bowler to mid-off, no run.
Tom Johnson at Solent Sport says on the tickets, every 100 tickets sold should come with a free championship ticket. Need to get as many people as possible in to watch the 4-day game, especially the youngsters.
And that's him. Tom's a youngster. Morning, Tom. Nice to hear from you. Yeah. So does he mean it's just a matter of luck if you happen to be number 101?
Well, I was going to say, yeah.
That's all right. If that's all right. That's just pushed on the onside. It's the man at mid-wicket runs in, picks it up again. No run. It's 318 for 4.
John Ryan's obviously watching the live picture feed because he says at Solent Sport, if De Caires wants a decision from Mr. Long, that's the umpire, perhaps he should slot jumping in front of his face in line with the stumps.
That's a good piece of advice. Yes, he should be kind of calm and phlegmatic like he's did. Roland Jones is coming off a shorter run.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, which is interesting. People do sometimes, and in he comes. It doesn't make a lot of difference, really. It's slightly more leg side, goes to square leg, and there's no run again. So end of the over, 318 for 4.
Nick Jenkins on the subject of the tickets. Solent Sport says, of course early bird ticket discounts are fine for busy events, but this is county cricket.
Yeah.
The ground's 95% empty. Where is the initiative to get people in on the day?
Yeah.
I suppose you need to treat 4-day cricket a little differently.
Do you know, I'd be inclined to make the whole thing free, actually, and then encourage people to spend in the bars.
But do more people come in when things are free?
I don't know.
I'm not sure that equates. Yeah. I mean, I think it would be interesting. Yeah. I have no access to the test match. The women's test up at Trent Bridge, where De Caires is here. It's just starting a new over that's played back to him. But there's a free day today, I believe, day 5. I mean, I know England are already 5 down, started
I
the
think
day.
they're 6
down
now.
Yeah. So they started the day needing another 152 to beat Australia. So, that sounds like that. It's just about that. But anyway, even so, but it's a free day. Now, would there be any more people there today? I'm not sure, as that's pushed towards mid-wicket. I'm not sure that works.
I think this is a different point, really, but I think that what we're doing with the live stream in the last 2 or 3 years accentuates the point that a lot of people who pay memberships and therefore have a seat whether they're here or not.
Yeah, wouldn't be enjoying people getting in for free, would they? It's driven back to the bowl.
Like me, I mean, I watched the game on Friday night. Now, I didn't come, I watched it on the live stream, but I have a membership, so I was here, in theory. I paid to be here, whether I come or not. I think that's part of what they should take account of.
Gubbins forward. 18 for 4 here.
How much are people attending an event? I mentioned Glastonbury. I mean, I pay my licence fee, and I spent a lot of time over the weekend because I like popular music watching Glastonbury. Wasn't there.
Carries bowls. There's a reverse sweep there from Gubbins. Gets hold of that one. It's going down to third. That'll go over the rope. Nice shot there from Nick Gubbins. Moves on to 115. And now he's faced just over 300 balls for that 115. 302 now to be exact. 322 for 4. We are in the last over, the 110th. That is possible for any of these sides to get a bonus point. Well, probably the bonus points will stay as they are because Hampshire need another 28. Yeah, and Middlesex need another 2 wickets. Can't really see that happening as that's pushed out on the onside. So that is, actually I didn't realise we were as far through the over as we were. So that is the 110 overs up. No more bonus points available. 322 for 4. Dean Nichols on the subject of pricing. sonatcricket@gmail.com if you want to join in. He said, I just wanted to add to the conversation regarding prices at Hampshire. As I say, we're only highlighting Hampshire because we're here. It's the same across most places. Most venues across the country, be it sporting venues, says Dean, music venues, cultural attractions, etc., charge more when you turn up on the day rather than pre-book. I know a lot of music promoters like to get ticket sales in early so they have an idea of how many people are coming along. It helps with the preparations for the day. Well, you'd know about that as well, Dave. I think paying around £20 for a day's play of cricket is a bargain. Football is a lot more than that, and so are the prices to get in to watch the shorter formats of the game.
Roland Jones bowls, and Dawson just sort of on the charge, but actually doesn't drive straight at all, and it goes down backward of square leg out to the boundary, and it takes a single.
Dean goes on. On the 4-day games, you can bring in your own food and drink. Yeah, we made that point earlier. And you can top up with water at the hydration points, so it hasn't got to cost a lot more. Saying that, pints of beer are under £6, which is cheaper than most live events. That's true. And yesterday, on Sunday, I had a lovely roast dinner in the members' bar for £13.
Yeah.
That is very competitive indeed with local pubs and carveries. My point is, I think that Hampshire cricket is a lovely day out. And not a bad price at all, even if 4-day cricket can be a bit tedious sometimes.
Here's Roland Jones, who's now bowling round the wicket to Gubbins, and it's leg-sideish. Gubbins glances that off his legs. It comes down to the man at long leg, has to run round to find leg so they can come back for a second run. Yeah, I think he's right about that, and I think one of the tricks, if you were to make entry free, I think what you'd have to do is to be much more specific about the privileges that members can then enjoy, all sorts of privileges, because we do have quite a lot. We have discounted prices at the bar, we have discounts in the bookshop. If you want to buy some kit, a shirt, you get discount if you're a member. So as long as you reward people who take out the memberships, it wouldn't trouble me as a member if then this, bits of the ground around the berm, for instance, were just open and free to people who had to pay full price for everything. I think that would be okay. And £20's not, as he says, hour and a half of football, and people swearing in your ear and so on and so on. And cold weather, it's much more than that.
Yeah, true.
Roland Jones, incidentally, is back to his long run up now. He's just, I don't know, just tried something out for a couple. He's playing with the field a bit. He's moving the offside field around, so there's an extra cover, but the man at cover is coming in short, and the man at point has gone out a bit deeper, and there's a wide-ish third man, and round he comes, and that is on the offside this time, and the man at point fields no run. But it's these are interesting debates, aren't they? And and they're also accompanied by the question of what the ECB thinks county cricket is for and the extent to which it's willing to subsidise it and so on, because it thinks that county cricket is very important for the development of a test side, and test cricket is very important in England because we make a lot of money out of it. Some countries don't, but we do. all of those are important parts of the debate. And one of the few balls this morning that the batsmen have actually let go, even though the rate hasn't been rapid, and that's through to the keeper. John Simpson, very experienced keeper, who's just throws it back via the offside.
231 these two have now put on, Dave. Having started the day having put on 190.
So they are approaching the record that, well, they're about 38, I think, short of it, something like that, of the record that Liam and Ben Brown set last year at Canterbury. Gubbins plays that off about middle, out on the onside, where there's less fielders, and the man runs round from a very deepish mid-wicket, and they can come back for a second run. Yeah, the score, I think on 363 they will have equalled the stand between Liam and Ben Brown at Canterbury. The score now 327, the target 363. So
that was a flat, lifeless pitch in that game. Hampshire managed to pick up 20 wickets and beat Kent in that game.
It's Roland Jones, that's very full on off stump, and almost a sort of chop drive there to extra cover, no run. Somebody with a red bib is running on with something for somebody, which is it merely sustenance, or is there a helmet that signifies no, I don't think there is actually. I wondered if there was a change in fielding positions, but I don't believe there is. I think it's change of bowling, but not a helmet for a short leg or anything. Yeah.
327 for 4, 111 overs completed in this first innings. Hampshire looking to bat long and bat big and not have to do too much in the second innings, assuming they even get that far. As I say, there hasn't been a wicket since 5-2 yesterday afternoon. De Carey's is round the wicket, starting his 35th over. Dawson drives past a diving extra cover and will pick up a single, moves on to 134. It's interesting that Kevin Hand earlier saying that De Carey's hadn't even bowled 20 odd overs in a day, bowled 27 yesterday.
Yeah, I believe
and the way things are going, he's going to bowl an awful lot today.
He's only got one first-class wicket before this, is that right?
Before this game, He was averaging 160 for his one wicket. That's turned away behind square, but no run. Well, he's taken 2 for 110 now, so these 2 wickets have cost him 55. So he's got that down a bit, Dave.
Yeah, he has,
328 for 4. Absolutely. Round the wicket again as Gubbins flicks it away, but again it's to the fielder at mid-wicket.
The word from Middlesex around the committee table yesterday was that apparently he's impressed people with bowling in the T20, and that's led to him because I don't think he's been in the championship side all season. I'm not sure.
No, it's only his 6th first-class match. This.
Yeah.
Length ball to Gubbins. Just plays that out on the offside square. Both batters were looking for a single, but wasn't really one there. Quickly in from backward of point. I think we might have a substitute fielder on there actually. There's De Carey's in again, and Gubbins gets a length ball, lets it come onto him, just works it to mid-wicket.
Sorry, Kev, I certainly don't mind the idea of watching a game of cricket where the spinners have a lot of work to do, because again it's a way of playing that I was growing up
This is your cricket, Dave, let's be honest. You love this.
It's all right.
Block it, that's pushed to extra cover. Spinner. End of the over, 328 for 4. Let's take all the life out of the game. You love all that, Dave. I mean, let's say that the Amler thing, and Mark Church, the Surrey commentator, still talks about that. You and him.
Yeah.
The Amler playing, was it batting all day for 22 or something ridiculous? And I'm not far off with that. And you two, honestly, they were the most excited people I've ever seen in the commentary box. Whereas I was like struggling to keep my eyes open.
You were.
You guys were jumping up and down every time he blocked it.
I think you had a kip in the afternoon, didn't you? We did an extra stint.
It nearly put me off cricket for life.
What I enjoyed about that, you see, was the context. Now this might become problematic because if by this time tomorrow we've finished at 450 and Middlesex at 200 for 2, I'll be thinking, oh dear. Anyway, Roland Jones comes in to bowl, and that's Dawson again, just playing defensively out on the offside. I've never ever liked those games that seem to be far less frequent than they used to be, where 500 plays 400.
Yeah.
There was that terrifying game against Yorkshire when Carbs and Mackenzie, that's just played defensively again on the offside. They got 500 odd, didn't they? And Carbs and Mackenzie put on the record. Third wicket I can't even remember. Carbs got to 300. He was within 16 of the record score ever for Hampshire, and they declared, and they might as well have done. It was dreadful cricket. So I hate that, because there's no point.
That must have been awful, Dave. If you hated that must have been awful.
Terrible, yeah. Roland Jones bowls very full, and actually a bit unlucky there, because I think if Dawson played a very neat straight drive, and I suspect that might have bisected the two fielders and gone to the 4 boundary, but Roland Jones got a foot to it and slowed it down, so they just take a single. And that I can't bear. The idea that you can play a game for 4 days which barely gets to the 3rd innings and there's no hope of a result. There's no point in that.
This might be in danger.
But Amla was fascinating because we desperately needed to win it. They needed for us not to win it, and they really worked hard to stop us winning it. And that was why I enjoyed it, because of the hard work. Roland Jones round the wicket to Gubbins, and Gubbins plays a flamboyant drive on the offside, which goes to extra cover. No run, and the score is 329 for 4 now.
I think any slow game that you don't enjoy, Dave, that isn't worth watching.
That's right. I agree with that, absolutely. Yeah.
England women are 162 for 7 in their second innings, still needing another 106 to beat Australia. So they have actually lost 2 wickets this morning.
But it is interesting that this game is slower than all the other games around the country as Roland Jones bowls. That's foolish, but on leg stump he has his... I wonder whether he thought there was going to be a strangle down the leg side there, because his hands go instantly to his head as Simpson moves across and stops it. Thinks perhaps Gubbins might have got a touch but didn't. But it was a little astray. I mean, this is a much slower game than all the others around the country, isn't it? And I don't know, presumably that's not the fault of the ball so much as, because if it was the fault of the ball, everywhere would be slow. So I think it must be rather more the pitch in that respect. Roland Jones is in, and that's quite wide. Gubbins just waits for it, and it's not a classic cut shot really, but it's guided down to wide third man for a single. Liam, quite characteristically actually for him, I think he has perspiration on his hands, takes his gloves off, wipes his hands in the dirt by the crease, and it's the end of the over at 3:30 for 4.
So Dawson has added 24 this morning, and Nick Gubbins has added 22 to their overnight totals. Hampshire resuming on 284 for 4, 330 for 4 now. The partnership is now worth 236. The next biggest was between Gubbins and Vince, that was 45.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these other scores. You see, Essex are 451 for 8, so they've scored 120 more than Hampshire.
Yes. De Carey's round the wicket. Gubbins drive slightly uppish back to the bowler.
Northampton Kent have between them past 400 and lost 11 wickets. Somerset and Notts have got to about 350, but 19 wickets have fallen in that game, so a lot more happening elsewhere.
Yeah. Reverse sweep there, and it's caught at backward of point, and Gubbins goes. And he really got hold of that, Gubbins. It was low and flat, and that's a good catch. That's substitute fielder on there. Who's that? Peter Milan. Oh, sorry, Peter Milan. The overseas player who we were talking about earlier. 330 for 4, and the partnership comes to an end with Nick Gubbins going for 120.
Well, he played very well, and slightly adventurous. He looked very disappointed, which I think is one of those interesting characteristics of the modern pro. I think an amateur of 100 years ago would have laughed about that and walked off smiling. But very good round of applause for a very, very resolute, determined innings. Well played, Nick Gubbins. Second century of the season. He made 125 against Northants. Really good round of applause, and he's got a couple of three half centuries, including excellent 84 against Surrey, and I think it will be Felix Organ. I'm assuming it will be Felix Organ.
I'm not sure. Is it
miles away? I can't see him, but clearly. But I think he's next on the card, and it's certainly not Keith Barker. And Felix Organ, without any doubt, is in the side.
No, it's James Fuller.
James Fuller, okay.
I thought it might have been. So they're always going to try and inject some pace into the innings. Yeah, 236. That partnership has finally been broken, and Josh Carey's has now taken the last 3 wickets to fall. He took the wicket of James Vince half an hour before lunch yesterday. Ben Brown 15 minutes after lunch, and now this one. Long wait between wickets 2 and 3. That one for everybody, not just to Carey's.
I was running down those scores, Kevin, and the last one that I didn't get to, but Surrey and Lancashire, they've passed between them 400, and again 15 wickets have gone. So there are wickets falling far more rapidly elsewhere than there are here.
3 for 110 now, just to Carey's. So, James Fuller, who was the one change in the Hampshire side coming into this championship game, taking the place of Mason Crane, who played the last 2 championship matches for Hampshire. Fuller, who was one of the heroes of Friday night in that magnificent run chase against Essex. And the field has already scattered for him, so we know what Middlesex think he's going to do. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Again, there's a shout from De Care. He's bouncing up and down in front of the umpire. Nigel Long says nope. He's got quite a unique sort of appeal, De Care, isn't he? Really,
he is bouncy. Yeah,
very bouncy.
I'm not sure the other guys were as convinced, to be honest.
So Fuller faces the next delivery from De Caris, and he's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers.
Because James Fuller has struggled a little bit recently, hasn't he? Because he got poorly with some kind of thing,
had a virus
or something.
It took a lot out of him, didn't it?
I've known a number of people who've had that, and it really can tire you out and persist.
Fuller drives, bit of a flat back bottom hand shot up towards deep mid-on, along the ground. He's off the mark. Hampshire 331 for 5. We're in the 114th over of their first innings, 114th over of the match.
I think Fuller might be looking forward to batting more than bowling on this, though.
Yes, I don't think there's much out there for him or anybody. I think Abbott and Abbas are going to have to work very hard indeed. Dawson works that between bowler and mid-wicket for a single. That's the end of the over. Dave Allen's going to stay on.
Yep.
And I'm going to make way for Kevin Hand. Dave, you're going to come over to my side. So we'll just do that. So Hampshire 332 for 5. Gubbins out for 120. That came off 318 deliveries. And Toby Roland Jones will bowl the next over, and Kevin Hand is in.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin James, BBC Radio Solent. Dave Allen, BBC Radio Solent, as well myself, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the Hampshire stream, which you can pick up via the Hampshire website or the Middlesex website. Good to have you with us wherever you're tuned in. Drop us a message at Solent Sport on Twitter, at Kevin Hand BBC. solentcricket@gmail.com. And let us know where you tuned in, what you're up to. Your thoughts on the Kookaburra experiment? Well, again, we'll only really be able to judge it once. Both sides have batted fully, because as you say, Dave, the pitch here is going to be, a factor that we can't really quantify. As here's Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, and this is just full of a length and pushed away wide of mid-off, but no run. Dawson on 136, Fuller on 1, and Gubbins' century against his former county has come to an end. But 332 for 5 is a mighty fine score, having won the toss. The other thing to factor in, Dave, is Kevin James and I have been discussing the vastly more experienced spin attack that Hampshire possess, and indeed they've been able to rest Mason Crane as Roland Jones bowls full, clipped to mid-wicket by Dawson, and dot balled the first of the 2 mid-wickets in there. And the other factor being that Helm's got good pace about him. You know, he gets up into the 80s. Bamber can nudge 80 as well. Helm can go to mid-85s. But that man at the non-strikers end, James Fuller, he's express pace.
Yeah.
And Abid and Abbas, you know, those guys are magicians, as I said earlier. And Barker's a left armour. So there's a few factors to come into play still, I think, as a slower ball from Roland Jones doesn't fool Dawson. He's right behind this one, pushing back, and there's no run. 332 for 5. But never mind all that. How are you?
I'm all right, Kevin. Thank you. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. Very well. Yeah, it's interesting actually. Yeah, I mean, I suppose in Liam Dawson we've got experienced spin attack. Felix Organ is fascinating, really, because he's not that experienced, but he has an extraordinary strike rate. He's a wicket-taking bowler.
Roland Jones bowls, and this is dabbed to mid-on by Dawson. 332 for 5.
Yeah, I'd rabbit about this endlessly, really. He I think it's true today. I haven't checked his figures since the last game, but he has had the best wicket-taking strike rate of any spin bowler in Hampshire's history. And when you factor in people like Shane Warne and Sean Udall and Mervyn Burden and Peter Sainsbury...
Well, this is why I think he's unlucky he didn't get the England call. As Roland Jones bowls, that one kind of slips out of the hand down the leg side.
No, that's Dawson you're talking about, but I'm saying it's Felix Organ.
Oh, Organ, my apologies, my apologies.
No, okay. Now, he hasn't bowled that much.
Goodness me, well, I'll be honest, I didn't hear you say the name, but I assumed that you were talking Dawson, so that's quite something.
It's extraordinary. Now, he hasn't played a lot, and maybe by the end of his career that will have come down, but it is extraordinary. Yeah. His strike rate is under 50 balls per wicket. Shane Warne for Hampshire is slightly over.
Roland Jones bowls, and this ball down the leg side taken by Simpson. So they can have to name one of the new stands after him then.
Yes.
When it's finished. Maiden over for Roland Jones, despite the couple down the leg side there. 1 for 70 from 21 overs, 4 maidens. Runs per over 3.3. The innings runs per over 2.9, and I wondered did that account slightly. That's only a 1 decimal down, but I wondered did that account slightly for the Gubbins wicket, in that he was thinking, you know, we need to score a little bit quicker here.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. It's overcast. It's which just feels very strange in the last period, but it is.
Look at me in shorts and t-shirt, and I'm going to have to go back down to my room and get some proper clothes in a minute.
De Keras is going to continue. I did suggest a couple of hours ago that there was a bowling change at that end, but there wasn't. And here he is, bowling, and Fuller just on the back foot plays it out backward a square down to the man at a deep and very, very square third man, almost a deep point, but he is just backward a square. So Dawson 136, Fuller just getting going, 2 runs from 4 overs, and De Keras, who had some success yesterday against Vince, didn't he, is bowling round the wicket as he did then. And he certainly turned that ball to Vince. So in he comes, and Dawson just very carefully nudges it out. Cover runs round. It's that sort of sedate run that you see in county championship cricket. If it was a T20 game, everybody would be rushing about there trying to get that single. But, Fuller to face again. He bowls. Fuller not really on the charge, but certainly using his feet coming down. He just plays it into the ground. It bounces up. De Keras fields from his own bowling.
I have a compliment for you, Dave.
Go on.
The Gubbins is a big fans of yours.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a big fan of him, but what
no, Richard and Carolyn, his mum and dad. No, Nick doesn't like you at all.
I've never met him, actually.
That's why, you see, if he knew you, he'd say you're a lovely bloke. That one dabbed back by Dawson. Sorry, by Fuller. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, answer.
De Keras is coming in again. His bowls. It's a bit quicker, and Fuller just works that quite deliberately with the spin down to deep mid-wicket, and they come through for
A
six.
lovely tone, tempo, and voice, they said. So a compliment for you.
I'm usually people usually grumble about my Pompey accent, but maybe I'm trying hard.
Well, they're Chichester, so they're used to it. What would it be? East Chichester, I guess, is nudging towards Pompey, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Big fan of Chichester. I spend a lot of time in Chichester. Got wonderful art gallery.
Well, it's the best thing to come out of Pompey, isn't it? The road to Chichester.
De Keras bowls. He's bowling over the wicket to Dawson now, and that's nicely fielded at short mid wicket. That's the end of the over at 3:35 for 5. Yeah, there's a wonderful art gallery in Chichester called the Pallant. It's the kind of best of British modernism, and I don't mean necessarily modern art. I mean often the first half of the 20th century. It's just such a delightful place. It's like actually spending a day at a leisurely, unpressured county championship match, wandering around. But instead of beautiful shots and flowing bowling actions, you have these very nice paintings on the wall.
He's under the Kevin James commentary, though. He could be a guided tour. He could record the thing that goes around. You have it in your ear, playing it as you go past the exhibition.
How lovely! Yeah.
Here's Roland Jones, 335 for 5, Hampshire. Fuller's on 3. Dawson's on 137, and Roland Jones is in. He bowls, and look at that carve into the onside from Fuller. Completely mistimed and dragged all along the floor to the first of the 2 mid wickets. Roland Jones immediately instructing him, right, back you go. Yes. We've seen what he's all about. Yes, so mid wicket drops back.
You do feel he's not going to hang about, don't you?
No.
He's been sent in with a very clear instruction. Because actually, in fairness, he would quite often come in at 9, not only after Organ but after Barker as well.
In some ways, I think this has become some relief for Middlesex. They'd be thinking, we're going to be here at tea still.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
Roland Jones bowls, and forward goes Fuller, pushing a single just straight of mid wicket and mid on, coming around to collect 336 for 5. I wonder is part of the Hampshire thinking. Now, of course, you'd love to bat once in a game, wouldn't you? But in this circumstance, I don't think they would, because they do not want to enforce a follow-on and have Middlesex all of a sudden rack up, and they've got a tricky little chase on a pitch that turns perhaps on the final day.
I think you're right.
So.
Yeah.
The onus then perhaps is to get on with it now, as here's Roland Jones in, bowls, Fuller clips in the air. My apologies, Dawson clips in the air to the second of the 2 mid wickets, around towards mid on. That's Stoneman, but it fell comfortably short in the end. Yeah, I wonder, are they thinking, look, we can dab our way through till tea and be nigh on 500, maybe with a little charge in the end, but maybe we just get on with it up to 400 quickly and let's get out there and not take time out of the game, because we probably want to bowl again.
I think they would
bat again, sorry.
Hoping to bowl on the 4th day with those 2 spinners.
Roland Jones bowls, lovely shot down the ground, that's a rarity. Take a picture of that one and put it in the gallery for this match, Dave. Straight drive, 340 for 5 as Dawson moves to 145.
Kevin's so excited by that he jumped out of his seat to watch it.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Roland Jones won't have thought so, but just a little indication there that we saw that clip earlier in the over, which is uppish towards mid wicket from Dawson. They're prepared to get on with it now, and maybe the message has gone out there to Gubbins as well, which bought the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
The time to up that scoring rate. Roland Jones bowls a bouncer, and Dawson hooks him along the floor to the first of the mid wickets, which is to Carey's no run. 340 for 5, the 117th over of the innings. The ball's now 34 overs old, or it will be after this ball, and that makes sense really, that they said, look lads, you got your eye in now, the ball is soft again, now is the point. This ball's not going to change now.
Yes.
This ball's going to be the same through until the 80th over, so you may as well start scoring runs against it now. Get on with it. They've got plenty of legs put into the Middlesex bowlers, including this man, Roland Jones, who's in, bowls full onto the legs, pace off, and it's turned patiently to mid wicket. De Carey's fields, and 340 for 5. De Carey's 141. Fuller has 4. There was also a question as well for Kevin James, but we can throw it to you as well, Dave, now that you're with us, which came from Richard Gubbins. He said, batsmen are like a fine bottle of maturing red wine. Why isn't James Vince considered for England? Likewise, bowlers, look at Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad and Liam Dawson. Does ageism exist if you are over 30?
Well, I think that they've now decided that there are these young guys who have a future with England. I think if Vince had established himself in the way that Broad and Anderson did, then he would still be in the England side. My view, having watched James Vince since he was a second-level player, is that he's as good as he's ever been this season, and probably better. De Keris is coming into bowl now, and again Fuller just uses his feet, but plays quite cautiously up to long off. I think Vince this year is superb, and it's not actually simply that he's batting so well in both formats, but that he's captaining the side as well. I think he's just becoming one of the great Hampshire cricketers of all time. And we were joking about stands and the like, but I think when he retires there will need to be some kind of an accolade. And reverse De Keris is absolutely convinced that it's out.
Dawson's not.
Dawson is not convinced and is standing there. It was a reverse sweep that went to slip, but the umpires have just briefly had a chat and agreed. And now Dawson is certainly leaving. Fuller is also walking towards the pavilion, but he's not actually walking to leave the ground. I just wonder for a moment if they decided to declare there. Sorry, Ryan Higgins it was who took that catch at slip. So, and it was quite low down, I think, which was why Dawson just stood his ground for a moment. He's gone for 141, so not his highest first-class score ever, but you will hear again that it's a hugely popular one.
Yeah.
By a hugely popular Hampshire cricketer.
Yeah, well done, Liam Dawson. Fabulous innings for
141 caught Higgins bowled De Keris, and De Keris has another wicket. Be interesting now to see who they send in. Felix Organ has struggled for runs this season. In the last 4, he's only played 2 of the last 4 games, and in those 2 games he's only scored 7 runs, even though he started the season open to batting. So, and it looks to me like it's Barker. It's way away in the distance there. My old eyes can't make him out. So yeah, I mean, I think I shall be eternally sad for James Vince that he never actually established himself as an England player.
Hey, never say never. How old?
No, 33, I think.
Usman Khawaja. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's having his finest hour for Australia now.
I mean,
and he's a Baz Ball man, isn't he? James Vince. So
yeah, he's a wonderful player, and it could and there have been occasions when suddenly older experienced players have, I mean, even in the 50s, Cyril Washbrook was a selector who was told to leave the room while they decided to pick him, and he came into a test match and scored 96, I think. David Steele in the 70s, who came in and was like Dad's Army taking on the wild Australians, and it can happen. I just get the feeling that people think his chance has come and gone, and in many respects what I think should have happened is that he should have been a permanent fixture in the white ball side. He's a superb player of 20 over cricket, and he used to be a superb player of 50 over cricket. Broke our batting record and then broke his own record, but of course he doesn't play 50 over cricket.
Has Liam Dawson left Twitter? I can't seem to find him anywhere.
I don't know.
He left it.
I'm not an expert on Twitter. Don't know about that, but
that's all right. He's gone. That's all I need to know. Thank you, Jamo. Barker.
Okay, it is Barker. Yeah, left hand, of course. So De Keris won't mind that as an off spinner. He's got one slip in, and bowls to Barker. Just nudges it backward of square. He has been bowling on occasions with a leg slip to the left hander, but the man is back saving one now, really, or perhaps hoping for a top edge. And there is a man at deep gully who I suppose is anticipating a possible reverse sweep. Short mid on, short mid off. Ooh, that turned. Don't think it bounced a lot, but Barker, we're looking from with De Keris bowling from the far end, so it's not always quite so simple to see what's happened there, but it just just beat the edge of Barker's bat, I think. And this time he pushes at it, but I think he just plays the line there and allows that turn to let the ball go through to Simpson. But these two guys can certainly get on with it, and as you said, Kevin, they're also Fuller and Barker can give Middlesex some hope that in the getting on with it, a wicket will fall. Barker there, that's a Fuller ball and Fuller pitch, that is, sorry, not James Fuller. Barker drives it to mid-on and there's no run, so that ends another successful over, and he's taken 4 for 116 to Kerrison. 38 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 116. That's like the good old days. That's like Fred Titmus analysis.
Well, this is what I was saying. Speaking to De Carey's overnight, how many's the most you bowled in a day? Nowhere near 27 or whatever it was that he bowled yesterday. He's bowled 38 now. And this, for whatever the pros and the cons of the Kookaburra and this experiment, and as you said, we've got to wait and decide on the pitch, the respective bowling attacks once Middlesex have batted and make a call then. But what has happened is De Carey's got a huge amount of bowling. I feel a little bit for Luke Holman. He hasn't bowled yet today, has he?
No.
The leg spinner. So he's had no opportunity in this match to bowl with the new ball, which De Carey's has had in both innings, and De Carey said with relish last night, that new ball.
I suppose the problem is if you're bowling wrist spin, then you just need some pace in it, don't you? Whereas the finger spinner can contain more successfully. Presumably one of the reasons why Crane hasn't played on a pitch where they think there's spin. But although he's not in the best of nick at the minute.
Ethan Bamber replaces Roland Jones, and he's cut away for 4, first ball by Fuller. Width fraction short, but it was the width. Sat up outside the off stump, that one. And Bamber, who has a fine runs per over in this match of 2.5. It climbs to 2.5 now with that boundary. None for 35 as we begin his 15th over of this Hampshire first innings. 4 maidens for him. This won't be another. Fuller's on to 9 from 11. Barker, you'll remember, Dave, had that innings at Lords when he put Murtagh into the mound stand.
Absolutely. Right
arm over, right arm around. Kept on going to the same place as his Bamber bowls. Just Fuller of a length, but crucially straighter on that off stump and eased defensively by Fuller to point, and there's no run. And that was the decisive moment. I remember that morning having a chat with Dave Fulton. He was doing the Middlesex stream that day, and what will they get? And I said, listen, if they get to within 20, 30, they're about, I'm going to say 80 behind that morning. I said, if they get to within 20 or 30 here, then Middlesex are going to be under, they were under the cosh at that point. Pete Hanscom was coming in at 4, but he was regularly coming in the third over because the wickets were tumbling. Gubbins would have been playing for Middlesex that day, wouldn't he? As his Bamber bowls and forward goes, Fuller pushing back and there's no run. Well, never mind getting to within 20 or 30. Barker came out and they smashed their way to a big lead, and that was it. The game was on. Middlesex are in trouble, and Hampshire wrapped up the victory. And it was that Barker innings that really did a huge amount of damage. Middlesex would have been thinking 50-run advantage at the end of the first innings. It was a tight margin game at that point. Well, it wasn't by the end. By the time Barker had finished, really clouted it into the mound stand. As his Banbury bowls full straight, but going down the leg side as it clumps onto the pad of Fuller, who looks to clip but can't do so. The mound stand was the short boundary with Murtagh from the nursery end, so at first right arm over to the left-hander, and it was just a sweet little pickup. Really, it was just a gentle clip to the mound, and then Murtagh came round. That even helped the angle in, which I couldn't quite work out because he was angling it towards the left-hander, which was helping that clip to the. He really, his figures took a battering that day, Mertz. It's here's Fuller on strike, and Bamber bowls to him up on his toes. Fuller picks up a single just wide of Roland Jones at mid-off. 3, 4, 6 for 6 Hampshire. We're past the bonus points, so Middlesex returned just 1 bonus point in this match with the ball so far. Just a couple of bonus points for Hampshire, which feels a little bit rough. The 250 and the 300 reached, because of course it's 250 for your first batting point nowadays.
I think it's increasingly reality in 4-day cricket that when sides are pushing towards a big total like this, bonus points are a thing that that the supporters are more excited about than the players. The players are thinking, let's get a big score on the board. And, but you were talking about Barker. I mean, Barker's only played 7 innings this season, but includes a 58, 25, 38 not out, 44. So he's a very, very useful player coming in at and he's done the same in previous seasons, coming in at number 8. Very, very useful. Had a couple of games out injured, but he's only once failed to reach double figures this season.
Bamba's around the wicket to Barker, who hooks to a fine leg. We've got a fine leg, a long leg, and a deep square. Little trio on the onside square of the wicket and backward of. That single moves Barker to his first run, 1 from 5, and it moves Hampshire to 347 for 6. Fuller on 10, but Barker keeps the strike. Got 30 minutes to lunch. I don't think they contemplated 10 minutes before the interval here. Well, they have to declare in the next 10 minutes if they were, otherwise lunch would be taken.
No,
so
I don't think they've got enough runs, Kevin, to be honest with
if
you.
they were to get Motor in here, then there's another 100 runs to be had out there, isn't there? And 450 is a decent first inning score, and I think the thought process is probably let's find 100 more by mid-afternoon rather than 100 more by sometime just after tea, or 150 more by sometime just after tea.
The only reason I think they'd do it is if 2 wickets fell rapidly, and say, these 2 or one of these and Organ, to Kerris bowling round the wicket, and there's the first of them. Okay, he's got Barker LBW, and that gives him 5 wickets in the innings, which is not bad for a young man who started this game with 1 first-class wicket to his name. Been quite expensive, but not expensive against the overs, but 5 for 116, but he'll be absolutely delighted. Barker just played back to that one, and didn't lay bat on it, I'm afraid. So he's gone, having curse of the commentator, having talked up his terrific batting, he's gone for 1. Now, I would suggest that if Organ comes in as out first ball, given that Abbott and Abbas to follow haven't been scoring
well,
runs,
Fuller might be told to get on with it regardless, mightn't he?
Yeah, suddenly they might think, okay.
As you like that. I gave it out from up here, didn't I?
Yeah,
As soon as he missed that ball, he'd gone so far back and across, unless he was standing a mile outside the off stump, that he was as plumb as you could imagine. And looking at the replay, couldn't be no doubt about that whatsoever. My finger went straight up.
Foot off the floor as well, so I mean, I will be surprised if we have a declaration before lunch, but I just think the circumstances could lead to a fairly adventurous decision. Let's see if we can get a.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's 400 to be had here for Hampshire, isn't there? You say to Fuller, go on, get on with it, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
So whether they end up being, whether Fuller's out in the next over and they think, all right, go on, then let's have 10 minutes before lunch. I mean, it'd make a lot of sense to have a little dart at them before lunch today from this position, I'd suggest. But it's quite crucial because when Gubbins and Dawson were going along, you were looking down the barrel of 500, 550. There were only 4 down at that point, with 300 and a lot on the board, or 347 for 7 now. So. I mean, a well bowled Josh de Carey's, though, we've got to start with that. That's phenomenal for him. And isn't it interesting? He wouldn't, as he said last night, 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have given myself a 1% chance playing in this game. And here he is now, and he'll have given Luke Holman a problem for the next game as well, because they'll be saying to themselves, well, hold on a minute. De Carey's got a 5 for, you're not going to drop him for the next game. So if they bring back another seamer, then young Luke, who really has nailed himself down in this side. De Carey's the finger spinner. He's out-bowled him here, but like I say, the one thing I'd say in Holman's defence, he hasn't really had much of a look at the new ball, has he?
No. I'm just looking at the over rate, which is, I think, it's okay, isn't it? Actually, 24 overs this morning with half an hour to go. That's okay. It ought to be okay with de Carey's bowling as he is now, and Organ is just cautiously forward, pushes out on the offside. Organ's been playing quite a lot of club cricket and second 11 cricket, having struggled in the championship to nail down that opening slot, but and he's been getting runs there and wickets, but it's a different thing when you come into a county championship game. He just plays that defensively out on the onside. De Keris fields from his own bowling. That's fourth ball of the over coming. Kevin James is just doing a roundup for Radio Solent, then he'll come back and replace me. Organ back, just plays it back up the pitch to De Keris, who doesn't have to move to pick that one up, just rubs his hands in the dirt, as spinners do, so they can get a better grip on it.
Has he got any big shots in him, Organ?
And he's then again just a couple of paces. That's a quicker ball, quicker arm ball. It just comes off the edge and it runs away to deep gully. The foot slip has to go and pick that up, and they take a single. So Organ is off the mark, which will be pleasing to him because he hasn't always been off the mark this season. So anything that he can do will cheer him up. And I'm about to be replaced by one of the many former Middlesex cricketers who also played for Hampshire. Nick Gubbins, of course, being another one. Fuller plays that to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket for a single, and that's goodbye from me until after lunch.
Cheers, Dave. Good to hear from you. Good to see you again. 3, 4, 9 for 7 Hampshire. Fuller on 11, Organ on 1, and Middlesex on a bit of a wicket roll here just before lunch, which advancing the game is not a bad thing for either side, I'd suggest, but certainly for Middlesex, they know they've got to get to parity in this first innings and turn this into a one innings match. It's as simple as that. They've got to reach parity. It might turn out to be flat as a pancake throughout and nothing happens on day 4 and we all shake hands and go home, but to ensure that that happens at very least, then they really do need to get to parity in the first innings of this match. So these last 3 wickets now really quite crucial from Middlesex's perspective, hitting 350 to do so, or 400 plus to reach parity. Here's Bamber beginning the over to Fuller on 11. He bowls and short, that's punched by Fuller from within the crease, only as far as the bowler though, as it came off the inside edge of the bat really, and trickles back up the track. 349 for 7. Welcome back, Kevin James. Wickets tumbling here, action at the Ageas.
Yeah, well done Josh De Keris, 5 only previously taken 1 first class wicket before that. Do you know what, I was just looking up his dad's career bowling in
good
first
point,
class.
yeah.
He actually took 108 wickets.
Oh yeah, he bowled a fair bit for Lancs, didn't he, as this ball's pushed back up the track by Fuller and there's no run. It was just England, it was the oddity. He didn't really bowl for England,
did he? 2 wickets for England, in test matches, yeah. So that's more, I was thinking, he might already have more than his old man, but no, he's way off. Well,
bearing in mind he's a batter by trade, De Keris. He's given Middlesex a pretty useful selection headache here with Luke Holman, who's a wonderful young cricketer. I think he's got the world at his feet, Holman. If he meets his potential, as here's Bamber bowls, and this ball's pushed to mid-wicket, there's no run. 349 for 7, especially with the bat. I think he's got a little bit to do with the ball, Holman, even though he's got a 10-for to his name. Well, De Keris are possibly even thinking about a 10-for here. Another one now, and 4 in the second innings. Get him straight on with that new ball in the second dig after this performance, won't they? Again, I feel for Holman that he hasn't had a chance to bowl with the new ball in this match. He's only bowled 15 overs, hasn't he? And they've all been...
yeah, but who's the more likely to take wickets?
Here's Bamber. Past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's onto the hip. Down to deep backward square leg, a single for Fuller. Moves him to 12, 350 up for Hampshire, 350 for 7. But before this game, I'd have said Holman. But at this stage, my point being, he hasn't bowled with the new ball, so whereas De Keris has bowled with the new ball twice in the match now. So I just wonder why they didn't perhaps give him a little bit more of a go, in particular earlier in the piece. Well, he's only got an economy the same, 3 runs per over.
Agreed.
So.
But you're only as good as your next game.
Yep. Well, that's what I mean.
For me, and I don't see them very often, I think De Keris has looked the most likely to take the wickets.
Yeah. He definitely has, yeah, for sure. Bamber's past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's leg side and clipped fine. Long leg's got a chase now. Around he comes, and that's De Keris for sure. He's all action. He can't flick it back in though. Dive into his right. I thought he was going to make it actually. He went with a front roll to try and flick it back in rather than a slide. Feet first, and he rather rolled over the top of it and flicked the ball with him. 354 for 7 as Organ moves to 5.
Well, Felix Organ coming in at number 9 is an interesting one because he has opened quite a lot for Hampshire, and he's a bit better than number 9, that's for sure.
Bamber bowls and back in his crease. Organ defending this into the offside, no run.
I've got a couple of emails here. We were talking earlier about ticket prices and what.
Oh, yeah.
If I'd just be permitted just to go through one or two, because they've suddenly just dropped. I mean, sometimes these.
Yeah, we've hit a note. You see, it's a raw note.
Cricket@gmail.com. Liam Williamson. We were talking about entries to cricket and what have you. He says, as a fan in his mid-20s who has been attending championship matches for the last couple of years, I think the prices are quite reasonable. However, as a result of getting interested from listening to the live streams and the radio broadcasts, I think that having the out-of-ground experience is getting more casual fans in, like some of my friends, who wouldn't necessarily come down and pay for the day, or are more interested in the sport, and that must surely have a positive effect on both the club and the game at large, as De Carey's starts a new over. He's into his 40th over here, as he comes in and bowls to James Fuller, who's on 12. Fuller cuts that away from fairly straight. And that goes down to third, 355 for 7.
So what your correspondent's saying, basically, in short, JMO, is that after all the ECB shenanigans over the years of pink balls and kookaburras and all the other things they can do to make cricket great, it's you and me what save cricket.
Yeah. What a burden. Yeah, it's to me and Kev. And if we weren't here, Organ on strike, he's on 5. Carey's looking for his 6th wicket here. 5 for 119. Goes for the slog sweep there, Felix Organ. He's got underneath that. He'll just about clear the fielder, but only just out towards deep mid-wicket. And that's T20 mode. That is for sure. Having said that, says Liam, I think I've only played one day of Championship cricket so far this season, as a lot of the time I take advantage of the free entry after tea. Of course, we forgot about that.
Yeah.
A lot of counties employing free entry after tea. Get a lot of cricket in the evening sessions. And Organ's on the back foot, tries to steer it on the offside. It just comes back into him and it ends up going out on the leg side. Though I do make sure to treat myself to a cold beer or a warm coffee and a snack when I come along.
Here's an idea. Why don't they make it free? Well, I'll tell you after this.
De Carey's over the wicket to Organ. Organ quietly forward. Yes.
Why don't they make it free entry to the grounds? Members pay their membership, but then they get free access to the streams. You have to pay 50p to watch the stream each day, but you get free entry to the ground itself.
I think that came up when Dave's on commentary a little earlier as well. That's pushed up to mid-on. Single for Organ. I think Dave was making the point that, of course, if you pay for your memberships and other people are getting in for free.
Well, they get free. They get the stream. They get the stream for free then. The members and other bits. You obviously have to make sure that the members' perks are looking good. But otherwise, free entry.
Yeah, well, they get discounts on quite a lot of stuff here as well. So Dave was just making that point that otherwise it's not worth buying a membership.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
As down the wicket comes Fuller, and it's gone into Carey's hand and then out again. He gets very excited, De Carey's, about just about anything that happens. But that's good to see. So he's completed 40 overs, 5 for 122. Hampshire having started the day 284 for 4, and now 358 for 7. Nick Gubbins for 120. Liam Dawson 141. Keith Barker for 1. All falling to De Carey's. The only wickets that have fallen so far as we head towards lunch. What are we? Just under 20 minutes.
Yeah, he said about his celebration last night when I was speaking to him that that Vince wicket he wheeled away. It was almost a last-minute winner he just netted, wasn't it? But he said, I'd taken some tap from Vince there, hadn't I? And he thought this could be difficult. And then he picks up Vince, big wicket. Holman, of course, he had Gubbins on 61, didn't he? But Bamber put him down.
Yep.
Here's Bamber down below us at the hotel end.
Expensive drop not just in runs, but in time.
Yep. Yep. Hard yards for he and the bowlers. Since then, as he bounds in now, Bamber bowls and a length ball that Organ defends, and there's the Bamber length and line. Just leave it there. He does it so very well. Economy of 2.6. When you consider that they were 300 and something for 4 just a few moments ago, the economy of Bamber looks pretty healthy. And indeed, Higgins going at 2.63 as well, same as Ethan. He's turning once more. hits the crease now. He bowls, fraction shorter and backing right up. Organ turns to mid-wicket, no run.
Just to say, up at Trent Bridge, the Test match is over.
Oh,
England women bowled out for 178, so Australia have won that by 89 runs.
Aussie double at the start of the Test summer.
I think Emily was explaining yesterday about the point system, that actually if you lose the Test match, you've actually got to do very, very well in the white ball series, both T20 and the 50 over, to even get ahead.
Yeah. Bamber in bowls. This is pushed into the onside to mid-wicket and there's no run. 358 for 7. Just going back to that drop of Gubbins. Hampshire partnerships in this innings. Weatherly and Middleton, 13. Weatherly and Gubbins, 18. Gubbins and Vince, 45. Gubbins and Brown, 18. Gubbins and Dawson, 236. Dawson and Fuller, 11. Fuller and Barker, 6. Fuller and Organ. Well, just rattled along past, so is it 15 or so now, but the point being, you take that partnership out of this innings, as here's Bamber. Bowls, that's driven away in between point and cover. That's a lovely shot. Flowing drive by Organ. Will he get the full reward? Big old chase for Holden, who slides, flicks it back in, and Milan's followed him. He'll retrieve the ball, and they have run, I would imagine, 3 in that time, but is it just... Yes, it is 3. Fuller comes on strike on 13, Organ's on to 11. 361 for 7 Hampshire. And indeed, if that catch had been taken, then what would that partnerships column... Well, who knows? Who knows? But it's quite a striking partnership graphic that on the stream, isn't it? When you think of the match context, Hampshire will say, look, don't let them get a partnership going, and let's see what happens. As here's Bamber bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-off. Fuller on 13, Roland Jones fees. I'm sure they've got some tricks up their sleeve, Hampshire, which they'll be looking to get in at Middlesex and get going.
That's what Kyle Abbott said to us yesterday when we saw him after the game, didn't he? He said, "Oh, we got some tricks up our sleeve."
That's what I was winking at you.
I think there'll have to be some good ones on here.
Here's Bamber. Deep mid-on in place is Helm as he bowls to Fuller, defending from within the crease. And push back, 361 for 7. The ease with which he defended that ball deep within his crease with all the stumps on display just tells you enough about this pitch and this ball right now, doesn't it? But 361 for 7, Organ 11, Fuller 13. And yes, 15 minutes to lunch. It's 15 minutes to a chicken Caesar salad. What did Dave Allen go for? Ploughman's. I didn't think he went for the bean burger.
I didn't have that yesterday. What was it like?
The bean burger, it's good. Yeah, it's good.
No, it's all the food's good. We're lucky. I missed this one a little earlier. Apologies, Russell Winston. solentcricket@gmail.com. I presume he's still driving down to Cornwall. He says thanks for keeping us entertained. That's Russ, Kelly, Tracy, and our visitor Dutch Dave. I wonder where he's from. Currently in Devon. We're trying to explain cricket to our foreign guest as De Caires comes in and bowls to Organ. Organ forward. No run there. We'll be bringing him to the T20 game on Sunday. Yes, this Sunday afternoon it's Hampshire against Gloucestershire. That might actually be a bit of a shootout for Hampshire to see whether they go through to the quarter-finals. There's one before that on Friday night against Glamorgan. Hampshire probably have to need to certainly win one of those two, if not both, as that's pushed out on the leg side. 3 teams going for 2 places in that one. And looking forward to that one, so that should be good fun. Do you think Hampshire will go for a slogfest if a wicket falls with Fuller and Organ and Barker? But Barker's already gone. That's Jamie Merrick. I don't think there's a slogfest. I don't think you can have a slogfest on this wicket. I think it's almost impossible. Organ's on the back foot there, very watchfully plays that out on the onside as Kevin Hand's licking a yoghurt pot. It's away to my right. Raymond Taylor on the subject of ticket prices and what have you. solentcricket@gmail.com. As De Caires just takes his time for this next delivery. Over the wicket to Organ. Organ drives up to mid-off, wants a single, but it's gone a little too quickly to Roland Jones, who throws at the bowlers. And one good way of increasing revenue would be to charge a fee for the live stream of T20 matches. Oh, we don't want to go down the Kent route, do we? Yes, they're charging $5.99. Yes, they do.
What, for the whole group stage, not per match?
No, per match, Kent.
What?
Yeah, $5.99 a match. Yeah. 600 they had in their first time they charged, apparently, and it went slightly down after that. It may have changed. Up to mid-off, throw comes in again, but no run.
$5.99 to listen to Dave Fulton.
Yeah, cheap. I was more than happy to do, says Raymond, to pay that price for the Kent. He says, when I go to the Ageas, it is £27 entrance fee plus £10 to park, plus any extras. Whereas watching the live stream at home from the comfort of my armchair with a few beers is, I'm afraid, more appealing. Well, you say that about any sport, really, as that's pushed away behind square by Fuller. And there is no run. Dave Allen's just passed me a note to say Felix Organ, who's on 12, it's his second highest score of the season, behind his 38 at Northampton. That's when he was opening the batting with Fletcher Middleton. He was given a few games, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the start. Unfortunately, it wasn't working out for him, so he then missed a couple of games. Came back for the last game against Lancashire at Southport, mainly because Hampshire played 3 spinners. They wanted plenty of spin options. So really, in this game, he's playing because of he got 6 wickets in the last game, and he's playing as the second spinner. Whereas Mason Crane might have been doing that. But so Organ's not in for his batting, hence why he's batting number 9.
I'm still not over $5.99 to listen to Dave Fulton.
Did you not know it's $5.99 there? They were charging.
So I'm guessing it's probably like a match itself. 5 overs constitutes. So if you turn up for a T20, what is it? 5, 10 overs. Once you've had 5 or 10 overs, you can't get a refund. But if it's rained off after 1 over, you get a refund, don't you? Or it used to be the case at a T20. I don't know if it's
still
is.
Right?
Yeah. If you turn up Chelmsford on a Friday night and you've paid your 30 quid entry fee or whatever for a T20 and it gets rained off over and over, don't you get a refund? I thought you did, but I assume for the stream it's the same thing. You probably get 5 overs in. Right, no more refunds now. Today. Here's Holman. Now this will be interesting because they might try and hit out against the leg spinner. Holman right arm over to Fuller, short of boundary, hitting against the spin as he bowls into the block hole. It's dug out by Fuller. There's a slip, deep backward square, deep mid wicket and a long on, deepish mid off, deep cover, and then 3 in on the single, backward point, extra cover and mid on, mid wicket, which is Max Holden. Holman bowls, that's nice, and it's nearly scooped up to the extra cover. Mark Stoneman. It was leg side, that one. He kind of clearing his leg, wasn't he? Bringing it back down at a funny angle, nearly scooped it away into the covers, but survives. Holman again. Fuller's on 14 and gets right back to this one. Turns a single through square leg. 364 for 7. Yeah, this is a good move, I think, to bring Holman on now because, well, we saw him produce the top edge from Gubbins when Gubbins tried to hit out against him with a big sweep. Hitting out against the wrist spinner, as we know from the modern day T20. It's not the easiest of things to do, so if they are looking to get a move on, then they might do it with a bit of peril here, but we'll see. Long on's coming to a mid on now for Organ, who looks to drive out of the block hole. A big puff of dust.
Cool.
Still going on the move. There it is. Just dissipated now into the offside. Dig out. That was a proper dig out from Organ, wasn't it? The dust bowl produced. Not quite a dust bowl here at the Ageas Bowl, is it? But it's certainly dry out there. Mid wicket has moved to short fine leg, around to the 45 really. Deep square, just come around a little. This is Holman. Leg side, and it's clipped for a single through the vacant mid wicket. Pleasingly. 365 for 7. It's great, isn't it?
You want another swig of that yoghurt?
Yeah.
And I'll take over.
no. I'm trying to drink it like a smoothie now. It's not quite working. This could end in a mess. Much to your delight. Fuller back on, so they've brought the 45 back to mid wicket. As Holman bowls to him, Fuller backs up, eases away into the offside. That's the end of Holman's 14th over, none for 43. And an economy of 3.1. De Carey's an economy of 3 from his 41 overs, as opposed to Holman's 14. Both were bowled 4 maidens. 5 for 124 though, De Carey's. None for 43, Holman.
I remember Mason Crane bowling something like 50 overs in one innings here in a drawn game against Surrey, or Surrey might have just nicked it right at the very end, very flat wicket. And the Surrey captain at the time, the off spinner, who's now their head coach, Batty, said afterwards, somebody asked him, not me, but somebody of the media asked him about Mason Crane and what he thought about his bowling. He said he wouldn't have bowled that many overs if I'd been captain of Hampshire. And here we are with De Carey's, who's already bowled 41.
There we go.
I always remember those remarks.
Well, I don't quite follow what he meant, though.
No, I don't. But anyway, he said it. It's on record. Here's De Carey's starting his 42nd over. Cracked away by Organ out towards deep mid-wicket. There is a fielder there. One of 3 out on the boundary on that side. Organ moves on to 14. On the subject, sorry.
Was he dismissing it?
No, I just think he just said that. He just thought that was too many for a young leg spinner to be bowling at that stage.
Right.
We are talking about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
4 years ago, maybe. De Carey's to Fuller. Fuller cuts that away. And now there's nobody on the boundary just in front of point, but the fielder behind point on the boundary is running round. 368 for 7.
Of course, I interviewed him 6 years ago now for you guys when he was out playing for the MCC in the Champions match against Middlesex, Crane. And that was when he got the call up to the Shield, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did, yeah. New South Wales. First player to play for New South Wales since Imran Khan.
Yeah, overseas, yeah.
Yeah, overseas, yeah. I was going to say they haven't been that long without a player. That's pushed out of the offside and there's no run. Michael from Recklesham on the subject of getting people in on championship days. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, let's turn things on its head. Free beer all day but charge £40. But not everybody wants to drink beer all day. But I can imagine a few do. I mean, that would be good value.
Well, you'd pay £40 to see all the silly so-and-sos falling over, wouldn't you?
Yeah, cut away by Fuller. Now, this is a little further in front of square on the offside, and that will be 4. And that takes the Hampshire total on to 372 for 7. We're in the 126th over of the Hampshire first innings.
Be a never-ending stream of stag doos and hen doos coming into the ground, wouldn't it? Cricket will never have seen the like. Nor the stags or hen doos.
Fuller moves on to 21. That's off 32. Still 5 fielders on the boundary. For Fuller, he's round the wicket. Here's De Carey's, and that's driven up to mid-off. That's 373 for 7. James Herriven has also emailed on this subject. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I have a week off work this week and didn't want to spend loads of money, so I opted for the 4-day ticket price of £48. That's pretty good value, especially if you know the weather's going to be good, which it is. So basically 4 days for the price of 3, if bought up front in brackets. Organ works that past the diving De Carey's up to deep mid-on. He moves on to 15, 374 for 7 at the end of the 42nd over of De Carey's. He has picked up all 3 wickets to fall this morning, and he has 5 for 133. Where else can you get what is looking to be 4 full days of live sport for 48 quid? Very reasonable if you're organised enough to purchase up front. On a side note, also got interested in the county championship thanks to the live stream and your very good commentary. Thank you, James. He sounds like my type of man.
It was us that saved it, Kev.
Yeah, we like that. Thank you very much, James. More emails like that, please. silentcricket@gmail.com.
But in seriousness, though, it was that you were able to record the number of people that are actually tuned in on the internet via the radio, via the streams. You know, all of a sudden, the old one man and his dog. Well, it's not the case, is it? No. There's an awful lot of people who are interested. Extraordinary figures.
Yes.
33 million last year on the BBC Live page. Here's Holman, bowls, and forward goes. Organ pushing back, no run. It
didn't involve Middlesex, unfortunately, but the last session, which I think was just about the last session of the 2022 season, happened at Edgbaston between Hampshire and Warwickshire.
Yeah, I was tuned in on Sports Extra.
Yeah.
Here's Holman, drop short, and that's pulled out to mid-wicket along the floor, single for Dorgan.
The combined live picture feed with everything else the BBC was providing, I don't know, I can't remember the exact figure, but it was huge. It was huge.
I remember before I think there was commentary of every game, and there might have been the odd stream here and there at that point, but I remember the early 5 Live Sports Extra figures for their website. Here's Holman bowls, and this turns past the edge, but starting wide, so it was left alone in the end really from Fuller. They'd go up to 200,000 a day on the 5 Live Sports Extra. A lot of that would be the casual TMS listener listening to whatever the choice round was for Kevin Howes and co. So here's length ball, which is edged away, past slip, well past slip, a little late cut from Fuller. He'll pick up a couple here. In fact, he'll pick up 4, keeps going. It beats the fielder, Luke Holman, down to deep thirds. And Hampshire tick along towards that 400 mark. They are 379 for 7. Fuller has 26 from 35, quite the strike rate.
definitely injected some pace into the innings towards the end of this first innings.
Well, the shake-up of the batting order told us that Fuller was given an instruction. It's Holman bowls, and this is eased away into the offside with bat and pads. There was an appeal, but I think there was a thick inside edge, wasn't there, as it ricocheted away. Holman didn't really get involved. It was behind the stumps asking the question. Sorry, I said Holman went to a deep third to retrieve it. It was Peter Milan who headed off down there to collect the ball. Again, it's that round. Holman has them as well. Really round shoulders. As Holman bowls, and this is turned backward a square on the leg side for a single, and they have turned it into 2. Well run, deep backward square coming around to long leg. Really well run. And Hampshire are 380. Is that right? 381 for 7. Organ 381 for 7. Organ has 16. Fuller has 28. That is the end of the over. With Holman, I mean, he has got broad shoulders, but it's very much a slouch as well. But with Milan, it's pure muscle. He's got the muscle around his upper shoulder to his neck. He's a strong man. He hit 80 here in the T20, didn't he? Blasted it all around the Ageas.
Well.
But he was the only man, wasn't he? It was Hampshire versus Milan, really.
And Hampshire won.
They did.
Yeah.
We had Kent versus Holden. He got a century and lost. And then
then you beat Surrey.
And then 14 losing games comes to an end and they chase a record score.
Incredible. Here's to Kerris to bowl the last over before lunch. Organ in behind that one. And there's no run. Mike James, no relation, on the subject of slow play, solentcricket@gmail.com says, good afternoon. There was a gap of almost 4 minutes between Barker being given out and Organ facing his first ball.
Ooh.
That's quite a long time. No wonder we always end up playing overtime. As Kerris comes in. Organ drives into the gap up to mid-on and moves on to 17, 382 for 7. Have the umpires not got the power to speed things up, says Mike on the Isle of Wight.
And that is certainly a frustration, isn't it? Gear on with it. As they used to shout at Dickie Bird at Headingley. Wasn't that the West Indies test when one of the water sprinklers had leaked and there was a big puddle?
Oh, yes.
Gear on with it.
I think Dave Allen has sent me an email, hasn't he, about the Kookaburra ball? Well, he's not. Right, he says no. Well, you have, but yeah. Well, we'll worry about that this afternoon, shall we? Down the wicket comes Fuller, goes out towards extra cover. Is that just for me, for my info about something? Oh, I'll have a read of that at lunchtime.
You look riveted, J-Mo.
Well, I haven't read it yet. 3 balls left until lunch. Here's to Kerris round the wicket. That's turned. Rat Fuller on the pad.
But bounce as well.
Yeah.
He seemed to leap up a little bit with it, didn't he, Fuller, as he tried to turn it to the onside. And again, that's why I think perhaps the finger spinner just seems to have found a little bit more bounce than perhaps the wrist spinner has on this one. Maybe that's been the difference. But
doesn't it?
Dawson won't mind that if that's the case.
No. He could be in for a long haul, couldn't he? That's driven by Fuller up to mid-off, and he moves up to 29. 383 for 7 now, Hampshire. Last ball of the morning session. And Hampshire have added 99. It's always been around the 90s, isn't it, each session?
Yeah.
It's been pretty steady, even though it feels as though they might have scored a few more. As that's quietly pushed by Organ back to the bowler, who doesn't pick it up cleanly, but it won't matter. And there is the lunch on day 2 here at the Ageas Bowl with Hampshire in their first innings. 383 for 7. Felix Organ is 17. Fuller is 29. And the Hampshire innings dominated by those 2 players who were putting together a decent 5th wicket stand.
Whose session was that, J-Mo?
I think Hampshire are getting themselves into a position where
because of the position they began.
This.
Yeah.
I think they struggle to lose this now. Nick Gubbins made 120, Liam Dawson 141. They put on 236 for the 5th wicket. Hampshire starting the day 284 for 4. And Josh Kerris, great effort from him. All 3 wickets this morning, including Barker, who went for 1. He has 5 for 135. He's bowled 43 overs. I wonder if he's got a spinning figure a bit like Moeen Ali. We'll find out a little later. Thank you, Dave Allen. More from him later. More from Kevin Hand later. And myself, Kevin James. We'll join you again in about, just under 40 minutes' time. Well, welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway. The afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 clash between Hampshire and Middlesex. And we've still only had 1 innings in this game so far, because Hampshire will resume their first innings on 383 for 7. And we had another session where around 90 odd runs were added. It's been pretty much standard throughout the 4 sessions so far. In fact, 99 runs were added in the morning session. There was in fact 101 runs added in the evening session yesterday, 92 between lunch and tea on 91 between lunch and tea on day 1, and 92 up till lunch yesterday. So pretty standard fare. There were 3 wickets that fell, all to the off-spinner Josh De Carys, who has 5 wickets in the match, 5 for 135. He's bowled 43 overs so far. And the not-out batsmen are James Fuller, who's 29, Felix Organ is 17. And the big run scorers were out in that first session. Nick Gubbins for 120 against his former county. He was the first one to go after an hour. Reverse sweeping De Carys. He was caught. Liam Dawson was out for 141, and Keith Barker was LBW to De Carys for 1. So here we are with Luke Holman, the leg spinner, getting the afternoon session underway, and he was going to leave that one, was Fuller, but somehow the ball hits his bat. That goes harmoniously out on the offside. You're on a commentary team for this afternoon. A little later you'll hear from Hampshire's honorary historian and archivist Dave Allen, but I'm Kevin James, and next to me is Kevin Hand as Holman comes in and bowls and has driven out towards extra cover.
So does honorary mean they don't have to pay him?
Well, there's some debate. He was on honorary archivist, and then he just became archivist.
Oh, and then they had to pay him, so they made him honorary again.
Well, yeah, I think it depends on when the check arrives on time or not. He's wrapped on the pad there. This is going down the leg side. If it's late, then he becomes honorary.
Am I an honorary commentator this afternoon?
I don't know, it depends
I was
on
here
when
for
you
the
were
first
last
delivery.
paid.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. You missed the first one. You had to deduct that from your fee.
No, I made the first delivery after lunch today.
Oh, you did, yeah. Oh, you should take some off for yesterday.
Yeah.
Fuller drives powerfully past extra cover, past mid-off, 4 runs. Holman just over-pitching there. He's still yet to take a wicket. He's seen his fellow spinner take 5. Holman hasn't quite bowled the amount of overs, though. He's only into his 16th, which is way behind De Carys. But Hampshire move on to 387 for 7. We're in the 129th over of this innings. Hampshire definitely giving the impression that they don't particularly want to bat at all in the second innings. They probably have to bat a little bit. But it's whether there's enough time left in this game on the most placid of pitches, which from time to time is taking a bit of turn, but most of the time really it's just not doing a lot at all really for anybody, as that's driven down the ground by Fuller for a single. Moves on to 34.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I say, the factor is the experience, isn't it? I'm trying to get the excuses in here for De Carys and Holman, but you have someone like Dawson. He's got so much experience, hasn't he?
Yeah,
and that counts a fair bit, doesn't it?
I also think if players don't really want to play any shots, then it's difficult. Well forward there, Felix Organ. Big stride as that goes out in the offside end of the over. 388 for 7. 5 runs off that first over after the break.
That was closest to where he wants to land it as well, wasn't it, for Holman?
Yeah, I think players who just want to just push around and play at their own pace, I think it's going to be very difficult. You somehow need an incentive to score quickly, and then you might see a few things happen. But this pitch hasn't really changed much in nature at all, has it? Yeah.
No. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, won't it? That's for sure. The other factor, which we haven't really talked about, is that top order of Middlesex. Haven't really fired. They've only registered 1 batting point this season, Jamie.
Nobody's got 100 yet for you, have they?
No. And here's De Carys hunting a 6-for. Right arm around from the pavilion end to bowl. Current partnership's 41 runs. Organ Fuller. 17 Organ and 24 Fuller. So here's a full ball, which Fuller's over the top of and eases out to deep point for a single. 3, 8, 9 for 7. So only once all season, first or second innings, have Middlesex gone beyond 250.
Wow.
So, yeah, don't write this one off yet. They're going to do an oval, aren't they? They're going to go and hit a record score in the first innings and win by an innings. Put it all to bed in one go. Slip crouch down, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and De Carey's bowls. This is flayed away off the back foot by Organ. Just a little bit of width and around the wicket, angling across. He fancied that one, Organ, and he gave it some. He's only going to pick up a couple. That's a good chase by Holman. Slides, returns his throw. Strong arm that he's got. And 391 for 7 the score. 130th over of the innings, of which 60 have been accounted for by spin. De Carey's bowls and forward goes. Organ push it back into the offside and there's no run. We haven't had any Sam Robson yet, which is an interesting one. Considering there's a partnership as big as that they didn't throw the ball to Robson, who can be a bit of a golden arm. Just to something different.
I agree. Might turn it a bit more than Holman.
Yeah, here's De Carey's bowls and forward goes. Organ pushing back again, no run. And Max Holden as well. But then this off spinner has done a very fine job, hasn't he, De Carey's?
Yeah, terrific.
Holden was certainly seen as a batter who offered some good off spin years gone by, but hasn't bowled much recently. Another forward defence from Organ. His strike rate's 57. That of Fuller, 76. You'd imagine he'll be looking to up that as he heads onwards and upwards for Hampshire here, towards a 50 perhaps for himself. He's on 35. Organ 19 though. De Carey's comes right arm over the wicket to him and he wristily works that one from outside off towards backward square. But Robson, the aforementioned, comes around and it's a dot ball. 391 for 7, end of the over.
44 overs, eh?
Yes, and 60 in total of spin. You added Holman's onto that. 60 of 130. So when was the last time nearly 50% of an innings was bowled by a spin? First innings in particular.
Yeah. Good point.
Don't make money.
I'd like to see just De Carey's spinning finger.
Yes. Yeah, actually, I should have asked him last night, shouldn't I? I mean, he said he was tired. So I did ask whether that was mental or physical. And he said, yeah, 27 overs. I never bowled that many in a day before.
And we still have not had a ball change either in this game, which is probably one of the pluses of this Kookaburra ball. Holman bowls, it straightens, but Fuller has all the time in the world to play that one.
Better length and line. That was a fraction short, wasn't it? Allowed Fuller to rock back happily, but equally if Fuller wants to try and open up to that one, they do so at his peril. It's got time to turn and bounce, hasn't it, rather than the Fuller deliveries that he's hit away.
Comes in again and bowls. Fuller drives, only as far as extra cover. Feels a fraction warmer at the start of this session than it did this morning.
Breeze has died down, hasn't it?
But quite a bit more cloud than we've been used to over the last few weeks. As Holman bowls outside the off stump. Fuller thinks about playing it and doesn't. He's thinking about cutting that, but didn't trust the ball off the pitch on that one. Stays on 35. Into their 5th session in the field here. Middlesex, that's an awful long time as Fuller does cut that one. I think that was an attempted googly there from Holman. Didn't really do much, but single as there is a fielder out in the deep away to our left. That's Ethan Bamber. 391 for 7. We're way past the point of bonus points. Into the 131st over. Hampshire have picked up 2, Middlesex 1. So that's that as far as this innings is concerned. Of course, we start again when Middlesex begin their reply as Bamber bowls. That's pushed on the onside by Organ for a single. Quite a spread out field on the leg side. Organ moves on to 20, 393 for 7.
Only did 2 drop catches in this innings. Weatherly didn't make them pay from 5 to 15, but Gubbins from 61 to a century did.
Yeah, and an awful lot more time in the middle as well, wasn't it? As that's pushed out, goes out square in the gap. Fuller goes to 37.
Many more unwelcome overs in the legs of those bowlers.
That's the thing, isn't it? As much as anything.
Yeah. That's my thing about Bazball. I think we touched on this yesterday, didn't we? That you look at that first test. What was it? 66 overs. The England first innings lasted. There was no time to rest, was there? And they lucked out a little bit that they lost a session to rain. It meant that they had the day to rest. Gus was talking about it a couple of weeks back and saying, I think it was Gus anyway, but saying, really, you need about 2 days recovery in the middle of a couple of overnights. Bowl on day one and then have the next day off and maybe the start of the following day, and you just start to feel a bit rested as the bowler's ready to go again. But Bazball doesn't really allow for rest.
I wonder when. I wonder when the days of the break in the middle of the test stopped.
Here's De Carey's around the wicket. He bowls, and this is worked to mid wicket. Quick singles taken. Throws to the non-striker's end. He'll go if it hits. It misses. Was that Stoneman? Yes, it was. Only one stump to aim at.
Yeah, what year was that? When there used to be a break, didn't there, after day 3?
I mean, to be honest, it's a fair way back. I mean, I remember it in my childhood, but I'd say it was pre-1990. I don't think did they break for the Gooch 333 as his De Carey's bowls, and this ball's worked through square leg for a single by Organ, moves to 21. I'm going to say it was around then, 1990.
It's not a bad shout, actually.
Roughly on that point. Because I remember it vaguely, the break. That they'd take a. It's funny how you'd be able to put stages of your life, and the Gooch 333 was on. It was also in my parents' moved house that year as well, so it kind of was a before and after. So here's De Carey's bowls, and forward goes Fuller, turns single through square leg. That's a 50-run partnership. Fuller's gone to 29, Organ 21, 74 balls crucially as well for this match. 41 minutes.
Yeah, it's just increased the run rate a little, hasn't it? Just injected some impetus towards the back end of this innings.
Carey's slip in place. He's in, bowls, and this ball's turned through square leg for a single. Throw to the non-striker's end. Oh, get out of the way, Josh. That was Stoneman taking out a little bit of the one that he missed a moment ago. He had all three to aim at. He still missed. Nearly got to Carey's. I think he'd have been home, but he was saying if you're going to take the single, you better take it quickly. That was the other thing that went. It was one that I was never really aware of. David Townsend said it one day on commentary. I said, what do you mean? I'll tell you in a moment. Here's De Carey's around the wicket to Fuller. He just sees enough on the line of that one on the length that he was able to give himself a little bit of room and punch a single out to point. There's no run. An accepted single. I said, what do you mean an accepted single? He said, well, it's an accepted single. I said, you never accept it. But that's changed, hasn't it? You never have an accepted single anymore. Like there, that's not an accepted single. Stoneman comes around to square leg and nearly takes the shins off De Carey's to make sure that Organ had run his single quickly. A little bit of flight on this one from De Carey's, and backing up Organ defends into the offside. 399 for 7, end of the over. Organ 22, Fuller 40. Things that have gone from cricket, eh? The rest day, the accepted single. Bowlers down at long leg allowed to field with their boot, or let it run past them for 4 if it's a metre or so away. That was great, I remember that. And again, going back to my childhood, watching Kirtley and Courtney on the boundary rope. It was always great fun, wasn't it, with the ball was clipped down to long leg to those two. A metre either side, now forget it, and if it's anywhere near, they'll stick out a boot. Things that have changed. 399 for 7, Hampshire.
Luke Holman continuing from our commentary and the hotel end here. His leg spin comes in and bounces down the wicket and he's stumped. That is a good delivery, and Fuller came down. They didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and in the end tried to play a forward defensive. The ball left him off the pitch, and Fuller goes for 40. 399 for 8.
Well bowled, Luke. Good for him. Let's have a look. A little bit of turn there, all right? Yeah, a little bit of turn. He hasn't pushed it wide or anything. That's, even if he'd have stayed in his crease, Fuller, to play that one forward defence, there's a good chance your outside edge was being beaten by that one. So, well bowled, Luke Holman. He gets his wicket at last, having had Gubbins dropped on 61. He picks up Fuller. That was a crucial time as well, because Fuller is the man who could really let rip. But let's say Organ with a wicket to fall and Fuller was still there. You think, oh, hold on, he's got the power that he can hit 6 sixes and over, that fella, hasn't he? Fuller really does do things quickly, both with ball and with bat, and in the fields. He's an all-action cricketer. 399 for 8. Middlesex 4 wickets on day 1. They've picked up 4 today, just into the afternoon session. What did Hampshire resume? They were 284 for 4, weren't they? So they've lost 4 for 105. 115, my apologies. Middlesex will really say to themselves, come on now, these last 2 wickets have got to be cheap. Hampshire all out for 400, then perhaps they're not feeling too rough about it. 'Cause, on any given surface, you usually nowadays hit him 300 just over maybe on the first day, aren't you? And maybe up at 400 around lunch on day 2. I mean, there's a big task ahead of them, and the large part of that task is this fella coming out, Kyle Abbott. Mohammed Abbas to come at number 11 for Hampshire, but these two, what will they produce? Abbott and Abbas with the ball, or Barker's angle, just create something. A different option for the batter, for the bowlers, and again the spinners as well. But Abbott can certainly back, can't he? He's got record against Middlesex recently. I think he got a 50 in the Bob Willis year, didn't he, against Middlesex? I'll just grab my notepad, also known as the laptop.
Yeah, runs have dried up a little bit on the whole for Kyle Abbott though recently. Talking about last season as well as this, he can still very much bat. I think just the emphasis has become very much on his bowling. He averages 18 with the bat overall. He's definitely a better player than that.
Yeah, he really held up Middlesex. I'm sure, I think actually, was it the Abbas match, the 6 for 11?
Well, while you're looking up that, the field is changing for Abbott. Extra fielder coming into the offside. Still a deep mid-wicket though, so they're expecting him perhaps to be positive. Deep mid-wicket, first delivery. Hitting against the spin. Wow. 399 for 8 then. Here's Holman. He's got the slip in. Bowls to Abbott. Abbott was going to play at that and decided not to as the ball just turns away outside of off stump. So we've had 4 wickets in total today. Again, all falling to the spinners, so all 8 wickets have gone to the spinners. Yes, that's cut away on the offside, and that's the 400 up. Sorry, what am I saying? It was to the seamers earlier yesterday. 400 up for Hampshire in the 133rd.
Hellman, Roland Jones?
Yeah, I was just saying they got 2 wickets earlier yesterday. I don't know why I said it was all to the spinners. It wasn't.
Oh, I see.
Since then it is, but that wasn't totally true what I was saying. I think Hampshire have scored 400 in the past. That's a hit out on the offside by Organ for a single. 401 for 8. They did get 482 for 8 declared against Northamptonshire in the game at Northampton, which they won comfortably. It's only the second time they've gone past 400 in the championship this season. It's Abbott on strike. Holman bowls. What's the googly? Cuts that one away, but he was slightly short, but he's just coming off the pitch a bit slow, so it's not really causing the batters too much problems.
58 Kyle Abbott got against Middlesex in 2021.
Okay.
And the Bob Willis Trophy here at the Ageas, April 15th to April 18th.
Always the googly again, plays forward. It's not out of the middle of the bat by any match. A couple of good balls there to finish off, especially that last one. Holman 1 for 60 from 18. Hampshire 401 for 8. That wicket of Fuller, the 1 wicket that's fallen since lunch.
Yeah, the Hampshire won by 249 runs in that game. And day 1, Hampshire 281 for 8. Kyle Abbott 35 not out overnight. Went on to 58. And then Middlesex was skittled in no time, weren't they? That was the Abbas game, I assume, as I quickly skirt back. There we go, Abbas 6 for 11. From 11 overs, 6 maidens. 11-6, 11-6, his figures. Picked up Robson, Holden, Gubbins, Eskenazi, White and Anderson, the entire top 6. Simpson came in at 7, made 16. Roland Jones was bowled by Abbott for 5. Nathan Souter, unbeaten on 24. Finn and Bamber 3 and 0 respectively, as Middlesex were all out for 79. Here's a reverse sweep. Oh, goodness me. He must have got a bottom edge on that past Simpson. But crucially for Organ, past the off stump as well. Some player, ooh, what's he going to signal? A bye. Went straight through. Reverse sweep from Organ. Went straight through the batter, straight through the keeper, and a bye taken 402 for 8. Yeah, that after 319 all out, Ian Holland got 64. I remember that being quite a nuggety innings from Holland. Sam Northeast 63 and Kyle Abbott 58 down the order. Crucial 58 actually. Well, mind you saying that. What a bastard. I guess it didn't really matter what Hampshire got as his. De Carey's he bowls and Abbott's forward pushing into the offside. Middlesex bowling lineup of Bamber, Roland Jones, Finn, Anderson and Souter. Anderson's playing the T20 at the moment. Souter is off at Durham. Leading wicket taker in the Northern Group a couple of games back. That was getting a bit of chatter when Middlesex were on their losing streak. Down the track comes Abbott, he's edged, and De Carey's has 6. Edged straight to the slip fielder, and well, it was a pretty comfortable catch in the end as far as slips go for Higgins, with fingers pointing to the sky, I'd imagine, round about throat height as down the track charged Abbott and looked to heave De Carey's over his head. Not to be. It's a 6th wicket for De Carey's. Abbott's gone for 1, and Hampshire are 402 for 9, and it looks as though Mohammed Abbas will come out to the middle and give it a little thrash with Organ as well to top up this total, but well bowled once more. Josh De Carey's, he's going at 3, he's young spinner, 46th over, 143 young runs. I mean, that's the thing, you know, the number of overs that he's bowled. He talked about the fatigue last night. They really could have got after him, but he's stuck at it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of overs to bowl in one innings. Doesn't matter whether you're used to it or not used to it, or not played much first-class cricket or not. It's an awful lot of overs, and whether you're a spinner or a seam bowler. And yeah, I mean, he looks as enthusiastic bowling now as he did early on yesterday morning, which is key.
Well, I think, you know, they're maybe onto something here, Middlesex, with Carey's, aren't they? If they've got De Carey's and Holman, who both bat, and they're not bad options to have, are they? 2 young. Well, Holman, like I say, it's almost in doubt, I think, which one he's going to be better at, batting or bowling. He's almost 50-50 at the moment. You can quite easily see him going on excelling both. De Carey's, no doubt, he's a batter, but this 6 for is going to give Middlesex a selection headache, or maybe solve something selection-wise. We shall see.
Well, I know it's early days in his first-class career because it's only his 6th match, but when you think that his one sole first-class wicket coming into this match had cost him 160, here he is.
I'm going to have to go back and see who that wicket was now.
Against his name. Yeah, have a look. Quite incredible.
That just telling you the end of that Hampshire game. Hampshire did come back out and bat, I should add in that one. So 319 Hampshire all out, Middlesex 79. Hampshire hit 290 for 4, declaring, and so did Middlesex, a huge target. Ian Holland hit 146 in the second innings, unbeaten. Northeast 118. And bowling figures, they're all up around 4s and 5s, the Middlesex bowlers. Roland Jones must have limped out of that one. He only bowled 8 overs, 1 for 7. Or did he? Maybe he didn't. Anyway, Middlesex were all out for 281 in replies. Abbott got 3, Abbas got 3, Dawson got 1, and 3 free in Holland. Good match for Holland. Here's De Carey's to Abbas. He's a very nice man, Abbas, so I hope he does well. Opened the door for me this morning when I needed to get in. As forward he goes, defending into the offside. There's no run. It wasn't so easy getting back in at lunchtime. That was the thing. I had to go all round the back. I was like, I'm not getting back in at lunch. They were tightening. There was a security guard for lunch today.
Yeah, I always go around. I always go around the outside just in case.
De Carey's 2 balls to go. His 46th from the pavilion end. He bowls and forward goes Abbas defending, and he's going to send back his points. Look at him orchestrating the field. He's done that. He's done it a fair bit, hasn't he? He's grown into this. He's got confidence, hasn't he? To carry. He's instantly just put the hand up. Back you go, please. Point. Last ball of the over.
Doesn't even look at the captain for approval.
Yeah. Good on him. Well, if he goes half as well with the bat in this game for Middlesex, he'll be doing a fair old job as he comes in, bowls, and forward goes Abbas defending, just killing that one dead back up the track. Wicket maiden for De Carey's, 46 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 143. And they really are superb figures. You kind of say, oh, he got 6 for 143. Boy, he took a bit of tap, didn't he? No, he bowled 46 overs.
Yeah, terrific stuff.
He's never at any point in this innings let them get after him. Bear in mind, you had that huge partnership, which again is that as we reflect on this innings and then look towards the Middlesex one and reflect on the end of the Middlesex first innings and weigh it all up then. But that partnership still of 402 for 9 is a real mainstay of it. But for Fuller coming in and playing a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Holman is going to continue from this commentary in. Yeah, Fuller's 40 coming off 55 deliveries with 4 fours. He was the first man out this afternoon. Kyle Abbott the second. Here's Holman. Bowling to Felix Organ. There's a reverse sweep from Organ, but there is a man on the 45. Straight to him.
More enjoyable day from a commentary perspective. More happening, more to talk about.
Well, 5 wickets have fallen, which is one more than yesterday.
And runs come at a better rate, aren't they?
Yeah, just
marginally.
Just feels a bit quicker today, the game, but couldn't get any slower, could it? We didn't want it any slower. Yeah, there'll be lots of talk about the pitch here and the ball combined. As Organ drives hard up to mid-on, but they'll not take a single there. It's difficult to know with this ball being so soft if Felix Organ really can clear the rope. I think, a Fuller can, and maybe 1 or 2 others, but I don't think there's too many in either side actually that would have the strength to actually be confident to clear the rope. But he'll have a go by the looks of it. He goes for the slog sweep, and as I say that, he does. Well, that was just in the slot, and Felix Organ was probably waiting for a ball just as such, so that he could really free his arms across the line, and that's a really good hit. 408 for 9, and Organ moves on to 29.
Yeah, it should be some fun now, shouldn't there? It really should. And again, against Holman, you imagine it shouldn't be easy.
He's asking now if he wants an extra man out on the leg side. There's a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, deep mid on. I'm not sure another fielder out there will do much. It's not the biggest boundary. We are slightly to the right with the pitch that's cut as Holman bowls again. Short. He's pulled that away, and that's not a great ball. That's 1 bounce for 4. There was definitely a bit of a gimme from Luke Holman. Organ moves on to 33. 412 for 9. Bonus runs, all these.
Yeah, it was leg side from Holman, and eyes lit up for Organ at that point.
I think maybe Holman was just a bit worried that if he bowled the ball in that slot again, that Felix Organ would hit him the same way. But if anything, it probably needed to be a little fuller. Roland Jones is just having a chat with him. Roland Jones is at deep mid off. Now they are putting another fielder out on the leg side, which allows the deep backward square leg to come in front. So extra reinforcements on the leg side, but if it's hit well, shouldn't make a difference. Holman might have a little bit more confidence than maybe just pitching the ball up a little further, but I think we know what Felix Organ will try and do if it is. Here's Holman bowls, and he thought about it but just flicks that away on the leg side and goes for a single, as that was the 5th ball of the over, which means Mohammed Abbas only has to keep out 1 ball, and Felix Organ will face the next over from De Carey's, although the boundary on the leg side to our left towards the tunnel area is a little bigger, so it will need to be an even better hit if he's going to try and go big over that area. But it's Mohammed Abbas to face this last ball of this over from Holman. Forward, well done Mo Abbas. The crowd like that. Solid forward defensive shot from the number 11, and it's 413 for 9 at the end of that over. So I didn't realise you were eating lunch.
No, I'm timing it, don't worry. Better timing than the Hampshire Bassers out there. Which hasn't been difficult, the timing, I should add, that's why. There was no slant on the Bassers. You think Gutbin's dug him for his slowest first-class century. A fella who's got a fair old eye as well. He picks it up early. A shot that he used to play quite regularly. He used to talk about a pickup that he used to play. First saw him play it off Overton. Somerset were playing Middlesex at Uxbridge, and I think he was right arm around, length delivery to Gubbins. Just planted the front foot, bonk, donked him into the car park, straight into the back window of Toby Roland Jones's car.
Oh,
but it was one of his first innings. Just plonked it. Hand-eye coordination, sees the ball very early. But yeah, it was difficult timing out there, wasn't it? 413 for 9. Now, here's De Carey's.
Yeah. Now, if I was Felix Organ looking to go big, where am I aiming? There's not a lot of area. Now, obviously, over extra cover is an area that he could go, but that's taking a little bit of a risk.
Well, De Carey's has been bowling in the power play for Middlesex. He's in now, bowls, and backing away. Organ looks cut hard at that one. Trickles along the floor to Bamber at cover. Yeah, they've had him bowl as many as 2 overs in the power play, which, you know, is a huge boost for the young spinner. Steps in now, bowls, and that's swept in the air. Deep mid-wicket comes around. Holden, 1 bounce. They've rejected the single. Yeah. He played it with some control, that though, didn't he? It was more, all right, I'm going to try and get it. I think he wanted to try and get it fine of Holden, didn't he? When he realised he wasn't going to get what he wanted, he didn't hit it.
He was looking for 2 placement.
Here's a length ball, which has Organ charging down the track and missing it. He gets pad on it though, which saves him because the pad deflects through to the slip fielder with no bat involved. But crucially, it stops the ball going through to the gloves of Simpson to stump him. So all go for Organ here. De Carey's, like I say, not easily hit away. Comes in now, bowls, and attempted sweep, but from outside off stump, it thumps into the pad, trickles away. No thought of an, well, there was a thought of an appeal, but they quickly forgot about it. Fun and games, JMO, fun and games. We've been waiting for this, haven't we?
Yeah, as I say, this is quite difficult for Felix Organ in this situation where it's a massive boundary away to our left, and you know, realistically, are you clearing the field? No. And they've strengthened it again by bringing Higgins across. Maybe the reverse sweeps on. Get a good bat on it.
Carries around the wicket, bowls, and backing up. A single is taken, 5th ball of the over by Organ. So he didn't get what he wanted, so he's going to settle for the single, ask Abbas to block 1, and then try and go after Holman again.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's okay. I mean, he's tried in that over. It hasn't come off.
Yep.
And he's looked up at the board and said, right, we're coming towards the end of the over. Maybe if Holman stays on, the short boundary's back in play. Even though I'm hitting it against the spin, the short boundary's back in play. So, again, Abbas has only just got to keep out 1 delivery.
Breeze picks up. We'd have taken a breeze yesterday, wouldn't we, in the afternoon? I have to admit, that was a long afternoon yesterday without much happening in the heat. That was a challenge, that, reaching for the caffeine at that point. I have to admit, I was feeling a little on jaded side myself yesterday afternoon.
We're waiting for a helmet to come out? I think we are. They've got to crowd him. I mean, it's silly having.
Well, that's a
the
good
field
point.
scattered.
That's a good point. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Everybody up. It's Abbas. Get him around the back and get it done.
It's almost as if it's taken a while.
I mean, there's barely a point. There's barely any point whatsoever having a fielder out here.
Okay. Well done, Sam Robson, because it looks like he's stepping up. Although he actually is stepping up only because he knows a helmet is coming out. Although that's taken ages. It's not even out on the field of play yet.
Here he comes, Ishan Kaushal. They all down. So they're all down in the dugout. What do we call them? The
Dugout.
do we call them dugouts?
Well, portable dugout.
Yeah.
This is taking an amazing amount of time.
Right, Kaushal's there now. I assume that the 3 of them were all sat down. So you got Kaushal. Just think who else is there. Martin Anderson. We saw Jack Davis leaving, we think, yesterday, didn't we? He packed up his stuff certainly and brought it back over to this side of the ground. Maybe the other one sat down there. There's the binoculars. Anyway, there he goes. He sat back down again, Kaushal. So he had to run all the way up to the dressing room, get it, and then run back out for Robson. As De Carey's is in, bowls, and that is dabbed late by Abbas. And they probably could have had 2 there, but they've rejected the single. And that is the end of the over. Chatter from the ground as well is probably saying you could have had 2 there, but Abbas remains on 0 from 5. Hampshire 414 for 9. Organ has 35. And De Carey is 47 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 144. Beautiful.
Is he going to bring up 50 overs? Is Mo Abbas going to block out his odd ball or 2 in an over long enough? Is Felix Organ going to stick around long enough? Because we know, as I'm sure Luke Holman knows, as I'm sure most of the ground knows, that somewhere along the line Felix Organ is going to try a big shot on the leg side. And it'll either come off or it won't, of course. 414 for 9.
What did you go for lunch today, Kev?
I had the meatballs and pasta, which was gorgeous. Your chicken Caesar salad looks lovely. That's what Emily Windsor had yesterday.
Doesn't look as good as Emily's, as you said it might not.
Well, she had a proper plate. You've only got a polystyrene thing.
She had a plate and a half.
I don't think she could quite polish it all off, to be honest, which I'm not surprised. Here's Holman then with his leg spin, bowling to Felix Organ. It goes for the reverse sweep. It's gone fine. Oh, yes, there are runs. And that may just go all the way, and it does. Well, if you're not slog sweeping against the spin, then it's worth going the other way. And that's exactly what Felix Organ has done, and that is his top scorer of the season. Thank you, David Allen. As soon as David Allen came in and started writing, I knew exactly what he was trying to do.
See, even just his presence, it alerts us, doesn't it?
It spurs you on to think about what's around you, not just what's out there in the middle. What's the significance of that boundary? And it's Felix Organ's top scorer of the season. Admittedly, this time he hasn't given any chances, whereas at Northampton he gave 4 chances for that 38, and they were all in the slip area. But not taking anything away with it. Coming in at number 9, those are very, very valuable runs. 51 balls he's faced, and that is very much a reinforced leg side with 4 men on the boundary. He's coming round the wicket, Holman, so the slog sweep is definitely on here. He's going for the reverse sweep, misses. Simpson's asking for the caught behind. He's still asking for it, as if to say, I'm not just appealing for no reason, honest. I don't think anybody really truly believes there was a bat on that one. 418 for 9.
Now, speaking of Abbott again, we'll come back to that. Here's Holman.
Yeah, round the wicket. It's whipped away. Oh, there could be. Is there 2? No, just take the dot ball.
Speaking of Abbott getting 58 in 2021, well, in 2020, that match at Radlett, championship game played at Radlett, didn't Organ pick up a bag full there? Didn't he outbowl Dawson? I'll have a look.
I have no idea. Here comes Holman, bowls. Just a forward defensive. I'll leave you to.
You'll be impressed by this, won't you? You'll be nearly as impressed by the fact that I pinned the 6 for 11 and the Abbott 50. But if I get the Organ one as well.
I'm not sure I will be, but anyway. Let's see what happens when you read it out. Let's just see. Now, one of the leg side fielders on the boundary is coming up. That's the square leg. So there is 2 balls left of this over, so they're trying to cut off one of the avenues that Organ might look to just push a single. Still think Organ, if the opportunity's there, will go big on the leg side. We'll have to wait and see.
Organ steps into the breach.
Here's Holman. Bowls. There's a slog sweep. Misses. Little too full, I guess. As Organ rolls the ball back to the bowler.
Middlesex 252 all out in the first innings, having been put in by Hampshire at Radlett. There were 4 for
Holman bowls, and it's whipped away through mid wicket, and he'll keep the strike. Nicely played. He moves on to 40. Just to emphasise again, his top scorer of the season, 419 for 9.
4 for Ryan Stevenson, who you'll also remember collided with the temp hole when he went sliding into the and he got a nasty gash on his leg, so he was done for, wasn't he?
Was that the same game Dawson?
Yep.
Did he?
Fuller got 2 for 54, Barker 2 for 44. Abbott and Abbas, I guess, couldn't have come over for that game, would they? So you were down a couple. Holland none for 38, and Liam Dawson 2 for 39 from 16.5. No Felix Organ in the first innings, but Felix Organ did open the batting for Hampshire. He scored 11 before he was caught Scouser off Harris. Weatherly hit 98, 51 northeast.
Did you say caught Scouser?
Scouser, yes, Souter. Souter. He's got a funny accent, but not that funny an accent. Northeast 51, Dawson 43, 296 all outs. Hampshire in reply, so a lead of 44. So here's to Carey's bowling to Organ, who slams a sweep shot straight to Holden and says, forget it, no run. Murtagh got 4 for 2 for Harris, we say, 1 for Helm, 1 for Souter, 1 for Tilan Wallalawita, who, as you may recall as well, we were discussing charged down the wicket, didn't he, and missed one in that game also. Maybe it was a game back, actually, thinking about it. Maybe it was the Sussex game. As this ball is swept. No, not swept. It's through to the gloves of Simpson. He went hard at that one from around the wicket again. So, 296 all out. Then Middlesex second innings. In that innings, Liam Dawson, 43, retired hurt. Achilles, wasn't it?
Yeah. Tried to set off for a single, didn't he?
Horrible stuff. Big sweep up in the air from Organ. Underneath it, Holden. And holding on, Max Holden. And Josh Takeros has 7 for 144, and he takes his cap from the umpire. He has a double teapot, mainly in exhaustion, not in frustration at all. 7 for 144 in his 48th over. he said he's barely bowled, he's not bowled anywhere near 27 in a day. Well, he's now bowled 48 in an innings by the mid-afternoon of the second day. Hampshire are all out. Organ gone for 40, but Josh de Carey's, well, will he ever take back better figures? A 7-for? What a performance by him. And the perseverance of the young man, and the perseverance of the skipper with him. But crucially, he was going at threes throughout, kept control of the over rate, which really is a fine performance by him. Good catch by Holden. Unlucky for Organ, he had to try and find those runs, didn't he? And Holes out. Abbas 0 from 5, unbeaten at the other end. Hampshire all done for 419.
So top run scorers in that innings, Liam Dawson with 141, Nick Gubbins with 120, put on 236 for the fifth wicket. A record fifth wicket partnership for Hampshire against Middlesex. It broke a 100-year-old record, would you believe. So the applause is for Josh de Carey's, who previously had only ever taken one first-class wicket, and now he has 8. Isn't it amazing how professional cricket goes? 419 all out then, and that lasted 137 and a half overs. We will let Kevin Hand finish his lunch. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with you in just under 10 minutes time. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where finally, after 137 and a half overs of this match, Hampshire's first innings has come to an end. 419 all out. Josh De Carey's 7 for 144 from 47 and a half long overs. I'm sure he's saying that as he's laying stretchered out, I'm sure, in the away team dressing room. I'm Kevin James. A little later, Hampshire's honorary. Depends if he's been paid yet, but he's honorary if he hasn't been paid. Otherwise, he's historian and archivist Dave Allen. But Kevin Hand alongside me, and to take you through for a few minutes anyway. Dave Allen will be in shortly.
Yeah, so out comes Stoneman and Robson. It's been noted Middlesex haven't got a centurion in the championship yet this summer. They've only gone past 250 once, first or second innings all season. So they've got one batting point to their name this summer, Middlesex. And in the second innings they haven't gone past 250 either. So, although they did chase 240 to beat Nottinghamshire at Lords, it was a fine chase, which this man gave it a fair old start. Mark Stoneman, he'll be on strike. Just finishing very quickly that Felix Organ story from Radlett. So he was in as an opener. He got 11 and 10. In between, there were 4 wickets. 2 wickets indeed for Dawson, 2 for 39, but then he got injured in between, and it meant that Organ had to bowl as the spinner in the Middlesex second innings, and he got 4 for 42. So Organ will be hoping for a similar return here against Middlesex in this innings. But first up, Keith Barker. He's asking for a window to be shut, which has upset Mark Stoneman, because Barker's going to be left arm over to the left-hander, and above that, white netting, white mesh. This is the sight screen. At the pavilion end, there's a door open on the middle balcony, just above the clock face. For those of you who know the Bransgrove Pavilion very well. 3 slips crouched down, there's a point and a cover and a mid-off and a mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Pretty orthodox for Barker, who is left arm over to Stoneman. He's past the umpire now, he bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump by Stoneman. Through it passes. On the south coast, these two set Middlesex on the way to that record first-class score that may or may not have taken it off of the match that we were mentioning for Hampshire a few years back, which was 640 odd. It was 670 odd in that game. Down at Hove a couple of seasons back when Holman got the 10-for in the match. Well, young De Carey's going to have the chance of a 10-for here as well, isn't he? 7 in Hampshire's first innings. Barker, second ball of Middlesex's first innings, he bowls, and Stoneman lifts the bat high in the air. Through it passes. Clouded over, it really has clouded over here actually right now. There's a little bit of rain over the back of the forest in the distance, isn't there? The wood, sorry, not the forest, the wood. over the back of the. It mounds up that wood behind the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, but creeping over the top of it, some pretty dark clouds. The sun has disappeared, and I don't think it's going to be back anytime soon with the amount of cloud cover around us. Here's Barker, bowls, and Stoneman plays inside one that swings away outside the off stump. Comes to prod at the surface. Was it seam movement then? We'll look at the replay. But that'll be one of excitement for Hampshire for sure. Because you'd look at the overheads now, and it's the perfect time to start this innings. If this ball's only going to do something for an hour or so, 15 overs, well, an hour of this cloud cover will certainly help. Barker hits the crease, bowls full of length, and Stoneman forward gets right in behind that one. He'd have expected that right up there on that off stump. See what was what in the middle of it all. I'm just scrolling back to see if I can see that ball, how much it swung, if it did swing. There's the one that, yeah, the one that he just defended Stoneman. That one had a bit of swing in it as well. It was quite straight. Here's the ball previous, which JMO may or may not have seen. Let's see how much it did swing. Here's Barker live in front of us first up though. Bowls and swings that one past the edge. Beaut from Barker. Here's the third ball of the over, which I fancy, yep, went a fair old way. But that's what we're expecting, isn't it, from Barker first up? And again, the overheads are there, Kev, for it now as well.
Well, I have to say, I think we've already seen as many balls swing in this over as we've seen in the whole game so far.
Yeah, as you say, it was only a little bit for Roland Jones, wasn't it? Are they regretting not playing this swing bowler Murtagh? Although his pace on this surface.
This will last too long.
Barker. He's in bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track. Well, we said, Helm and Roland Jones both got it to swing, but only for a little while yesterday. But equally, they didn't have the overheads for it. Barker's got the overheads, so have Hampshire. Opening over played out as a maiden by Stoneman. I believe that's going to be the enemy. Yes, it is. So after a few words from Kevin James, it'll be Dave Allen.
Yes, well, nice to see it swing. It's a pleasant change, actually, in this game. It was just the odd one for Toby Roland Jones. Yes, it did pick up the wicket of Fletcher Middleton early on yesterday morning when he edged a swinging full delivery. But they've been very few and far between. There were reports, I think I heard Alex, one of our local journalists here, say that there were reports around the country of the ball in certain grounds reverse swinging after a little while. We didn't see that here. We'll have to wait and see. The first over was a maiden. Dave Allen is back for another stint, and it's Mo Abbas from our commentary end.
I guess what we might say is that it is quite overcast now, and it is quite humid. Not like yesterday, but quite humid. So I suppose in some senses it's conducive to a bit of swing. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this ball is shiny and hard, and as we've already learnt, that it doesn't stay hard for too long, but doesn't lose its shape. We have still not had to change a ball in this game. There's Abbas comes in, right arm over and bowls. Always wrapped on the pad there, Robson pushing forward. Maybe just nip back a fraction. Just have a look at that if you're watching the live picture feed. They just have come back a fraction. So 419 all out Hampshire, a marathon first innings which lasted 137.5 overs. Abbas has 3 slips at the far end as we look. Comes in and bowls to Robson now. Robson on in behind that, pushes that out to Abbott at wide mid off. So, yes, it'd be interesting to see. Yeah, so we haven't had cloud cover with a new ball yet, have we? We had 2 new balls in the Hampshire innings, both times, certainly the first change. Well, yeah, when the change was full sunshine, so we wouldn't have got an indication as to maybe how this ball might behave. But there are some darker clouds around. There was a short leg in for Abbas as well. Robson on the back foot, steers that a little wider of Abbott this time, and will pick up a single, and Middlesex register their first run. Sorry,
I was going to say we've had 10 wickets in this game, Kevin, but still in the first division of 5 games. That's fewer than at any other game. 13 at Essex, Warwickshire, and 12 Northants, Kent. Kent are stuffing Northants. Do look to be struggling, don't they, this year?
Northants?
Yeah.
Don't look a good side, do they, really?
Notts and Somerset, 22 wickets already, so there are wickets falling with this ball.
Abbas to the left-hander. Stoneman pushes that out towards extra cover.
Surrey and Lancashire, 19 wickets, so it's all of that suggests. I'm not that much of an expert on these things, but all of that suggests that the pitch is perhaps the key element here. And when you put that pitch with this ball, the two things.
Yep, I think you're right, Dave. Yes, maybe a pitch with a bit more pace on it would help the scoring and maybe the bowlers to a certain extent as Abbas comes in the game. Always an expansive drive, and that's a thick outside edge which has gone backward a point for 4 runs. Bit of width there from Abbas. Stoneman really went after that, didn't he? Look at the live picture feed. That really is very wide delivery indeed.
Maybe they know Abbas well enough to think anything slightly offline, you better plunder it because it might not be much more.
Well, listen, I don't know about you, but I'm not expecting. I mean, it was nice to see a bit of swing from Barker, but I'm not expecting massive amount of seam movement for Abbott or Abbas, are you? Not from what we've seen so far. I mean, if they do, then they really are truly the very, very good bowlers that we know they are. But I think even they might find it hard work. Oh, he's padding up, not playing a shot. Not out, says umpire Ian Blackwell. He's round the wicket this time, Abbas. So the LBW is on, but I think he's got a long way outside off stump. But even so, not playing a shot. Ooh, I tell you what. He's maybe a bit of a lucky boy there.
I wonder if height might have been part of the doubt, but it was difficult to see on the replay if it was. Oh, here we go again. Let's see what I can see. It was It did bounce quite a lot. I guess if you were the umpire, you'd be thinking, did it bounce too much? Was it just outside the line?
Well, there's no way is it out if he's looking to play a full defensive. But the fact that you've left it a shot, you're inviting trouble.
And, Barker, who's left arm, of course, Barker's going to go round, which is tactically interesting because it won't be wearing foot marks for the off spinner. Bowls that one, and it's just played out to point for no run. Yeah, I mean, the main job for Barker is to take wickets, not to create a pitch that Organ can bowl into. But if he does bowl round, then it won't disturb the surface in a way that Organ would welcome. Anyway, he's bowling from the pavilion end. And Robson it is, facing just onto the back foot there, plays it between the man at slip and man at point, who runs down to the fence to retrieve the ball because it's gone away for 4. There's no gully, there are three men alongside the wicketkeeper, but no gully. 2 slips and a point. There were 3 slips when he was bowling over. I'm not sure that it's now swinging the way it did in the previous over from Barker, is it?
No, not really.
Don't think so. In and bolts. Well, that nipped away. Pitching probably on about off stump. Ben Brown had good lift and carry. And umpire Long just calls attention to a foot mark, but it's a long way down and would be of more use to a leg spinner that doesn't exist in this game than to anybody else. Barker again. Comes in a bowls, and that's fuller length and straight. Defensive shot up to mid-off, no run. 9 for naught in the 3rd over. 4 to Stoneman and 5 to Robson.
Yeah, I think Barker, he does favour coming round the wicket to the right-handers. He likes the ball angling in and then just straightening a fraction, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Left-handers, he will come over the wicket more.
Here he is. And yeah, that just straightened a little. Brown came across and took it. There was no attempt at a shot from Robson. It's quiet around the ground at the moment. Everybody wondering how this part of the game will pan out. Tough from this position to see how Middlesex might engineer a win from it, but they might be looking at a number of points, and that's rather straighter and played off his hip, and it's chased out towards the boundary and retrieved, but they're able to take 3 runs. Robson up to 8, and the end of the over at 12 for naught after 3.
We might have seen all the swing we're going to get
Yeah.
already.
Yeah.
Robson has 8 and Stoneman has 4. Yeah, Sam Robson this year averaging just 25, which he'll obviously be very keen to get that a little higher. He averages 37 overall in his career. He's actually playing his 196th first class match in this game.
Is he?
33
lot,
years of
isn't it?
age.
In
7
the
test
modern-
matches, remember back then?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
A while ago since he played. Right-hander, he's facing about the start of a new over. That's nipped back a fraction. He's in behind that one.
Yeah, I mean, to get up towards 200 first-class games in the current climate is that's quite considerable, isn't it? That's going to take you 15 years, even if you're playing pretty much every game.
It is, isn't it?
So
he's around about the same as James Vince, actually. James
Yeah.
Vince is playing his 197th.
yeah,
So that'll give you an idea.
yeah.
Here's a bass. Still got the short leg in, although they're fairly deep. Robson in behind that one. So that goes out on the offside. Yeah, it's a lot of games, isn't it?
How many did you play? Do you know? First class.
Not a clue.
No,
I can look it up. I really don't know. People think I should know. I don't.
I'm the person that could look it up if you want. I'll
then,
tell
you
you
have a look for me.
I'll tell you the most ever for Hampshire. Although of course he didn't play anything that we now call white ball cricket. The most for Hampshire ever is Phil Mead, and it's 700.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Here comes a bass. To Robson is forward. That's the right about the right length. I think the previous 2 deliveries were just a fraction too short on this slow pitch. I'm sure Abbas knows, he doesn't need me to tell him that, but there is a length on here which you don't really want to be straying from, otherwise the batters find it a little too easy to play it off the pitch because it is so slow.
Oh, you played more than they did. You
Ah,
played 225 first-class matches.
Sorry.
That's for everybody. That's first class, not just Hampshire.
Yeah, that's Middlesex and Wellington as well. Yeah. Here comes Abbas, a little straighter, and that's nicely played by Robson through square leg. Just sort of helped it away on the leg side. Nice piece of timing. And he moves into double figures. He moves on to 12, and it's 16 without loss.
You also played 254 list A games, which is the 60, 55, 50, 40. I'm trying to think how many formats you played. You played Sunday League, Benson and Hedges and Gillette Cup, didn't you? You played all of those, yeah. So
40 overs,
Yeah,
50,
yeah.
45 and a half
Yeah.
overs,
yeah,
42 and a bit.
it was extraordinary. Yeah, I mean,
So
it is
many.
when you look at those records, you know, you remember that in the first year, 1963, they played 65 overs.
Incredible,
So the variations are considerable.
Abbas bowls flicked away, but well fielded at short leg. That's why it's all called. Oh, it was a no ball from Abbas. That's why it's all called list A. They've all lumped
Yes,
it together
that's
rather than
right.
just say, well, you know,
Yeah.
in this 40 overs and that 45,
Yeah.
and that. It's too many.
I'm not sure that there is such a thing as a list B. I've never quite found out, but list A is essentially what would be first class cricket, except it's only 1 day, 1 innings. You know, so it's the top level. List B would, I suppose, be top level club. You know,
National
Premier
counties?
Leagues.
What would be national counties?
But yeah, I'm not sure about
I'm
that.
not sure I've
yeah.
ever seen list B.
Yeah.
Have you?
No,
Or
I
you
don't
obviously
think
have.
there is, but there might be. I don't
Abbas
know.
comes wide of the crease. Robson forward. Goes out square on the offside.
It's a bit like, when you look up players' records, particularly from a long time ago, there's first-class matches, and then there's miscellaneous games,
Yes.
and you can't always be sure, So there are first-class records of Hampshire cricketers who played, for example, for the Navy against the Army 100 years ago, and they were first-class matches. They would play them at Lord's, 3 days, and quite a lot of the people in those sides played county cricket.
Abbas comes into Robson. Robson flicks that away behind square on the leg side this time. May look for 2. Nope. That's a good fielding down there by Joe Weatherly in front of the Shane Warne stand away to our right. That's 19 without loss at the end of that over. Yeah, and of course the old university games used to be
They were
first class as well.
Yes,
I think
were.
there'll be a few in those for me.
Yeah.
So one of those hundreds counts as first class.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh yeah, I'll take it.
You got 10 first-class hundreds.
1 against Oxford.
Okay. And what else did you get? You got 11 times you took 5 wickets in an innings, and once you took 10 wickets in a match. Was that Basingstoke?
Was, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. And wasn't that against Middlesex? I've got
Somerset.
Oh, Somerset. Okay. Keith Barker it is to run in the bowl, and that was quite well pitched up, and Robson playing that from the crease and not getting forward very much. A little bit of excitement behind the wicket. I think you did do rather well against Middlesex at Basingstoke, didn't you, on one occasion, or am I misremembering?
No,
Perhaps I am. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
It's so long ago, but
Yeah.
no, I just remember taking those. That was definitely Somerset.
Somerset, yeah. Yeah. Here's Barker. Oh, and he's playing all the way across that. I mean, it was a slightly shorter ball than the previous one, but it was almost like he decided he hadn't played the last one properly. But he actually just was sort of stabbing across it there, and did wrap him on the pads, but it's not given. There are only 2 slips now, incidentally. There's a third man, quite wide third man.
I think generally coming forward to Barker, coming round the wicket, you're going to get yourself outside the line. Generally. Now, what's happening in the slips here?
Yeah,
Somebody
I don't know.
dropped something.
Found something.
Something on the
Somewhere.
outfield.
Yeah.
James Vince has seen as just.
Yeah.
I wouldn't dare suggest it's a stone or something, but
He's
suppose every now and
rescued
then.
a worm, that's all it is. He's been kind. There is a short leg, incidentally, and that's down the leg side. That's a T20 wide, but of course not in first-class cricket. I do sometimes say to people, it usually mystifies them because they don't necessarily know hundreds of things about cricket, but they say, so what sort of cricket do you like then? And I say, well, the cricket I like most is where there's a very good prospect of a short leg fielder. Because you don't see him very often in the 20 over games, do you? It'd be quite funny if you did. Barker in, bolts, and he just stands up straight, Robson there, and pushes it out to cover for no run. I wonder if you were bowled out for 80 and you just had to take wickets in the T20, would you 2 slips and a short leg? Would you?
Have I ever seen a short leg in a T20? I don't
Yeah.
know. Is it the sort of fielding position that if you happened to be walking along the road and you looked over a hedge and you saw a short leg in, you would actually stop and make a point of actually watching the game?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's pushed up to middle, and actually that's that no run, and it's a very lovely question because I can't remember who wrote the poem, but somebody wrote a poem, and it's not just about cricket; it's about England, and there is this reference in it to stopping.
Martin Emerson.
So, Martin Emerson, he says that stopping a man stopping and gazing over the village, over the gate of a field at a game of cricket.
Yeah.
And he smiles and walks on. Yeah. Keith Barker. And that just nipped away a little, but there was no difficulty there for Robson to leave it alone.
And conversely, if you were walking along the road and you looked over a hedge and you saw a game with people in coloured clothing and a white ball, you would almost jog past.
I'd throw stones at him.
And dive back behind the hedge.
Yeah.
Where that's coming from.
I'm not quite that anti at all, to be honest with you. But
Have you ever come to a 100 game?
Yes, I came to the first one.
Oh,
I said, as a matter of principle, that since I was utterly opposed to it, I don't mean as a game of cricket. I meant in terms of what it was doing to the game of county cricket. That if I was going to be that vehement about it, I owed it to the thing to come to one, and I did.
Good.
And I watched mostly the women because I went home early, to be honest, to avoid the traffic. The women's game, that was fine.
Abbas is round the wicket to Stoneman, the left-hander, who leaves that one alone through to Ben Brown. I'm going to get off the 100 because Kevin Hand next to me is well, he only knows one view, does Mr. Hand, and I'm not sure I'm quite ready to hear it yet. Maybe when this game goes deep into day 4 and Middlesex are still 200 runs behind on the first innings, I might be willing to hear it.
Yeah.
But at the moment,
I tell you what it is for me as a cricket fan. If I think back to Glastonbury, you see, I because I'm very involved in music, always have been all my life, popular music. So
here's Abbas round the wicket to Stoneman once more. Stoneman gets a straighter ball, pushes that up to middle.
But even though I love cricket and we'll watch all kinds of cricket and stuff, and I'm very pleased that Hampshire are doing well in the T20 and so on. But the thing with the 100 is, for me, it's a bit like switching Glastonbury on and seeing that Guns N' Roses are on, and I've simply no interest in them now. I don't. Since I sing and play guitar and stuff, I'm in no doubt whatsoever that what they're doing is actually pretty accomplished. I've simply no interest in it whatsoever. It's just that. That's all it is, and it's not their fault. It's not my business, I mean, okay, don't like it, don't like the 100. Okay.
That's why there's all different types of music,
That's
different
it.
types of players, as Stoneman works that away wide of Abbott, who will chase after it, and we'll keep it down to 2. And Middlesex move on to 21 without loss, and they don't look as though they've got too many things to worry about out there at the moment.
Not at the
pitch
minute,
looks
no.
just as slow as it did when Hampshire were batting.
The other thing I think about all of that is when I watch you guys, for all those years growing up watching cricket and before you and so on, watching county championship cricket and playing myself in Hampshire League cricket.
Abbas comes into Stonewall once more, forward, out on the offside, it goes.
There was always a sense for me that what I was doing was not very different from what you guys were doing. It simply wasn't anything like as good. But I was doing the same things. In fact, club cricket on a Sunday, you would still play cricket that was not limited overs. You could play games where you'd come in with your side in trouble and battle it out for a draw. Yep. So it's very similar. I could never ever have done the things they do in the 100. I couldn't have bowled slower balls. I couldn't have played scoop shots. And it's hugely skillful.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. Down the leg side. Taken by Ben Brown. I mean, some of the shots now that these guys are playing are just absolutely ridiculous.
They are.
I mean, they are.
Yeah.
I mean, now there's a shot for every ball that's bowled, and yet there used to be good balls which you would expect the batter not to be able to smack out the ground, but they've got a shot for every ball, and it's great. I mean, listen, it's probably great for the batters, not so good for the bowlers. But
the one simple thing that I wish is that they had simply created a better T20 county game. That's what I wish, simply.
Next ball, Stoneham almost plays it onto his stumps. Ball's trickling towards Ben Brown. End of the over, 21 without loss. What do you mean by that, Dave?
Well, timing it better. Making it more accessible to the kids in the summer and all the rest of it, and not needing to go down that route of the 100. Might have had to have 2 divisions, so I don't know, but I think the problem in the end is that the increasing franchise thing threatens the county game. And I suppose I'm an old timer because I identify with my county. I was born in Hampshire. I've lived pretty well all my life in Hampshire, worked a great deal of it in Hampshire. I feel like I'm a Hampshire man. I'm a Pompey man and a Hampshire man. I can identify with those things. I can't identify with something called Southern Brave, but I'm not assuming that 12 and 13-year-olds can't do that, because I think maybe they can. Maybe that world has changed, and my world is, I'm 73, it's going away. That's okay. Keith Parker bowls, and outside the offside, just nips away again. Brown, not a substantial amount. Brown takes it. So I think, in the end, I have to shut up and just accept that, a bit like Guns N' Roses or rap. I mean, I don't really get rap, but it's not my business, is it? It's okay.
There needs to be something for everybody, don't
Yeah, that's right.
And the argument about why the T20 isn't the way that people think it could be.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Barker round the wicket still, and that's a very straight ball played. Very straight. I thought for a minute it had gone through mid-off, but it didn't. He scrambled to the ground and stopped it quite nicely. That was a very good replica of perfect net cricket. That bowl and bat and shot, really. Barker absolutely on the money, and the batter playing straight through it. Robson, who's on 13. Little change in the field as a consequence, so he brings his cover in closer and slightly straighter, and Robson is tempted to try and play that out square where it would have been covered, and then at the last minute decides he won't, and it goes through to Ben Brown. And the umpire, Mr. Long, is having another check on Barker's footmarks, but they are very wide of the right-hander's leg stump, so they're not going to cause I suppose the left-handers wouldn't particularly like it there, but they're quite a long way down the pitch as well. Here he is and bowls, and again just lets that go through. As we would expect, Kevin, this opening pair are just being very circumspect, very careful, aren't they? We're in the 7th over now. It's 21 for naught, playing exactly the right way. And thinking to themselves they'd like to be here after lunch tomorrow. You're not thinking that.
I don't mind seeing them again after lunch tomorrow if it's in the second inning.
Yeah.
Quite happily see that.
Lovely. Barker bowls. And again, he just lets that through outside the off stump.
Just going back to the T20 thing, and without sounding like a broken record, we know why the T20 isn't promoted as much as it could be in some people's eyes. Is because we need a Premier League competition.
Yeah.
Every country now has one.
Yeah.
And we need one.
Yeah.
And it will never happen.
No.
Well, we have a county T20 tournament because the counties will never agree to it.
No, you're
because
right.
we need half the number of teams playing in the top division, and the counties won't agree to that.
No. Well, that was all round not the best of cricket, and I've got a feeling he certainly played that through the slips, and I think it might have been a chance, but I wouldn't say it was a drop. Was it a drop? I don't know. Did it just pitch in front? I've got to be honest.
That's Ian Holland on there as a sub-fielder.
Yeah, well, I just thought it was 22, thinking it is Ian Holland.
I'll be honest with you, I couldn't really tell.
Yeah. No, it was difficult to know whether it bounced in front. Ian Holland is fielding at second slip in place of Dawson. Did you think it did?
Yeah.
Oh, here we are. Sorry, Kevin's got it here. Here we go. That's a much clearer picture. Difficult to say. There's three of us hovering around the picture there.
Are you saying yes or no? No, even Kevin has now.
Journalist Alex, commentator Kevin, and me, and between us we're not sure. I got a feeling it just bounced in front and therefore evaded him.
That's cut away, but kept low to Robson. Start of a new over from Abbas. I think it's fair to say we're not sure, none of us.
It would be one of those that would go to the video umpire in a test match and everybody would argue about it for weeks. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's hitting the ground as he gets his hands round it, and then it bounces away, doesn't it?
I reckon even if he held on, it should have been not out.
Yeah, touching the ground. Hands above the ball probably, but very, very close. Well, it all gives them some encouragement, won't it?
Abbas to Robson. Robson plays that off the back foot.
Thanks, Kev. Thank you. Yeah. And it was difficult to tell from Keith Barker's reaction because he had his hands on his head, but I felt he was frustrated.
You're struggling to get your fingers around that, aren't you?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we've got to say that has not quite carried by millimetres.
I suggested incidentally that it's Dawson that's not on the field, but I haven't counted.
He was
everybody.
at second slip. I think he's there, isn't he?
Is he back?
Here's Abbas, runs away from us down the leg side, worked down to fine leg by Robson, who moves on to 15.
He is
23 without loss. Middlesex are 396 runs behind on the first innings. 270 is the follow-on figure for Middlesex. That's, I guess, going to be the first target rather than worrying about the 419 all-out of Hampshire's.
I think what's happened is that Holland is off now again, so
Right.
I think perhaps he was on for Dawson, but maybe just for one over or something.
I think even Dawson would have struggled with that, and he's a pretty good slipper, although he has had 1 or 2 moments in the slips this season. But generally, he's very good.
Certainly. Was a point where he was averaging more than a catch a match, which is highly unusual.
Round the wicket is Ageas to Stoneman, who's probably playing inside the line there. Shall we give him the benefit of the doubt? But it's a good line from Mohamed Ageas. Good carry as well, actually.
Good carry.
Into his 4th over, none for 15. Barker has 4 overs, none for 8.
Yes. I mean, I'm not being cheeky in the slightest here, but you averaged approximately a catch every 3 matches. So
Right.
now I know you didn't field in the slips, so
No.
but you know, Dawson catch a match,
He's good.
high level. Raj Maru was another one of those. Paul
He was
Terry, I
very
think, was
good.
one.
He was very good.
Desmond Eager, years and years ago. Mike Barnard, wonderful.
Here's
slipper.
Ageas, and I think he's playing at that. There's a count from caught behind, and he has gone. Ageas has picked up the first wicket, and that just bounced and straightened on Stoneman. I don't think he did anything wrong, the batter. I think that's just high-class bowling. He's not followed the ball at all. He's played bat and pad close together. That's just a very, very good ball. Middlesex 23 for 1.
Yeah, it bounced. That was, as much as anything, might well be the thing, and I guess that would be the new ball thing.
So you're now saying that catch was out?
If it did carry.
That's not that same catch. Was it? Oh, right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We just had a real wicket here.
While Kev's entering the details, I'll just tell you that what I said about Liam Dawson, he's played 183 first-class matches and held 191 catches, so he is above 1 a match, which is, I think, for people who've played that much cricket for Hampshire, there's only maybe about 10 that have done that.
So Ageas moves on to 33 wickets for the season.
Yep.
He's actually 2nd in the Division 1 wickets charts behind Chris Washworth, who came into this round with 35. And Peter Malan, the lone overseas Middlesex player, strides to the crease. Played well in the T20 earlier on this season. He's still showing us the replays, Kevin Hand. He's convincing us that it's out, or it would have been.
I'm not sure.
We're still not sure.
No.
We're not sure. Kev, it doesn't matter how many angles, how many frames they freeze it to, how many millionths of a frame, whatever it is. We're not convinced.
I've forgotten which batter it was.
Robson.
Okay,
It was Robson.
so it could matter if Robson keeps going.
Right, I'll do this last ball, and then Dave Allen will stay on, but move into my position. Kevin
Right.
Hand will come back, and then he can still muck about with his replays. 23 for 1. So Peter Malan then, facing his first delivery from Ageas, who comes in and bowls, and he's forward to that one, and that goes up to mid-off. Super ball in that over. Middlesex 23 for 1, replying to the Hampshire total of 419 all out. Stoneman out for just the 6. Comfortable catch for wicket-keeper Ben Brown, with Robson on 15 not out. Welcome back, Kevin Hand.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm a bit loud there, aren't I? Thank you very much. Sorry if I burst a few eardrums. So, just thinking, just before those 2 moments, well, this is a pretty decent start here for Middlesex, the kind of start that they'd have hoped for. But Milan, who hit 80 in the T20 here recently, boy, they need some first-class runs from him now. Huge wicket for Middlesex, huge wicket for the game as Robson's forward, defending into the offside, no run, 2 right-handers together out in the middle. And Middlesex, yeah, needing quite a partnership here.
Talking of quite a partnership, Surrey have added 111 for the 10th wicket. They just don't stop, do they?
No.
They were really struggling against Lancashire.
Barker's left arm around, bowls to Robson, who's forward, defending into the offside, no run.
67 ahead now. They were in trouble. 341 for 9. Abbott at number 9 has scored 71 not out, and Worrell at number 11 has scored 49 not out, which is about 48 more than Hampshire's number 11 has scored all season.
Oh dear.
No, it's okay. Well, you saw him today. They won't let him bat. They turn down singles and take one off the last ball of every over. And poor old Mo Abbas, he says, "No, I can score runs." But, on they go.
Short extra cover in place for Robson now as well. 2 slips crouched down alongside the keeper as Barker bowls around the wicket to Robson, wraps him on the pads. The angle's against Barker here, isn't it? He's got to straighten it a fair bit there to.
I've got a feeling it
the
was
umpire's
another one
interest.
of those bowler shouted, wicketkeeper joined in. Vince sort of waved his hands, but I don't think they were as convinced.
No. Fun and games. What time's tea? You've got 11 overs after this, still tea?
Yeah. Actually, that won't be too late, will it?
Yeah, not so many. So I guess, what if we had 7 wickets today as Barker bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper? 7 wickets today. 7 wickets today. How many will we have by the end of the day? We're only just past the halfway point of the day, really, aren't we? Middlesex will hope there's not another 7 gone by stumps today.
I didn't notice your over rate, but I think it was pretty good actually, with Josh Keris bowling as much as he did.
Well, you'd hope so, but then why is tea going to be late? Because we're only half an hour into this, so 8 overs into this. Oh, I don't know. Barker around the wicket bowls. Oh, nips that back again. Robson's inside edge beaten, hits high up on the knee roll. Although saying that, hitting high up nowadays doesn't matter so much. See Smith in the Test match when he reviewed, didn't he? He went back and he was hit on the. He was hit high up above the pad. Never mind the knee roll, and it was going on to hit.
Yeah. Well, you say only 8 overs into this, but it's taken 40 minutes, hasn't it? So, you know, we're bowling at about 12 an hour at the minute, which does happen with Hampshire because of their predominantly seam attack usually.
Barker bowls, Robson punches off the back foot. There's a deep point, so just a single. Deep backward point, Fuller. Watch this arm going. Actually, he's dollied it up to cover. Clever. Saved his arm, although he barely made cover with the throw. Much like that catch that was offered by Robson, or we think was offered. Barely made it at best. It was.
I think we could certainly say it was offered. The question is whether it just did get there or not. But
well, indeed, yeah. I mean, I think it did, is my overall summary. Let's see if I can rock and roll it here for you one more time. Let's see how we go. There it is. So it's just coming into shot now. Does it make the hand? Well, there was a shot that I had, which was just before there, where it seemed to suggest he got the fingers under it.
Yeah.
He took it, and then somehow the next shot here, because he's got it in his hands, off the ground, and then he spills it through.
Yeah, certainly that happened. Went away. Abbas bowls. It's pushed out to mid-wicket. Abbas has bowled 4 overs now and 1 ball, and he has 1 for 15. He's bowling from this, what we call the hotel end. There was a debate recently when I was listening in, not commentating. There was a debate about what we call this end, and I've always, I remember somebody saying Christopher Martin Jenkins christened it the Meon Valley end, and I've always insisted it's the Hambledon end.
Yeah, I know.
But that's just me being an old fogey again, really. Abbas bowls, that's leg side-ish, and it's placed very nicely through mid-wicket for 4 runs. I've always said it's the Hambledon end, and particularly last year, because last year was the 250th anniversary of the first ever recorded or acknowledged first-class match of cricket anywhere in the world, and it was played on Broad Halfpenny Down, Hambledon, between Hampshire and England, which of course Hampshire won.
I don't think that got enough of a write-up anywhere, do you, Dave?
I was disappointed that it didn't get more of a write-up, because you were very keen on it, Kevin, weren't you? You did lots, actually, which I thought was really super for
offering it, but
coming from foreign parts, as it were. But it didn't in the end. But although the event itself was terrific, we had a good day up there with cricket. Abbas bowls. It's played defensively back, almost hits the stumps, and there's no run.
We even had a media day, didn't you, where saw Hugh Turberville, the editor of the Cricketer magazine,
That's
played
right.
in it, and
He
he kind of did a little column write-up on it,
Yeah.
didn't he? And then that was the Cricketers offering.
He
I did
did.
try to convince them this is worth a double page spread.
Yeah, and Hugh then came to the Bat and Ball. I with other people, including my wife, who's the secretary, I run something called the Hambledon Club, which is a dining club. It's not a cricket. It's not Hambledon Cricket Club, although we have links. Ageas Bowls again. It's just played defensively up the mid-on, and we meet twice a year before the season, at the end of the season. Mostly cricket historians. Been going about 25 years, and we exist literally to celebrate the achievements of the 18th century Hampshire Hambledon cricketers, the great cricketers, Richard Nyren, John Small, all those kinds of guys, David Harris. And we have these 2 lunches. We have the same membership fee that the club had in 1790, which is 3 guineas a year, which was a fortune in 1790 and is pretty reasonable today. That was slightly short of length, and Robson is on the back foot, playing it out defensively. We've had lots of very interesting speakers, and the last one that we had was Hugh. He came, and a lot of them come, Vic Marks, Jonathan Agnew, MJK Smith, Dennis Amos, all sorts, and a lot of them come and say, well, I've always heard about this ground, but I've never actually been. So they get to the famous pub that Richard Nyren ran, the Bat and Ball, and they get to walk on the hallowed turf of Broad Halfpenny Down and see the famous stone that commemorates it all. That's fuller of length, and Ageas just stretches out, fields it, hurls it back. It's picked up by Dawson at slip, but there's no run, and it's the end of the over.
Richard, who ran it, sorry?
Richard Nyren.
Nyren, I thought you said Anirin. It's Anirin Donald, of these parts.
No, Nyren, yeah. And Richard Nyren's son, John Nyren, who didn't play that much, but had played a bit for that side, but he wrote the famous book called Cricketers of My Time, which is just about the first great cricketing history of a cricket team and cricketers. And he wrote it in the early 19th century, looking back on that great team that he'd grown up with as a kid and played with briefly. And it gets edited and reworked and republished lots and lots of times over the years. John Arlott, for example, did a version of it. A man called E.V. Lucas, who was a very important cricket historian, did it. Cricketers in My Time, and fascinating thing to read. And it's one of the reasons, actually, why Hambledon is so highly thought of, is that somebody wrote the history of it.
Yeah.
And if you do that, then people remember you.
Barker's around the wickety bowls, and forward goes Milan. There's no run. That's where we've been going wrong, JMO.
Yes, nobody's written a history of you two.
Well, we need to write a history of something.
Kev and Kev.
Yeah.
The Kev and Kev show.
The Kev and Kev calamity.
Yeah. Well, we could get Alex to write it. He's having a quiet afternoon.
Oh, well, it'd definitely be a calamity then.
You could write the Kev and Kev show.
Barker's around the wickety bowls to Milan. Forward he goes.
I'm assuming that
Defending
Milan
to
is
mid-wicket.
not related to your other Milan.
David, no. He's got 2 brothers who play.
Okay.
One plays for South Africa.
Okay.
Another, well, like Milan did play. He played 3 tests himself, didn't he, Peter? His brother's opening at the moment for South Africa, isn't he? But he's got a younger brother who hasn't played internationally yet. But no, the 3 of them are completely separate to Davy up at Yorkshire. David Milan.
Yeah.
I met his wife the other day downstairs with 2 kids. They're down for this game as well. So here's Barker. He's around the wicket, bowls. Milan shuffles forward to that one and pushes back. No run. And this is a point we're making, that there's the experience of playing Kookaburra balls for Abbott and Ageas. Is that going to have an upper hand on the Middlesex attack? Well, Milan, of course, has the upper hand facing Kookaburra abroad. It's Kookaburra they play with in South Africa as well, isn't it?
I should think so, yeah, as far as I know. I'm just noticing that a bit like Middlesex when they brought on off-spinner very early yesterday, that you brought him on after an hour, isn't it? We had 45 minutes, and Liam Dawson is warming up. Not, as far as I can see, Kyle Abbott, although we might have a double change.
Barker bowls, and this is dabbed by Milan back at a point. Well, he could have had 2. He should have had 2. Ageas. That ball definitely carried, didn't it? We've got our replay there with our freeze frame showing that it carried, and then it spilled through the hands as he got up.
It's not bad, is it, on this pitch with this ball and what we've made of it so far? The fact that he's conjured 2 opportunities in the first 5 overs.
We know the first 15 overs this innings, first 20 overs. So they've got to get some sort of damage done. As Barker bowls and Milan over the top of this defence to backward point, and there's no run. So Middlesex, for all their life, they'll have been saying, come on, 20 overs, let's do it, let's get through it.
Yeah. There's definitely bounce with this new ball.
That's what, and that's what we're saying for De Caires as well, where Holman wasn't turning it massively. Well, neither was De Caires really. Was it more the bounce that he was getting which was causing the problem? But there was enough turn out there, as we saw.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of interest still to be had in this game yet. It might be a bit of a slow burner, but intrigue at least, as here's Barker bowls, and that's taken from a straight line by Milan. He's a long way forward again, but a long way across also, as he turns a single back at a square. And he is off the mark, 7th ball, Peter Milan.
That was a true wicket shot, wasn't it, really? I mean, he would have been plumb, I suspect, if he'd not contacted the ball, but he did. Not the sort of shot that people brought up on Uncut. Oh, that field. That's a fascinating. Sorry, I'll shut up because that field is fascinating. There's an umbrella field close on the leg side. 4
close catches on the onside as this ball's full outside of the off stump to Robson. So we've got a silly mid-on, a wide silly mid-on, would you say?
Yeah.
A straight mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, and a fine mid-wicket.
And
that was
they're
the
all
4th.
saving 1 stroke catching. It was
all
only 1
now,
ball, but that was extraordinary.
All the rage now, umbrella fields.
Yeah. Yeah, fascinating.
31 for 1 Middlesex. Milan has 1, Robson has 20. Barker 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. And he's created some excitement with the swing that he's got, but it was Abbas who created 2 opportunities, one of them taken, the other not, and he is replaced by Liam Dawson, who will bowl with the Kookaburra ball while it's still hard.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
2 right-handers as well, crucially here.
It is creating something quite intriguing, all of this. I mean, I entirely get Kevin's point that it's been quite slow going and that it could end up with not a lot on it in the last day or 2, but there are some intriguing things that are simply different from the run-of-the-mill predictable championship games. I mean, I can't remember the last time, unless it would be late in the day, for example, when Liam Dawson has bowled first change.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, the extraordinary number of overs for the young De Caires. Holman.
Yeah.
Amazing amount of spin bowls.
So he's got a slip and a just forward short leg. Mid-wicket and cover both in, saving 1. Fairly well pitched up, and Milan is almost falling into that shot. That in fact it doesn't go forwards; it goes slightly backward to a deep gully. A gully who again is saving 1, not really catching. There's a man at sort of backward square leg saving 1 as well, but perhaps looking for a top edge. This time more cautiously just pushes it out to cover. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary as well, so there's a line of 3 on the offside. Deep gully, shortish cover and mid off, and then mid on, mid wicket, and the man at the backward square leg saving 1. Dawson in, gives it a bit of air, and I think they were all absolutely convinced about that. It was one of those shouts where you simply thought they know that that's out. And we're just going to check the replay again, but Milan has gone for 1 LBW to Dawson after just 10 balls, and that's a massive wicket, Kevin.
Yeah, interesting one will be, I'm trying to slow it down again, interesting one will be, did it hit the front pad and then the back pad? Because if it just hits the back pad, he's as plumb as you like, but if there's 2 deflections that it was front pad onto the back, then his argument is left arm around, that's going down. He kind of looked back at it, but if it was front pad onto back pad, then that might have just fooled the umpire slightly there. But let's have a look and see. I got the impression there was 2 deflections on the way through, but let's see if we can have a little look and see. We'll watch it through in real time first of all. The umpire's head is annoyingly placed with this one, isn't it?
Yes.
But I mean, it's a great ball, isn't it?
Yeah,
great ball.
And it did more than straighten. It definitely did. Classic left armour pitching towards leg and coming back towards off. But I don't think you can necessarily argue with it. That's not to say that I'm absolutely sure it would have knocked the wickets over.
Well, the only thing being his front pad, he's batting outside leg, isn't he? If it hit the front pad, if you look at where the front pad remains all the way through.
Yeah. But
can't quite get that freeze frame to see if it... Because I think it beats the inside edge. It doesn't beat the outside edge and hit the back pad. I think it beats the inside edge.
I think that's right. Yeah. But he didn't look that cross about it.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it did hit. Maybe it did beat the outside edge. In which case he's plumb.
I think that Dawson and Brown. I said in the previous over or two, there was an occasion when there was a shout from Barker, but that actually behind the wicket, I wasn't sure anybody was that sure. But I felt with that one, sometimes you just see a ball bowled and the bowler's almost given it, and the wicketkeeper was up convinced as well. And
Great
the umpire
ball.
Concurred.
Great ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this was the move to get him in while the ball was hard.
Left-hander to bowl to now, Holden, and
who likes to play spin as well.
Is Dawson, and that's outside the off stump. So Dawson to the left-hander will be bowling effectively an off break, of course, most of the time. I think that one probably went straight on with the arm. He's got a fine slip. A more forward short leg now, and again those two men at short third man and short square leg, and he misses. He tries to hit that out to mid wicket. There's an inviting space out at mid wicket if he can do it.
No, it does. It beats the outside edge. He's plumb, isn't he? If that beats the outside edge there, then it's beaten the outside edge and the front pad.
Yeah,
I thought it beat the inside edge and took a bit of the front pad on the way through, but.
I think we're giving that. And again, he's done him. He's done him again. And that was a very, very peculiar shot. I didn't really understand the shot there. He was trying to sort of nudge it backward a square on the leg side, and he was on the back foot. He's absolutely plumb, I think, in front of the stumps there. Looked really. I mean, the only doubt for me there would have been the bounce, but again, Dawson was sure. He just walked back towards his stumps, stood in front of his stumps, and it hit him. Tried to play across the line. Poor shot, really, to play. I mean,
he was trying to get outside the line of off to play it, wasn't he? I'm trying to see where it's hit him, but
it's turned, hasn't it? And is Dawson going to be absolutely lethal on this? He's
a double wicket maiden.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself at the minute.
Well, this was the fear. It was the experience, as we said. Logic told you if you're Hampshire, right? I've got a Kookaburra match. Yeah. What's it going to do? It's a game that Hampshire desperately want to win. If Lancashire are able to turn something around against Surrey, then where are they clearly going to have the better of Middlesex? And it's the experience of the spin department.
That's turned the whole nature of this game around massively, that over. Because you thought to yourself, well, Abbas is probably going to pick up a wicket here and there. He's outstanding, really. He'll get a wicket or two. But, at 30 for 1, you thought, well, it's okay, Middlesex can get a big score here. But suddenly, and they still could, but suddenly, and Dawson is just beginning to look, in all respects now, as if he's in the kind of form of his life, a form that is partly built on confidence. So it's only 2 games ago that he took 6 for 67.
Hey, we've got to up our game here, Dave, because Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes will be tuning in right now, won't they?
Yes, he took 6 for 61, not 6 for 67. Sorry. And then in the last game he didn't bowl very much, but took 1 for 16, and he made a very brief but vital contribution on Friday night to the T20 success. He's just scored a terrific 100. There might be some people tomorrow morning wondering what in the newspapers quite why he's not in the England squad.
There's the one. I reckon even if Holden reviewed that, it's going to be umpire's call, hitting in line.
Yeah, I think,
I think the outside of that ball is hitting the outside of off stump at very worst, isn't it? So fair play, good call, good decision at the umpire. I think as you place that ball there, it's fair to say that's probably hitting the outside of off at that point.
You wonder now about Robson, 20 not out. Was he dropped?
Abbott, Abbott's he really was. Abbott's right arm over, he bowls, and Robson's wrapped on the pad but going down the leg side. He was. So it could have been far worse for Middlesex right now. Simpson is in at 5. That's an interesting call. Now, is that to protect Higgins from Dawson? I think it may well be. that Simpson's promoted above Higgins. I mean, Higgins has had a phenomenal season with the bat.
In the batting order, De Caires was down at 3, but I guess you're saying that he is an opener.
Well, he's coming for Eskenazi, so in that sense, that's why.
Okay.
Is Dawson bowl? Abbott bowls and onto the hip of Robson. This is ease. Backward square on the leg side. They've taken a couple. Well, this was always going to be a possibility, that the frailties of the Middlesex top order against the experience of Dawson, the magic of Abbas, who could and should have had 2 really, and then you throw in Abbott and Barker. We haven't even got to Felix Organ yet.
No.
I mean, it's hard to see him getting the ball out of Dawson's hand for some time now from this end.
I agree.
Abbott bowls, Robson punches off the back foot. There's nobody in the cover point region. Deep backward point comes around, holds him to 2. Robson's on to 24 of Middlesex's 35 for 3.
Yeah, there is a thing I absolutely love about Liam Dawson, which is if there's a game of cricket going anywhere, he'll play it. Kevin was saying about walking along the road and looking over the hedge and there's a game of cricket. If Liam Dawson was doing that, he'd be jumping the hedge and insisting that he could play, really. He just loves playing. Play. Dawson, I think you're right now. He's right in the thick of this game and he won't let that go.
Abbott bowls and Robson leaves alone outside the off stump. 35 for 3. So what are we in the 13th over of the innings?
Yep.
How much use can Dawson get out of this ball beyond the opening 15-20 overs? But even that, I mean, let's say it's still hard for. He's got 2 more overs until it's kind of. I mean, it's that margin, isn't it? 15 to 20 was kind of what we were told, and then it went really soft and stayed that way until the 80th. But again, he's got the experience, hasn't he? He's a premier frontline spinner as well. Abbott to Robson, forward defence. What was he dropped on, Dave?
No, I don't know.
I'll scroll back on the stream.
I would guess about 15 probably, but
was it before? It was just before.
I think it would have been
just before Stoneman fell, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was it would have been the first wicket. Yeah. But Dawson will bowl 4 more overs before tea after this one from Abbott, and presumably Abbott will bowl 3 more after this.
Of course, tea. That's another one to get to for Middlesex, isn't it?
They can all refresh and come back and decide who bowl then.
I feel like a refreshing drink is Abbott bowls edged and past second slip. I think all along the floor, really down to the vacant third, and Robson moves to 20. Is he not going to move to 28? What happened there?
Well,
what's happened?
Well, it came off.
Let's have a look at the replay.
I don't know.
I mean, it's gone down.
Oh, he's gone up now.
There you go. He's gone to 28. Middlesex at 39 for 3. Well, it gave the end of the over, but didn't upside his score, did it? There you go. I mean, he's angled the bat all the way there. Soft hands, hasn't he? It's as much as anything, they were probably half excited that they were almost past the edge to take him LBW. If you have a look where he's played this from, Robson, he's not anywhere really, is he?
Squared
if he misses that,
So it will be Dawson again, and so he's got the just forward of short leg. He's got a slip. He's got a man out, going out towards deep-ish mid-wicket, and one at short mid-wicket. And on the offside, it's a 6-3 field, so he's got mid-off and deep gully and slip on the offside. And he's in the bowls, and again it's just played off the back foot, but it was a flatter, quicker ball, and easy enough there to play that out.
Big job here for Simpson, isn't it? Promoted up the order basically to protect Higgins and De Caires. But Holman as well. Holman could come in ahead of De Caires.
Dawson bowls again. That's quite flat and just played out on the offside. Ben Brown retreats it, and there is no run. There are 2 men backward of square on the leg side. One at a sort of short long leg, if that's not a contradiction in terms, and one at backward square leg towards the boundary. Dawson bowls. pushes him onto the back foot. It's played up to Abbas, who has to run round from mid-off to extra cover. They take a single, and Dawson can now come back and bowl at the right-hander. Robson on 28. The score is 40 for 3. And we are in the 14th over. A second slip is coming in addition to the short leg. The short third man is closer as well, and Dawson bowls and gives that lots of air, but Robson can get on, hits that almost on a half volley, pushes it out gently enough to mid-wicket, but there's no one there, so Barker must run round from backward of square, and they come back for 2 runs. Just after 3:30, and after this there will be 6 overs until tea.
I think I found the over. It was the 8th over. Robson was on 14, so he's either drops on 14 or 16. Whether he gets a... Oh, he did maybe. Did he get a couple there?
Yeah, he did get runs, yeah, and that's that just does a little bit off the pitch for sure. But Robson plays it out on the offside. There's no run. He's up to 30. Kevin's looking slightly bewildered. Kevan, I should say, is looking slightly bewildered at the moment, but he's getting his headphones ready, so this will be my last over, I think. 'Tis me to go, isn't it? Yeah. Forward, pushes it out on the onside. Dawson comes around himself and fields it. And Kevan is ready. So goodbye, Kevin. Speak later.
Cheers, Dave. Dave Allen. Have you been paid yet? Is it honorary or not? Not yet. Honorary. He's still honorary for now. Honorary archivist. Hampshire County Cricket Club. It's almost as bad as being a journalist. Trying to get paid. 42 for... 42, sorry, for 3. Oh, dizzy heights they'll be for Middlesex. 92 for 3 if they can get that far. Simpson has 1. Robson has 30. And much like Hampshire, Kevin James has his tail up.
Well, they're all saying Liam Dawson for England.
Well, there you go.
They? Why didn't he get in as a like replacement for Jack Leach? They're all saying.
I think
100?
You need to start
double
the campaign.
wicket maiden?
You need to drape a banner over one of the balconies of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand over there. In fact, Shane Warne's stand. He's a tweaker. Put it on that stand.
Yeah.
What was Ingleby Mackenzie?
Sorry?
Ingleby Mackenzie?
Who was he?
Yeah, what did he do?
Dave. He's just asked me who Colin Ingleby Mackenzie was. Oh, I wouldn't say that too loudly round here. Look, it's like a kick in the teeth for David. Outside the off stump, Carl Abbott. That's left alone by John Simpson. That's a sure way of getting on the wrong side of Dave Allen asking questions like that.
Is he behind the hotel?
Well, not right now. No, he's somewhere else. Permanently.
Was he the architect?
Yeah, I tell you what. Should we just say he was the architect? Should we say that, Dave?
Dartmouth.
He was a very good architect in his day, Colin Ingleby Mackenzie.
Was he an architect of spin, seam, or pace, or with the bat?
Here's Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end. He's playing inside the line. Is John Simpson? God, you're asking questions like that on away territory.
Let's have a look.
Oh, we love that. That's perked me up. That more than
You're well perked up.
More than Liam Dawson's.
Oh, he was a wicket keeper as well. He was a wicket keeper.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He was a wicket keeper who averaged 24 with the bat. What am I missing here?
He kept in the early days of the Gillette Cup.
Did he really? Here's Abbott again. He's got 3 slips. Comes in and bowls outside the off stump and left alone. Yeah, I didn't know that actually. But yeah, he's a very famous old captain.
Did he?
Of Hampshire's.
He lived in St John's Wood.
Probably, amongst other places. Might have woken up there a few times in the morning, Dave. Oh dear. Yes.
1961 county champions captain.
Yes.
1961 county champions captain. There we go.
I mean, it's very rare to have an architect Or have a stand named after the actual architect in actual letters.
He was the architect of the golf course, was he?
I mean, I know there's a well-known architect did Lords. So Simpson pushes that length ball out into the covers. What's that one down the bottom corner? It's a well-known architect design stand. As left of the commentary, you don't know that.
The Edgeridge.
Yeah, no, he's not an architect. No.
At Lords.
Yeah,
an architect.
When you look out towards the pavilion to the left,
You got the Gubby Allen stand.
yes, no, they're not named after them. They're
I see.
just well-known architects that designed
No
it.
idea.
They did that one at the pavilion.
Oh, he
Same
did the
thing.
mound stand.
Yeah,
I
that's
see.
the
So
mound
that's
stand.
why it's got a turreted tent here as well.
This was all modelled on that. Yeah.
Ah.
But there's a famous architect who did that, and I can't remember. Edged! Oh, did that carry? Dawson flinging himself to his right at second slip. The ball's gone through his hands. It went very quickly. It may have carried. Just watching the replay on the live picture feed. Have a look if you're on it. And, difficult to tell.
Wasn't far.
For me, hopefully Kevin Hand with his super duper editing skills.
Oh, again, look, it's one of those. How are we going to know?
Well, I'll tell you what, it is first and foremost a fantastic effort to get your hand anywhere near it. Whether or not it's carried or not.
It's a Liam Dawson world. We're just living in it, JMO.
Oh, Liam Dawson for England, they're saying.
Just no one's told the England selectors.
Here's Abbott. And Simpson pushes forward, thick outside edge along the ground, fielded up backward a point. This is great stuff from Hampshire because, let's be honest, Middlesex bowled very well collectively, but for me, this is the first time in the game where I've actually felt as though wickets might come a little bit more regularly, certainly more than about 3 hours apart.
Well, we said that the spin department's massively got it over Middlesex in terms of experience. Well, so too's the seam department. Abaddon Abbas versus Hellman Roland Jones. Barker versus Bamber. Here's Dawson. 2 slips and a short leg, and Sam Robson, who's been shelled once. Dawson's in, bowls to him, and this is punched out to deep cover for a single. 47 for 3. He moves to 31. You couldn't quite say that he holds the key to this innings and perhaps this match now, Robson, if he can defy Dawson. It's Simpson at the other end, elevated, I fancy, to not have a right-hander in at both ends to Dawson right now. And if he goes, then Higgins and De Carey's and Holman. Roland Jones, Hellman, Bamber. Dawson's in, bowls L and padding up to that one. Simpson at first looked to clip it off the back foot, much as Holden did. Yeah, slowed down the Holden one. He was hit in line, I'd say. Even if he'd have reviewed it, it would have been umpire's call, I reckon, hidden in line of the off stump.
Yeah.
Beating that inside edge. And the Milan one, I thought it went through bat and pad and hit the back pad, but actually it beat the outside edge and hit the back pad. As forward goes Simpson, pushing to backward point, and there's no run. Really good decisions by the umpire, I must say, on both of those.
Yeah, not easy, is it? It's trying to predict what the ball will do out of the rough. It's mainly out of the rough. I mean, we were just saying earlier, Keith Barker has sort of dislodged that surface more than any of the Middlesex bowlers. I mean, look at the rough there outside Simpson's off stump. That's Barker around the wicket.
Here's Dawson in, backing up his Simpson, carbon copy of the Holman dismissal, but on this occasion not out. Let's have a look and see where that one struck. Hands on heads. Vincent slip. One of those.
Side, isn't it? The camera this end just needs to be a little higher, I think, on the picture feed.
Yeah.
The umpires
just
needs to lift his head out of the view a little bit.
It was also high, that one, wasn't it? Down leg and high. Dawson bowls, full of delivery, and Simpson comes forward, defends. Although I was saying today, we saw in the test, didn't we, when Smith was the review, where it hit him on the top of the flap of the pad, never mind top of the knee roll. And they went upstairs, and umpire's called he was out. It was clipping the stumps. I mean, in days, again, we talk about how it's changed for spinners, LBW decisions, but that was hidden, just clipping the top of the flap of his pad, and it was going on to hit. Back foot, Simpson looking to defend, but turns down the leg side to the gloves. And hands on head now for Dawson to end the over, 47 for 3. How the game has changed. For all the worlds, I mean, top of knee roll, he's safe. Never mind the flap. But nowadays, DRS, even just clipping the top of the flap in your LBW.
Do you think that's got to come in county cricket, DRS?
Yeah, apparently it's very expensive, but there's been talk about it. I mean, talk about it as much to help the umpires, because obviously look at us rocking and rolling now on tablet devices on the stream. You can zoom, not only rock and roll it, you can zoom it right in and watch it like that. I mean, it's no place to hide for the umpires at county level either now.
I was hoping that the umpires' cameras might help with that as well, actually, but they don't seem to want to use that for that very reason. Next ball. Robson pushes forward up towards, or back past the bowler actually. Wouldn't it be nice if you could actually use the umpire's camera from now on? Because I mean, they're in a good position. They're right behind the stumps, and it would be great for everybody else to see, wouldn't it? If you can lock into the umpire's camera.
Yes. Well, they did put one. You mean the one that they wear on their chest nowadays?
Yeah.
They did put one out, didn't they? It was the Corton bowled at Lords. Who was it? And it was a brilliant, Corton bowl, and it was all there on the camera.
Abbott wide of the crease to Robson, pushes forward up to mid-on.
Now apparently you can use it, but you can't use it with sound. Is the
well, I don't need sound, do we?
No, indeed. I think the mics are meant to be turned off. Is the point, and they weren't for that game, so it's just a lesson learned. They're not wearing them in this game, though, are they? The umpires' cams, haven't seen them.
Thank you to Simon Medley, sullencricket@gmail.com. He says, Sir Norman Foster is the architect name you're looking for, the Lord's Mound Stand and the Ageas Bowl Pavilion. It was Sir Norman Foster. David's looking quizzically at that one. Well, you would have been on the committee.
I don't think it was, says Dave.
Oh dear, Dave doesn't think he did. Wrapped on the pad as it goes out on the offside. That just looks as though it did a bit too much. Maybe a bit high as well. Oh, Michael Hopkins, says Jerry Richards. Yeah, Michael Hopkins. So Simon just got that name wrong there. That's is that 4? Oh gosh, that's overthrows from Dawson. 4 overthrows. Yeah, so Michael Hopkins designed the mound stand. He was born in Poole in Dorset, apparently. Died in 2023. Oh, died last. Oh, hang on. Yeah, week before last, was it? Did you hear that, Dave? Yes, he had. David heard that. Thank you, Jerry Richards. Nearly had 2 architects designing those. Thank you also to Sean O'Neill, who says that it was actually Sir Michael Hopkins. That was the name I'd heard, I just couldn't remember. I've managed to miss Dave Allen on commentary, says Sean O'Neill. I've left everybody hanging there, haven't I, really? Here comes Kyle Abbott. Simpson pushes forward as that goes up towards mid-on. I've managed to miss Dave Allen on commentary for most of the summer. Well, he hasn't been on much, have you, Dave, really, before today? But always love listening to him because of the stories from Hampshire's history that we get to hear. Hearing about John Nyron's book earlier was a perfect example of this. Yeah, he remembers that, yeah. I've just picked up a copy online for just £1.15. Dorse for England, says Sean.
This is a hashtag, isn't it? We need to start now.
Dorse for England, yeah. Hashtag. Of course, just coming from people in Hampshire or that love Hampshire might not help. We'll be accused of being one-eyed. But that's nipped away. That's a beauty. That is a beauty. Nothing Simpson could do about that. Well, we've seen the ball do just that little bit more for Hampshire. I know
we
Kevin
did
Hand
wonder.
was saying. Well, Kevin Hand was saying
the difference between the attacks.
Yeah, you did, and you've quite correctly pointed that. Of course, we play our attack down really a little bit. We don't want to build it up too much because we don't want people.
Well, it's just noticeably a bit more pace, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, it's just. Class.
Yeah, exactly. It's high class. It's pace. We'll look at the experience. We did look at the experience of Dawson and Organ versus De Carey's and Holman, but you look at the experience of Abbott and Abbas versus, I mean, even Roland Jones because of injury. You know, he only played that 2017 Test summer, didn't he, because of injury?
30-odd Test matches between Abbas and Abbott as that's pushed out into the covers. That's a good over from him. A maiden over, 3 overs, none for 12. That's the first maiden in those 3 overs. And Middlesex here are 52 for 3 with Stoneman for 6, Milan for 1 and Max Holden for no score. The players out.
So your greatest captain averaged 24 with the bat. I'm just looking to see what our greatest captain averaged. Dave's not in earshot, sorry, I'm doing this for him, not for you.
He
Kev.
wasn't really known as a batter. He was just known as a
Captain.
sort of a larger-than-life character who, in an area where you could probably do a lot of other things as well as play cricket, that he was as famous for that as much as he was on the cricket field.
Who am I going to go for as Middlesex's greatest captain?
Well, I'm glad you've chosen Gat.
Dawson left arm around, bowls and forward goes Robson, push back up. He'd relish this battle against spin out there now, wouldn't he, Mike Gatting?
Yeah, he would. Good player of spin.
Yeah, he'd love this.
Which is why that ball of the century, Shane Warne, surprised everybody. Well, it did.
I thought you were
because
being
he was such a,
mischievous.
because he was such a good player of spin. Which is, it had to be a ball like that to get him out.
Yeah, here's Dawson bowls, and this is thick inside edge, falls off the bat of Robson to short leg. And it was the look on Gat's face afterwards, wasn't it? He walked off, he kind of shrugged his shoulders and walked away. You know, it was really part of it as well. That iconic image was just Gat looking back and going, "Phew."
Yeah, too good.
Dawson in now, he bowls and eased by Robson to the short leg again, and there's no run.
So you've got Gat down as Middlesex's greatest ever
I was
captain?
being cheeky.
Are we?
He averaged 49.52. Well, I was going to go straight to Brearley.
Would you have Brearley, Dave? Yeah,
I was
Dave thinks
I was doing
Brearley.
all. You've missed the. I was teeing it all up for you, Dave.
Yeah,
Here, you weren't listening.
Kevin wants something more modern.
Here's Dawson. He's in bowls, and this ball turns short leg, and there's no run.
I think
the
Gat
double
would be-
100.
I think Gat would be too modern for Dave.
Yeah.
Alan Warner.
The tee up was to say that your greatest captain averaged 24 with the bat. Middlesex is.
Oh, Richard
Ooh.
Gillian. Yes.
Here's a bit of flight from Dawson, defended by Robson. There's no run. How many is he?
Sorry.
Go on. No, go on.
Did Gubby Allen captain Middlesex? Let's have a look that up.
Helen Warner certainly captained him to a championship.
He captained England in 11 Test matches, Gubby Allen. As Robson turns backward square on the leg side, no runs the call. Again, thick inside edge, which gets the hands on the head from Dawson. Another maiden over, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4, almost reminiscent of the Abbas figures, because it's got that symmetry, hasn't it? 6 over. What was it? It was 11 overs, 6 maidens, 11 runs, 6 wickets. Well, it's 4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 runs, 2 wickets for Dawson at the moment. The symmetry running through it. Yeah, Gubby Allen captained England in 11 Tests. Would he have captained England without captaining Middlesex first?
Worked at Debenhams. Gubby Allen. Just read that. I just looked up a couple of things. Apparently worked in the stock exchange, but then I saw he also worked at Debenhams or something. There you go. 2 overs to go until tea. Here's the first of them. Here's Kyle Abbott, and that's worked away by Simpson square on the leg side. Simpson moves on to 6. It's amazing, isn't it? Some of these old players that I remember. Gubby Allen was when I was at Middlesex, quite a fearful character. You know, whose sort of reputation preceded him. I think he had a flat. Did he have a flat either on Lords or one of those tall ones that overlook Lords or something?
It says here on his cricket info that he died at his London home overlooking Lords during the night of November 29th. 87 years of age.
25 tests. Yeah, he was a larger-than-life character when I joined Middlesex.
Yeah, Dave's just mentioned, I was going to come to that. He was on the Bodyline tour, but his last test was 1948, let alone being on the Bodyline. So what was Bodyline, 32?
Something like that. Length ball, which Robson works to mid-wicket. Apparently he captained just a handful of championship matches in 36. Oh, 48, 50 and 50 again.
Yeah,
right.
Bodyline series was 32,
Thanks,
32,
Alex.
33.
Yeah.
Bodyline series, and his final test for England, 1948.
I need to know more about him working at Debenhams. I wonder what position he reached. Was he just on the tills? Or was he a head of a department?
Lifts.
Looking after the Grace Brothers. I could just imagine him working at Grace Brothers. He would have been just the right character for that. Here comes Abbott, bowls. Length ball, push back. I'll tell you what, if there's a few sort of older Middlesex people listening at the moment, they'll be horrified the way we're talking about Gubby Allen.
Is that the royal we? I'm keeping quiet at this point.
No, I don't mind. No, because he was what he was. You know, he was. I'm just trying to find that line again because there's a lot about him, as you can imagine. While at Debenham. Oh, here we are. Oh, hello. Oh no, it's a bit more on that actually. Somebody offered him work at Debenhams. Hang on, where are we? Yes, Abbott. Forward is Robson. Hang on, he might take the rest of this over. Let me read this paragraph. Go on, you.
Yep. He was forward defence into the onside from Robson, fielded by Barker at mid-on. No run. Was it Gubby Allen that was England's previous oldest seam bowler prior to Anderson? Is that right? I think that's. I think Anderson's just taken over from Gubby Allen as the oldest. I'm pretty sure it was Allen, Gubby Allen. Because Allen played his last test in 48, which would have made him 46 actually. So he's second oldest, including post-war. Because again, he came back in 48, didn't he? As his Abbott bowls and forward goes Robson, pushing into the onside, no run.
Right. Okay. So a friend of his offered him some work at Debenhams. Is Debenhams still going? I think it went into administration. I'm not sure it's going anymore. Anyway, we all know what Debenhams was. This friend of his was chairman, and Gubby Allen worked at Debenhams until 1933. This was from the late 20s. Initially, as first assistant to the works department manager, and then as assistant to the assistant general manager. While at Debenhams, Allen was allowed to leave to play cricket.
Wowzers. Here comes Abbott, bowls, and forward goes Robson, pushing back to mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, there was, wasn't there who was it? Dave Allen will remember this. Who was it that was on tour as a member of the media, and didn't a stomach bug go through the squad, so somebody had to come out of retirement? He was on tour somewhere for England, and maybe he was summarising. Billy Griffiths? No, I think it's later than that. But I'm sure there was somebody who was on tour. Maybe it only was the tour match rather than the test itself, but I'm sure that there was a tummy bug that went around the England side. Jim Parks given a mention as well by Dave. But anyway, yeah.
Former Sussex in England, Jim Parks, wicketkeeper. Dad of former Hampshire wicketkeeper Bobby Parks. Do you want to do this over, or shall I do this over? Because this is the last before tea.
Oh, yours. You need a Dawson over. You haven't had a Dawson over yet.
I haven't, no. 4 overs, 2 for 4, and I haven't called a ball of his yet. 3 men around the bat, bowling to the left-hander Simpson. He's over the wicket into the rough. Simpson plays that as a quicker delivery. Dawson's just hitting the rough. Of course, you can bowl it a little quicker, stop the batters coming down and try to smother the what might happen out of it. Dawson just keeps landing in it and see what happens. That one didn't do too much, but it did provide a puff of dust. Dawson. And again, bowls to Simpson, slightly slower this time. Simpson just plays that into the ground, fielded at short leg. I think that's Fletcher Middleton in there. He it is. 53 for 3. Middlesex 366 runs behind. Remember, the follow-on is 270. Dawson just takes his time with each of these deliveries. Comes in again and bowls, and slightly short this time. Dawson plays that into the ground. Simpson plays it into the ground. Just ever so slightly too short. Still not a lot of margin for error here. Simon Medley's back on the emails. He was the one that provided the wrong name for the architect, for the mound stand, and for the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion in front of us. And Simpson's on the back foot there, plays that into the ground. Simon says, well, that's me sacked from the local quiz team. Sorry for the wrong steer, he says. Hopkins has the credit, but he partnered apparently with Norman Foster. Oh, there we are. I learnt when I retro-checked online, as I was convinced it was Norman Foster. So Norman Foster had some sort of role. Maybe he provided the tea, as that's pushed out for the work people. The tea and the biscuits. It's pushed out on the offside, but thank you, Simon, for coming back to us. He's sort of retrieved the situation a little bit. I don't think so badly of him now. Dawson with the last ball of this session into Simpson once more, and Simpson's forward. That's out on the onside, and that is the afternoon session completed with Middlesex 53 for 3. A maiden over there for Dawson. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 2. And the 3 wickets that were taken, 2 from Dawson. But first of all, it was Mo Abbas who had Mark Stoneman caught behind. Beauty, that was. For 6. Milan LBW for 1. Max Holden LBW for no score. Double wicket maiden for Dawson in that over. Earlier, Hampshire bowled out for 419. Hundreds for Gubbins and Dawson. And Josh De Carey's in just his 6th first-class match, taking 7 for 144. Myself, Kevin Hand and Dave Allen will be back with you in just under 20 minutes' time for the evening session. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are just about to enter the evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 contest between Hampshire and Middlesex. The state of play is that Middlesex replied to Hampshire's all-out total earlier today in their first innings of 419 of 53 for 3, so they still trail by 366. The first target for Middlesex, of course, is the follow-on figure, which is 270. Liam Dawson has taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. He was, it was a double wicket maiden in his first over. Peter Milan trapped LBW for 1, Max Holden LBW for no score. The earlier wicket was Mark Stoneman, caught behind off Mo Abbas for 6. And earlier in that Hampshire innings of 419, there were hundreds for Nick Gubbins and Liam Dawson, and the off-spinner Josh DeCaires finished with career best figures of 7 for 144. Your commentary team for this evening session is, as it's been throughout today. A little later, Hampshire's archivist and historian Dave Allen is still with us with lots of stories from yesteryear, still up his sleeve. Even after all these years, there's still some. But to take you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and next to me is Kevin Hand.
Stories up the sleeve off the field here, tricks up the sleeve on the fields. And Hampshire, with those early wickets, 53 for 3 Middlesex. Well, they haven't had a century in the championship yet this year. Boy, oh boy, do they need one now.
That's a lot of games, isn't it? Well, it's 6 games up until today, but for not have 100. Ryan Higgins has been fairly consistent with you in terms of half centuries, but
exactly, yeah. You know, there will have been batters that were near stranded. Luke Holman, I remember, at the end of an innings with Mercer. Here's Barker, he's around the wicket and he bowls to Sam Robson. Left arm around the wicket to the right-handed batter, pushing back, no run. Yes. This is, well, it was always going to be a tough trip down to Hampshire, who, you know, you're certainly a side that are looking more at the top of the table than the bottom in Division 1. And Middlesex are known coming here to be tough. The Kookaburra ball not really favouring the Middlesex set of bowlers. Helm was put in ahead of Mercer, hoping that his extra pace might make a difference. There's Barker around the wicket bowls, and Robson on the back foot punches a single. Fine of extra cover, and they'll pick up 2. 55 for 3. Robson moves to 33. He's had a life, Robson. A tough chance nonetheless, but a chance.
It's been a couple of tough chances, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, Dawson one was particularly. I mean, that would have been screaming about that. Then the other one, it's a second slip, which I assume was Dawson as well. It was basically
no, that was Ian Holland on the subfielder.
Ah, I did think it didn't look like Dawson, but yeah, it was one of those where you just basically get your hands down, it either sticks or it doesn't. Right before the ball pitches, as here's Barker bowls full outside the off stump. That doesn't get up much. Through it goes to the gloves. But it certainly kept low, and it went through the gloves. My apologies, I've just seen it. It disappeared, the bars in my line of sight. I saw it go through and thought that's it, but it's bobbled past the keeper, and they've got a couple of eyes. 57 for 3 Middlesex. Still grey clouds around. There was a little bit of swing early on for them. 20 overs old now, this ball. Again, this is a period of play. Middlesex will have to come out again and say to themselves, look, all right, 3 down, but heads down, keep going. Barker around the wicket from the pavilion end. He bowls tight on the crease on that occasion, and Robson drops a single through point. Cover coming around to collect. 57 for 3. Did they go straight back to Dawson? Does Abbas have another bowl? Haven't even thrown it to Fuller yet. End of the over. 58 for 3 with the single. Robson has 34. Robson, we fancy elevated to break the right-handers. He has 6. Middlesex have a bit of a job to do here. Oh no, apologies, it's not end of the over. It's just change of the field for the left-handed Simpson. 58 for 3. Seagull squawking away in front of us. 2 slips crouched down. Barker bowls and Simpson gets in behind, turns into the onside. There's no run. There's 2 seagulls swooping away in front of us at the moment. Are they the same 2 that just produced that well, it was somewhere between a gaggle and a cackle. Certainly cackling in the field at the moment, Hampshire. Plenty of runs on the board. They still lead by 361, with Middlesex 3 down, 3 big wickets at the top of the order as well. The vastly experienced Stoneman, the overseas Milan. And well, a form batter from the T20, Max Holden, as his Barker bowls, always falls away, and he's follow through outside the off as it's left alone outside the off stump by Simpson. Simpson has 6, Robson has 34, and Barker none for 15 from 7, economy of 2.1. Just a different angle offered by Barker, a different option to that which Middlesex had, and that was what I fancied, even with the seamers, would they just have those different options to that which Middlesex had. 58 for 3 here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, also on the BBC, on the Hampshire and Middlesex websites with the stream. Dave Allen, myself, Kevin Hand, and Kevin James.
And on the Hampshire Cricket App as well.
Oh,
Yeah, app. Everybody has an app these days, don't they?
have you got a column on that app?
No, impartial me. Independent. Dawson, not surprisingly, picking up the mantle from this northern end, the commentary end. I heard Dave say Hambledon end. As Robson pushes forward, Dave likes it being called the Hambledon end. Despite Hambledon, I think, Dave, being over my left shoulder, if I'm honest. It is, isn't it? Left shoulder and about 15 miles away, if not more. Yeah. So, quite relevant as an end. As Robson's on the back foot, steers that to point. Well fielded Keith Barker. Well anticipated Keith Barker. But yeah, Meon Valley end, I think the late Christopher Martin Jenkins called it. That's about as far away as that as well. So, there's Dawson. Forward. Almost closed the face on that one as the ball just straightened on him.
That was a lovely length, wasn't it?
Good line as well, isn't it? Because the batter wants to automatically turn it away on the leg side. You have to be very careful. Because if one just bites in the surface a fraction, then there is a gully there. There's no silly mid-off, but you will get yourself into trouble if you do it often enough on the back foot there. That's a nice little whip away by Robson. They'll pick up a couple as Joe Retherley, has he won the race to that? He has, by inches. Has pulled that back from the rope. Good piece of fielding from Joe Weatherly. And I think Robson picked up 3, did they? Did they pick up 3? They did.
They did.
That's good running as well, because that is the slightly short boundary side. End of... Oh, it's not the end of there, but it's just changing around, of course, because the left-hander, John Simpson, is to face the next delivery. There is a short leg in for him. That's for the one that maybe just does something out of the footmarks which have been created by Keith Barker outside Simpson's off stump. No other bowler has done the same. Or is it off the thigh pad? Into the hands at leg gully and out again, but I think that may have come off the thigh pad. Have a look on the live picture feed if you're watching. Yeah, I think he's taken his bat out of the way there. Did he flick the glove on the way through? I'm not sure. I don't think anybody's going to really know. As Dawson comes in, what a short. That skipped low. And Simpson, I think, was going to pull that. In the end, plays with a straight bat just as well. Good late decision. 61 for 3.
Yeah, that was a couple of hairy deliveries for Middlesex again. Simpson survives. That's what it is for Middlesex now, isn't it? Survival. They've got to go into Nick Gubbins mode and hang on in there. But Hampshire were 4 down, still shy of 3 figures themselves. Then came that partnership. We did talk about that, didn't we? And say that, look, you know, it was basically that innings, almost in its entirety, was based on one partnership, and that Fuller's exploits with the bat as well. As here's Barker, 2 slips, deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg, and a solid defence from Robson, pushing this one back down the track, and there's no run. Oh, Inspector Gadget, we're going to have to call you, JMO. There's always a gadget for something. He's got something on the go next to me for his updates, I think. So here's Barker, going to be left arm over the wicket to Robson, saving the day at Radlett in the T20 game there against Middlesex. broadcast problems for that one. Same field pretty much as he's around the wicket, and he bowls now to Robson, who dabs away into the offside, fielded at cover. 61 for 3, Simpson 6, Robson 37. 22.2 overs bowled. How soft will this ball become for the Hampshire bowlers? Well, you'd imagine it will become just as soft, but how effective will they be with the soft ball?
That's the key, isn't it? Because there's a lot of overs to bowl with a soft kookaburra.
Barker's back around the wicket to Robson. He's on 37 and he's forward defending into the offside, and there's no run. Well, there won't be that many if they get past Robson. I mean, as the card's gone, you know, the wicket keeper's coming at 5, and then all-rounder Higgins, all-rounder Holman, De Carey's. Well, De Carey's is a top-order bat. I think, you know, basically they've messed with this order to break up the right-handed, left-handed for Dawson. Otherwise, you know, it's De Carey's and Higgins would have been the next 2 in, and Simpson in at 7. So I think they've made a rather sensible decision, if that was the reason behind it. For Simpson to be elevated as Barker's around the wicket, he bowls to Robson, traps the bat down on that one, it trickles down to long leg. Played from within the crease, which got an ooh and an ah from the field. 61 for 3. Sun's broken through once more, the gentlest of breezes. Just about alright in t-shirt and shorts. I was tempted at tea to put on a pair of long trousers and find a jacket, as Dave Allen had done just before the interval.
I'm old, Kev.
I was actually going to go, Dave, for the fact that you're a veteran of the South Coast, so you know full well that breeze can come in. There's Barker bowls onto the pads, left arm over to the left-handed Simpson. It was going down the leg side. Unlike those city slickers, JMO and I. Yeah. We don't have to contest with the sea breeze.
City slickers.
I've run you both.
I used to be a city boy, but I'm South Coast now. Cultured. Trying still, after all these years. Not working.
Here's Barker, he's in, bowls, and Simpson eases away down to the vacant deep third, and that'll be 4 runs. 66 for 3, just waited on that one. Simpson moves to 10. Is that where Gus went wrong all these years? He didn't leave Middlesex. He'd have been cultured by now if he did.
He didn't need to. I had to. He didn't need to, did he? He had a guaranteed place. I didn't.
No, I'm talking about being cultured.
Oh, I see. Gus, I haven't seen Gus for ages. This is the last time I saw Angus Fraser, a long time ago.
Have you got any more outground trips? Have we got you in the One Day Cup this year?
Oh gosh, we haven't got you guys again. I've got a part with you again.
I'm not sure we have we?
I'm going to have a look, actually. I know we're up at Old Trafford. We've got Leicester here. Yorkshire at York in the 50 over. Surrey at Guildford.
We had Durham at Durham in the 50 over last year.
Kent
Goodness
on the
me.
Isle of Wight. Essex here. Everybody but you. Oh no, Middlesex at the Ageas. Oh, he's caught, I think, behind. 66 for 4. And that is Sam Robson. And it's Liam Dawson again. And it's just a little tickle. Oh, well, I tell you what, it didn't go straight into Ben Brown's gloves. It just hovered around the fingertips, but he managed to stay with it. And that is a very good delivery again, just off the straight. And Robson goes for 38.
Liam Dawson removes former England opener Sam Robson. And, well, that was his second. But he's had a chance, hadn't he? A life. Hasn't made the most of it. And where Gubbins made full well use of his drop on 61. Weatherly didn't when he was dropped on 5 and went to on 15. Robson, we fancy, was on 15 when he was dropped. Made 38. Oh dear. Ryan Higgins is going to have to come out and bats, right-hander against Dawson. De Carey's and Holman still to come. Do they elevate Holman ahead of De Carey's? I mean, De Carey's, again, he's a top order batter who bowls. Holman as such was a bowler who bats. But, I don't know, I think Holman's a genuine all-rounder, so would it be doing De Carey's a disservice to put Holman in ahead of him? Just try and eat up a bit more of this ball, make it a little bit softer, and hope that Dawson's threat diminishes.
I worry about De Carey's because his figures coming into this game were not very good. I mentioned earlier, 1 wicket that cost him 160. His batting, he averages 12. I mean, would I be...
He's going to score a double ton now, isn't he?
That's the thing. I mean, as a bowler, at the top of my mark, and he walks into bat, would I be thinking, well, this guy can play, and he averages 12, because that suggests he can't. But he's obviously one of those players that is improving rapidly. So there is a chance that, of course... Well, we've just seen it with the ball.
How many innings has he had for his average of 12?
I don't know, he's only 6th first class.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But the figures aren't great, we know that. Here's Higgins then to face Dawson, forward. Thick outside edge as it goes out towards back of the point. Simon Whiteside has just tweeted, in an interesting symmetry, Merchant Taylor's School under 17s are down in Hampshire playing Winchester College in the National Cup. There we go. I think somebody in the press was going over to that game, actually.
Vimps.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Likely candidate.
It's forward on the onside. Oh, Higgins wants a run. He took a couple of 3 or 4 paces down there, and Simpson wasn't going. Higgins wanted to go, stopped, went again. That would have been an interesting wicket had that have happened. 66 for 4, still 353 behind. Joe's tweeted saying, looks like Dawson's going to be your interview again tonight. I don't think he'll want to be interviewed again tonight.
I can say De Carey's for Middlesex again.
Yeah, I'm going to go somewhere else tonight, I think, and it's not because Dawes doesn't deserve it. Oh, he plays it into the ground there, Higgins, on the back foot. It's just that...
He's not done yet, Jamie. He might not have a choice.
Well,
there's still 30 overs to go.
But is he going to tell me anything different when he gets 6 wickets than what he did last night?
He's going to say, yes, I should be in that England side, Jamie.
Well, he didn't last night. He just said, I'll play whatever's put in front of me, or worse to that effect. And I think he will say the same tonight, because that's what he does say to me. And that's fair enough. Oh, that's turned past the outside edge. Oh, everybody's getting excited.
Well, I'm not surprised. Well, it was the finger spinner for Middlesex, wasn't it? De Carey's. It's the finger spinner for Hampshire, but he's got an awful lot more experience than the 2 Middlesex spinners.
Yeah. It may yet come down to that.
I mean, he's coming down to it already, isn't it? Middlesex are in trouble here. It's a long way. I mean, Dawson, you're going to struggle to get the ball out of his hand.
Forward, Higgins, he wants a single. Oh, Simpson was a late response. But they do complete a single. Simpson looks as though he's not 100% sure on Higgins' call, or maybe he's not fully concentrating. I don't think it's the latter. This could be an interesting little partnership between these two, with the running between the wickets, if they develop an understanding, not necessarily with the running, but if they put together a partnership. They're all having a chat there. Look, both of them are having a chat. I'm sure Higgins is telling Simpson. I don't know either of them, but I'm sure it's Higgins that's doing the most of the talking in that chat.
Well, they've rescued situations before this, some of these two. I've got a bit of a rescue job to do here. Middlesex in real bother in their first innings after a tough couple of days toiling in the field. Sparkers around the wicket, bowls, and Higgins defends to mid-wicket. There's no run. How they'd love to get Middlesex back out there in the field as quickly as possible. Someone's smoking nearby. That must be one of the balconies, is it, in one of the hotel rooms next to us? It stinks.
Not sure they're allowed.
I guess on the balconies, is it hard to stop them? But
that's the first time I've really noticed that, all the time I've been up here.
Barker from the pavilion end bowls, and that's left alone by Higgins outside of the off stump. Jagged away a little bit, that one. So
either that or one of our pieces of equipment's on fire.
Yes.
Just check under the table, check the cables.
Oh, there goes the fire alarm. Barker in the sun here in Southampton, or just outside of Southampton. So we've been doing our geography lesson recently on West Meon, Hambledon and Southampton. Here in Hedge End. Portsmouth that away. Thank you, Dave. Barker around the wicket. Bowls a beaut to Higgins. Back and across, beaten by that one. Through it goes. Now that's over the back of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. for those considering it. Where Dave's finger is pointing. But a bit of finger pointing from the umpires today. How many wickets? We had 10 wickets in the day. J-Mo wasn't expecting that this morning, was he? He was fearful. He was worried about this pitch, but yeah, there's a point of difference, or 2 points of difference in this Hampshire attack. One being Liam Dawson. Mohammed Abbas to say he could have had 2. As Barker bowls, and this is pushed for a dot ball just fine of cover by Higgins, no run. Well, how do they get out of this one, Middlesex? 2 days and 24 overs remain of the match. They trail by 352 runs. Goodness me, it's lucky that Fuller and co didn't really get in and get going, otherwise that deficit would be huge. As I say, for Hampshire, though, I reckon they'd have fancied as much time as the number of runs. I do think that they'll want to come back out and bat again. Barker bowls, and forward goes Higgins, driving wide of mid-off. A tumbling attempt by Mohammed Abbas, has to pick himself up, and they'll get a couple. 69 for 4. Well, Dawson couldn't have done much more, could he, in response to the failure for England to select him. Barker ready to go again, left arm around to Higgins. 2 slips. Crouched down behind him, and Barker. He's moving in now, he bowls, Higgins defends into the onside, no run. Well, if you thought it was slow going yesterday at points, Jomo, it's going to have to be now for Middlesex. 69 for 4, they are really going to have to knuckle down here and bat for a long period of time.
Well, they are. Does Ryan Higgins do slow?
Well, the rescue acts that these two have provided, so that first innings of the season, 4 for 4 I mentioned, and the 4 runs came from no balls, so it was 4 ducks, followed by Holden at 5 and Simpson at 6. So there was 6 noughts. Wow. I shouldn't say 6 ducks, 6 noughts, because the first 4 had ducks, and 2 noughts that followed, and there was lots of head scratching for whether that had been seen before at Lord's. On a scoreboard. So yeah, that was that. Then became 20 for 5 when Holden fell, bringing these two together, and they both got 50s.
Simpson on 10, facing Dawson over the wicket. Simpson works that away, hits Fletcher Middleton at short leg. Fortunately, not too full on. Certainly stopped some runs. Ben Brown just taps Dawson on the hand as he walks past. He's okay. He was just pushed into short leg rather than a full-blooded hit. Dawson again looking for those foot marks. That's flighted. Again, it's a puff of dust, but he's forward, Simpson. But of course, never quite sure what it's going to do. How did that rough? I'm amazed that in Barker's few overs, and he's only bowled 9, how he's created more follow-through marks on the pitch than in the 137 overs previously bowled by Middlesex. He must have longer studs, as played into the ground, fielded at short leg. But there's definitely more pronounced foot marks, certainly outside off stump of Simpson's, which have suddenly appeared in this innings. But obviously legal, although I'm not sure whether the umpire was giving Keith Barker an official warning the last over about his follow-through. I don't know, it was certainly pretty close to that. Forward is Simpson. Was it an official warning?
I didn't see.
Maybe it wasn't, no. But certainly the umpire, Nigel Long, was looking at them concerned, and John Simpson's just gone down to pat the edge of one of them. That will be in his eye line the whole time. That's what Dawson's aiming for, and just hoping that 1 or 2 explode out of it. As Dawson comes in and bowls, comes down the wicket. That's a nice shot, John Simpson, wide of mid-off. That's how to play. It's always difficult for the left-handers with the bowlers round over the wicket like Dawson, and you've really got to pick your moments to come down the wicket, and John Simpson did exactly the right thing there.
35th year. John Simpson will be 35 July 13th. Born in Bury. First class average of 33.5. Pretty decent for a wicket keeper.
That's very good.
Only Ben Brown really goes substantially beyond that as far as glovesman.
I remember John Simpson getting 100 at Merchant Taylor's School a few years back. Looked a really good play. Gets wrapped on the pad there on the back foot. Big shout, as you'd expect, from all the fielders around the bat, including Dawson, but not out, says umpire Blackwell. That wasn't a too dissimilar situation to Max Holden, but obviously not close enough on that situation. 73 for 4.
57 not outs in his last first class game. That was against Somerset at Lords. 57 not out in the first innings, so he got 1 in the second innings, I should add, for Simpson. Played the first 3 T20 games, then got dropped for Jack Davies, who you saw exiting the ground yesterday, or certainly taking his bag out of the ground. But yeah, it's been a tough year for the Middlesex batters. And we really do need somebody to step up with this century. Barker bowls, and Higgins looks to drive inside of the bat, bounces back to the bowler. They need this century pretty quickly, Middlesex, don't they? Now would help.
Oh yeah.
Higgins averages 42 this year, 42.4. I mean, this is quite a telling tale. 7 match. This is the 7th match of the season. Milan's played all but 1. Roland Jones has played all but 1. Eskenazi dropped for this one. They've played all previous 6. And the averages. It's Barker bowls and Higgins forward, pushes back. Yeah, it's a nice shot just straight of mid-off. Mohammed Abbas giving a very slow chase to go and retrieve that one. As Higgins got a nice clump of it on the drive, didn't he? Just trapping the bat down. A rare straight drive.
Oh, I was going to say that you can count them on less than one hand. There's straight drives like that in this game, and beautifully timed.
I suppose that angle that Barker's coming around just helps a little bit. That comes onto the bat, because the last thing Higgins is going to want to do at all is close the bat face. So as long as he's keeping that bat face straight as he's trapping it down, then it's and create that angle for the straight drive, isn't it? But yeah, Higgins averages 42.5 with 4 50s, top score of 71.
That's consistent, isn't it?
Next, on the Middlesex list, Sam Robson averages 26.5, 150. John Simpson averages just below 26, 2 50s. Mark Stoneman averages 21.3, 2 50s. Barker around the wicket bowls, and Higgins drives him square of the wicket. Cover comes around to collect. There's no run.
That's a bit of a problem for you guys, isn't it?
So
Stoneman has been a solid player for a number of years, isn't he?
Well, you're then into the teens. Holman averages just below 20 with 150. He was 63 unbeaten against Essex. Milan 2 50s, 66 his highest score, and an average of 18.8 for the Middlesex overseas.
Dear.
Roland Jones averages 18. Holden averages 15.9. Around the wicket comes Barker bowls onto the pads of Higgins, and this ball falls backward square on the leg side for a leg by. Yes, umpire Long's going to lift his leg now. And then the man who was dropped for this one, Stephen Eskenazi, averages 14.8. Top score of 37. Holden has 150. One of Milan, and it came in the same innings as one of Milan's 250s when they chased that 240s, beat Nottinghamshire when Mulaney declared because of the rain at Lords and decided, right, go on, let's get on with it, see if we can win it. So yeah, there we go. After that, Bamber, Helm, Mercer, Anderson, Weiss, and that's the tale of the season for Middlesex so far. Barker left arm over to Simpson, short mid wicket, shortish square leg as well. Simpson looking to turn to the onside. They've gone up for an LBW, but going down leg. Simpson looking to clip through what is a 5-man onside field, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket. The advanced square leg that I just mentioned would be a couple of yards in front of the umpire should he have been standing on that side, and long leg. The offside for R, slip, backward point, cover and mid-off. Barker, he's midway through his run-up, 78 for 4 Middlesex, and Barker bowls. Simpson clips to mid-wicket, there's no run. Looks like Nick Gubbins it is. Nick Gubbins who's slid around to stop that one. 78 for 4 it is. End of the over. 27 remain on day 2. We have had 10 wickets today, so 14 for the match. So, well, again, you know, spin's going to play its part. I mean, they've got to bowl Middlesex out again, assuming that, well, I'll say that. I think they'll bat again come what may. I'm sure they'll bat again and just go out there and put this game completely out of sight and then throw the ball to Dawson.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not doing a lot for him, is it? Really?
No, but the threat that he carries is enough.
Slip in a gully for Higgins. It's wrapped on the pad. That looks like it's going down the leg side.
The threat of who he is and what he is capable of and the experience. You just can't buy that experience, can you? It takes time to build it over years, over seasons.
3 for 12 going into his 9th over.
It's Noah Bass. He had 6 by the time. In fact, he never got to 12 against Bass, did they? 6 for 11.
Don't think we got this far in the innings.
Yeah.
Forward is Higgins. They're going to take a quick single. That's good running. There's nobody out there towards mid-wicket. But yeah, and I've said it, and I'm sure it probably doesn't need saying, but Dawson's a far more streetwise cricketer than he was when he played the last of his 3 tests.
Well, exactly, and that happened to Swan, didn't it? Swan had a little while under Fletcher, and then he was discarded, and then he came back, and he was brilliant.
Yeah. Well, we don't really need to talk his credentials up too much at the moment. He's doing all that with the bat and the ball. Bowls to Simpson. Simpson just pushes that away. Was it in the air past a diving Fletcher Middleton at short leg? But that would have been an absolutely magnificent catch had he taken it. But not totally in control of that, Simpson. He was on 14.
I can't hear Middleton's first name without thinking of porridge. Fletcher!
Here comes Dawson over the wicket and playing forward there. Ball just drops dead in front of him.
It's because it's spelt with an A as well, rather than it sounds like it's being shouted. Fletcher! Fletcher!
Or Fletcher Christian. Mutiny on the Bounty.
Oh, yeah.
Dawson. On the back foot. Again, he's playing it into the ground there. Simpson. Not pushing at the ball at all at the moment. Happy to use his feet as we saw in the last over. If he feels he can get to the pitch of the ball. But there is a lot of rough outside his off stump. Dawson comes in again and bowls slew short. That's pushed up to mid-on. And that'll be a single. Simpson moves on to 15. And the total for Middlesex on to 80 for 4. Trail by 339. 24 overs left in the day. As we hit 10 to 5. So we've got an hour and 10 minutes effectively of normal playing time. So we'll probably be going through to 20 past 6, I would have thought. Depends if we have Felix Organ and Liam Dawson on together. Well,
we haven't even seen fully yet, have we? Here's Barker done for now, and Abbott's back, none for 13 from 4. Kyle Abbott. He bowled a beaut to Simpson earlier, didn't he?
Yeah.
Past the edge, and we all got excited about that one. What can he do for Hampshire this evening? He'll want in amongst this. Such a fine player. I mean, he'd been ever present in the South African side, wouldn't he? But for the decision to come to cricket. I mean, we mentioned that Cricket World Cup actually, and Dave will enjoy a chat about this at some point. The qualifiers, Kevin. All the players that aren't playing in the Cricket World Cup qualifiers, well, because they don't want to risk their county careers. Zimbabwe are missing a whole load. The Netherlands are missing a whole load of players who are playing county cricket instead of playing for the Netherlands at the World Cup qualifiers. Because it basically pays better to play in county cricket than it does to play associate cricket. Abbott's around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, left alone through to the keeper. So I think Ireland have got their full complements, but then they've gone out. Scotland will be close to their full complement, although I'm not sure Josh Davies playing for them. I think he's with... not sure he's gone with Scotland. But yeah, the Netherlands and Zimbabwe, well, and the Netherlands in particular, are slightly depleted. Mieye at Kent, he's not even considering Zimbabwe, I don't think, is he? He's happy with his contract at Kent. And of course the man at the non-strikers end here, Ryan Higgins, born in Harare.
He's never played for Zimbabwe, has he?
No, he hasn't, but I mean, very much Zimbabwean.
Yeah.
Around the wicket comes Abbott, bowled outside of the off stump, 80 for 4. They lost Gary Balance, didn't they, to retirement? He'd given up with Yorkshire and then signed to play for Zimbabwe, country of his birth, former England Test player, but then just decided he couldn't get himself up for cricket anymore, and he was done. So they lost balance just ahead of these World Cup qualifiers. But yeah, now that Ireland have gone, I suppose it's all over to Zimbabwe. Can they stop one of West Indies or Sri Lanka storming through to
How many
November?
go through?
Just 2. That's the thing. So that's why it's quite a big one. The qualifiers go through to the Super Sixes, and you've got to try and get into one of those top 2 spots in the Super Sixes. As here's Abbott bowls outside of the off stump through to the keeper, 80 for 4. I mean, it's a big old qualifying tournament to have, because obviously it's built up to this. The United States made it. They knocked out Namibia, David Visa's Namibia. Although Visa, I don't know why he didn't play in those ones. He's playing for Yorkshire at the moment. Yeah. But then they were a while back. The qualifiers, the pre-qualifiers for this, the United States knocked out Namibia. Now Namibia have just been at the World Cup themselves earlier this year. It was a huge achievement for the United States, but yeah, really and truly it's Zimbabwe now. Can Zimbabwe stop one of West Indies or Sri Lanka? It's in India later this year, isn't it? The World Cup is his. Abbott bowls and forward goes Simpson pushing back, and there's no. I have to admit I can't keep up. And to be fair, there was a slight backlog in them because of COVID, wasn't there? So they're coming a bit quicker than usual.
Yeah, Ian Holland had been featuring for the USA.
He may well be then.
Well, he's been on the pitch here. I don't know if USA
they're playing today
right now, are they?
I think they've got
Trounced
today.
He's not involved then.
Oh, sorry. He's
been.
He's here. Yeah, sorry.
He was on the field a little while ago, wasn't he? But he has played for them in fairly recent qualifiers.
Yeah, Zimbabwe have trounced them today. 408 racked up off their 50 overs. Sean Williams with 174. Here's the length ball from Abbott around the wickets to Simpson, left alone through to the keeper. There's no runs. 408 for 6 off their 50 overs. The USA are bowled out for 104. Zimbabwe, who do have some pretty decent names now. Ryan Burl, one of their top players. Sean Williams has got that century, 174.
You're a fine ambassador for the
for
World
associate
Cup
cricket
qualifying tournament. Yes.
I have to say, a fair little bit of intrigue about it. It feels a little bit as though, only 2 go through from. Well, it's going to be the West Indies and Sri Lanka, isn't it? There's Albert bowls and Simpson pushes this back to mid-on, but building up to it, the fact that the United States have got to this point, fair play to them. Maiden over from Abbott on his return, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13.
So 339 runs, the difference at the moment between the two sides on the first innings. Just to repeat, 270 is the follow-on figure. Dawson has 3 wickets, Mo Abbas has 1. Dawson is probably going to bowl maybe pretty much unchanged between now and the close of play, you would think, unless the ball absolutely stops turning for him, and then they'll try a bit of Felix Organ. They may still try him this end because that's where there's a bit more rough at that far end. As Dawson comes in round the wicket to Higgins, and he's forward, he'll take a single as it again works its way out the ball to mid-wicket. Higgins moves on to 9. 81 for 4. Are we still sort of roughly behind? I mean, I'm just taking the Division 1 games, but in terms of the number of runs, I don't know, actually, I suppose Hampshire picked up their first innings, didn't they, really? I mean, this game has always been a bit behind in terms of how far forward the game was in terms of runs. That's worked up to mid-on by Simpson for a single. It's Joe Weatherly doing the mid-on duties there. It was Kyle Abbott a little while ago. I think some of the games... Well, actually, the game between Essex and Warwickshire, what are Warwickshire? They're batting second already, 6 without loss, so there's 450, 550... 600 and odd runs there. Probably a few more than here. So pushed out on the onside by Higgins, and there is no run. Northamptonshire 237 all out, Kent 469 for 4. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we've caught up a little bit here. Maybe a little bit more action with the bat as the days wore on. Dawson. Certainly been a few more wickets. That's which always beaten the outside edge. No, it's a caught behind. They're claiming a caught behind. Not out, says umpire Ian Blackwell. Higgins stands there. Well, difficult to tell, I would have thought, on the picture feed.
What a ball. What a ball, though.
Ben Brown was up straight away, but he was turned off the straight. Perfect areas.
Inside edge onto the pad, the bat onto pad, I mean. Inside edge of the pad, just a little noise. Oh, it was a beautiful ball, absolute jaffer.
Nobody looks too disappointed. But a very, very good ball as Higgins forward. He's missing that one as well. That's bounced a bit and actually gone a bit quicker. Well taken, Ben Brown. That was the harder of the two takes.
Well, it was on occasion. I mean, I think Brown's done a bit there, hasn't he? And as he's taken the ball, he's like, "Oh, look at that go!" Yeah. And up goes his gloves up above his right shoulder.
They didn't look massively disappointed, did they? 82 for 4. Dawson into Higgins again. Higgins is forward. That's another good over. Ian Dawson's completed 10 overs now. 3 for 16 to go with his innings of 141 earlier today. I think it's fair to say that he's had a pretty decent match so far. Difference between these two sides is 337. A wicket for Abbas, 1 for 19 to go with Dawson's 3.
We've got those couple of early wickets for, well, we've got one for Roland Jones, one for Helm, a couple for De Carey's. But after that we sat here and Middlesex struggled to find those wickets. Those are the 4 of day 1. De Carey's picking up a 5 for on day 2. So if we think back though, in comparison, 82 for 4. Well, Hampshire 90, is it 96 for 4? It's in front of me.
94
here. For 4. 94 for 4. Here's but he bowls past the edge of Simpson. What a ball that is. That's one of the balls of the innings so far. Right arm round to the left-hander. He's well beaten by pace.
Just straightened.
Yeah. Now, is that straightened off the surface? Because we didn't see much seam movement from Middlesex.
No.
Saw a bit of swing, didn't we? But again, you know, these boys will be a little bit more experienced with the Kookaburra in Abbott and Abbas.
Maybe just that bit of cloud cover that's helping as well.
All that too, yeah.
Maybe that's just a, just a fraction bit of extra help. It's always blue sky when Middlesex bowled.
I mean, you know, that as well, it was a good toss to win. Abbott bowls and forward goes Simpson. He's into backward point, there's no run. But then nonetheless, you know, Abbott and Abbas would have come out like this, whether Dawson would have been quite as quickly into the attack, we don't know. But certainly Middlesex didn't hesitate in getting De Carey's in early.
No. Yeah, I think Hampshire got a little bit more at the wicket, and maybe it's because the match situation, you always find the bowlers just seem to find something a little extra when you're out there batting and you're so far behind. It does feel as though the bowlers are getting more out of it, and you think, well, what are bowlers doing then?
Round the wicket comes Abbott, bowls, and this is eased back at a point by Simpson, no run.
It's often the thing with dressing rooms, isn't it, really, where you know, it's never a big thing, but it's, you know, the bowlers and the batters, and they look at each other, you know, and if the bowlers feel that the batters are not scoring runs like they should, they'll go, well, you know, there's plenty of runs out there, and the batters will look at the bowlers saying, well, hang on a minute, when we were batting it was doing this and that, and yet when we're bowling it's not doing much. And there's lots of discussions like that going on, or do go on.
Well, no, it is. I mean, like I say, they're just not quite there at the moment. Middlesex bat and ball, and we've just gone through the averages, so you can't put this all on the bowlers this game and say that the bowlers just didn't carry enough threat. But here's Abbott in, bowls, and Simpson edges.
Oh, dropped.
Put down at second slip by Dawson away to his left. That wasn't a bump ball, was it? My first thought was that may have gone to ground, but maybe it was straight off the edge to Dawson. Let's see. Simpson going back and across. He tried to play it with soft hands. That went quite low off the edge, didn't it? Was it a bump ball?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll need to see that again.
My first thought was
editing skills.
Yeah, my first thought was bump ball, but
yeah, you could be right actually.
Because it was really low, wasn't it?
In which case, it's a very good stop. I think it's a good stop anyway. Even if it was on the full, I think it's still a great effort because that's not easy. They either stick or they don't. But it must admit, on second look, I thought that maybe it did.
Maybe it just pitched, then took the edge and flew. So here's Abbott bowl. Simpson's forward, pushing that one back. And have a look at the replay here. Yeah, I've got a feeling maybe, because it was quite a full delivery, wasn't it, that it pitched, took the edge and then went. I just wasn't sure whether it pitched, took the edge and went back to ground. Yeah, I think it was an edge, I think it pitches, I think it is ground bat. Yeah, I think it is ground bat and then put down. Have another look. Yep. Because it was so full, it was virtually in the block hole, wasn't it, as he played it? That was why I was wondering if he played it into the ground. And here's Abbott to Simpson. He's troubling him, all right, isn't he? Simpson defends to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, they're creating something, which is the main thing on the pitch, where for long periods in this game, bowlers have struggled to create anything at all. Creighton
dot balls as well, back-to-back maidens. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 13. Abbott, brilliant from him. Not so brilliant for me, that's why I'm leaving. Dave Allen's coming on with Middlesex in a spot of bother, 82 for 4. A few words from Kevin James first.
Liam Dawson to continue, 3 for 16 from his 10 overs. It's important that Hampshire just keep creating. It's hard work to do anything. Even for Liam Dawson, who has superb figures and has got the odd ball to turn. And it may just be starting to turn a fraction more, but it's still hard work for the spinners because it's a very slow wicket. He's got to get the ball in exactly the right areas, Dave, hasn't he, really, to create problems. Otherwise, it still is quite easy for the batters to play as Higgins pushes that out to extra cover.
Yeah, I was looking at you. You just said, did you think this game had caught up in terms of runs and wickets with the others? And it hasn't really.
Has it not? Still behind?
Yeah, so fewer runs here than anywhere else.
Dawson, the wicket to Higgins, plods forward.
Approximately 500 runs here for 14 wickets. Somerset is the next runs-wise, so they've got 50 more, 550, but there's 23 wickets have fallen there, you see, they're into the third innings. Then 2 above 600, 1 above 700.
Dawson in, flighted, quite full as that's driven into the ground.
So I think again it sort of confirms that the pitch is the key difference, really. You know, I mean, Northants-Kent 700 runs and 14 wickets. Well, we've had 14 wickets here, but they're 200 runs ahead of us. So
interesting, that.
I think you're absolutely right what you're saying about Dawson.
On the back foot there, very watchful Higgins.
But things are happening, aren't they? You keep thinking, well, there's a little appeal there, or they almost nicked that, and you know that will give them hope.
Yeah. But of course, we're only looking at Division 1 games.
Yeah, only
the
those.
But there's still a few games to set this against.
Yeah.
Dawson flights that one well forward. Higgins again. Ball goes back down the pitch to the bowler.
Glamorgan Sussex is pretty slow. That's 450 runs, but they're again 20 wickets.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah.
Certainly the slowest game in this round as Dawson bowls. Higgins forward again, goes to Barker at backward a point. End of the over. A maiden over there for Dawson. 4 maidens in his 11 overs, 3 for 16. It's we've said it and we'll say it again that it's the mixture of the Kookaburra ball and the slow nature of the pitch. They're combining together to make things not easy for the batters or really the bowlers.
The thing I'm enjoying most about this game so far is the extent to which the spinners are playing a key role, because it's I suppose the simple point is that I spent the first 20 years of my life watching county cricket on uncovered pitches where spinners always played a key part. I mean, you think back 50 years to when Hampshire won the county championship. He wasn't the only person that did it, but through August, the man that won the championship for Hampshire as much as anyone was the spin bowler David O'Sullivan. Abbott, round the wicket, bowls, and Simpson allows it to go through. To the keeper. Yeah, David O'Sullivan he didn't play quite a lot in the first half of the season, didn't have any great successes, and I can't remember now, but he probably took 40 wickets in August, and he just kept bowling sides out. And but there were also other wonderful spinners around. I mean, the key game that year was when we beat Northamptonshire, who were second. We were top and they were second, early August, and what won it was Barry Richards' battle with Bish and Beddy. was absolutely stunning cricket. Abbott Bowls, that's played out to cover the no run. It was a fantastic game. Richards didn't get more than 35 or ish in either innings, but it was a game that was over in 2 days, and he just played him brilliantly, because Richards would score runs at a rate, and he didn't in that second innings particularly. In particular, it took a long time, and he just took Betty on. He said, we're going to win this game. We beat Northants, they finished third, and we won the championship, and it was memorable, really. I love watching those battles. And another one that really springs to mind, I think there's an issue with the ball, so I can wrap it a bit, which I think, would you have seen it? The last game ever at Portsmouth, Hampshire against Kent, which was the year after you retired, I think, in the year 2000, yeah? So, actually, you probably didn't see it. But there was a famous battle on the second afternoon between Raoul Dravid and Shane Warne, which Dravid won with a century, and Kent won the game. Abbott Bowls, and again, it's just pushed out on the offside. Dravid was sublime, and Warne was brilliant. He was just coaxing the case. And the really funny outcome of it all was that Dravid got this 100, and eventually Kent went on to win it. And at some point, the Hampshire captain then, who would have been Robin Smith, I think, he decided to just give Giles White a chance instead with his leggies, and Giles White dismissed Raoul Dravid. Warney couldn't get through his defences, and Chalky got him, which was just funny, really. It was quite lovely. Abbott in, round the wicket again, he bowls, and again it's just played out on the offside. Abbott thinks that he's yorked him, to be honest. It was a very full ball, but...
Giles White, of course, now Hampshire's director of cricket.
Yeah.
I'm sure he told me a little while ago that I don't know if it was around that time, that Hampshire wanted to make him into a leg spinner, didn't they?
Oh, did
and
they?
I think he stayed with Warney.
Yeah.
And he spent time with Warney.
Okay.
Who helped him with his leg spin bowling.
Okay.
Because I think the county were quite keen to.
Well, the other memory I've got of him is that there was a match that was under some scrutiny for the way that the whole game was set up, Abbott Bowls, and again it's just played back towards the bowler. There's no it was at Derby. It was the last game of the season, and it was when the counties were divided for the first time. Were dividing into two divisions. Derby needed a certain number of bonus points, and we needed to win the game. And all these contrivances managed to occur, much to the chagrin of Warwickshire, who ended up in the second division and were furious about the whole thing. He said, because there were declarations, and there was buffet bowling on the last third afternoon rather. And but I'm pretty sure that Chalky bowled took significant wickets in that game at one point. And that's hit the cover, and it's nicely fielded. Tomlin's not there, but that's the end of the over. So it's another maiden from Abbott. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 0-13.
What year would that have been? 19?
That would have been
2000?
No, that would have
99.
That would have been 99, wouldn't it? Yeah, 99 at Derby, and I think Hampshire won it. It was a caught and bowled by Peter Hartley, and I think they won it by less than 5 runs. I can't. Yeah, have a look at that. Find it. Yeah. I was there as well. I mean, I used to go to Derby a lot because I had relatives who lived at Chesterfield, and I'd go and see them and go to games at Derby.
It used to be called the PPP Healthcare.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
PPP, yeah.
And Chesterfield, of course, was a very beautiful ground. In fact, I've seen you play at Chesterfield. I can remember.
Got 100 now.
I can remember chatting to you in that game when you were fielding at, I think, probably long leg or something. I'm not sure. And I was sat by the boundary. It was a very hot day, and I think Rollins maybe got 100. I can't quite remember now.
Yeah,
but
I've got the game.
Have you got that game?
Hampshire won by 2 runs.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Dawson bowls. Higgins pushes that out behind point. Right, so it was on the 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th of September, so it would have been probably just about the last match.
Yeah, and you have a look at the Hampshire second innings. Look at who bowled.
Well, Hampshire got 362.
Oh, right, yeah.
There's an 80 from Adrian Ames the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
And the Derbyshire first innings was 277 for 9 declared.
Yes.
Higgins forward.
Did Chalky get wickets?
Let's have a look. So in the Hampshire bowling lineup, White bowled 2 overs, 1 for 16.
Yeah.
3 wickets apiece for Nixon McLean and Peter Hartley, the umpire.
Yeah.
Umpire, well, he wasn't umpire then, he umpires now. Hampshire second innings, 199 for 5 declared.
How many overs?
34.
Yeah.
Higgins
So they were going at
pushes that
6
to
and over.
middle.
But if you look at who bowled,
The likes
I
of
think the wicket keeper
Carl
bowled.
Cricken
Yeah, that's right. the
bowled
keeper
almost
bowled.
10 overs, 1 for 54.
Yeah.
Stubbings,
Yeah.
is that Steve Stubbings?
Yeah, I think so.
That
Yeah,
was
yeah.
his name, wasn't it?
And the
Steve
argument was
Stubbings.
partly they were setting it up because there was rain forecast, but it never came.
5 overs for 41 he bowled. That's off the back foot. And there's no run. And Derbyshire in their second innings, 282 all out.
There was one very brave
Phil
innings by
DeFreitas got
somebody.
runs there. 50, 60.
A youngster got some runs towards the end.
Actually, no, Chalky White didn't bowl in the second innings.
No, not in the second innings. It was the first innings when they needed bonus points that they brought.
Yeah.
We brought him on.
2 overs, 1 for 16.
Um,
That's set outside the off stump.
And then in the Derbyshire innings, somebody held out. Was it Lacey?
Oh yeah, Lacey,
Somebody
42. Caught and bowled Hartley, but
That's it. And that was the last
145
wicket.
balls.
Yeah,
Simon Lacey.
Yeah.
Gosh, I haven't heard that name for
that
a
was the
minute.
last wicket.
Right arm off break, right hand batter. Forward is Higgins. That's out off a thick edge along the ground to Keith Barker. That'll be the end of the over.
Yeah.
That's another maiden over for Liam Dawson, and the total is 82 for 4.
And you know, Tim Tremlett was, I think, the coach at that time. Oh, actually, it was probably around the time that he was standing in because Malcolm was so terribly ill, Malcolm Marshall. But I can remember being at Derby, and it was a bit of a gloomy evening like this, but much colder. And I can remember Tim just pacing the ground, you know, as they got closer and closer to winning it. And then we won the game, which meant we went into the first division and Warwickshire went into the second division.
Okay.
And then the following year, I don't know whether this was karma, but Derbyshire and Hampshire were both relegated and Warwickshire came up.
It's interesting though, isn't it? The last round of championship matches in 1999 started on the 15th of September.
Yeah.
And yet this year, as probably in most of the recent years, the last round of matches start on the 26th.
Yeah, much later. Of course, there was no T20 then, and no 100 to accommodate, so it was that. Can't remember which of the List A games we were playing then. Was the Sunday League finished? It probably was by then. Abbott did his round the wicket, and much as I reported in the last over, it just pushed out by Simpson to cover for no run. Simpson's on 16.
Would that still be in the year where the one-day final at Lord's was played in September?
Yeah, I'm sure
It
it
still
was
would be,
then.
wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
oh yeah.
Just
yeah.
trying to think what that competition was called.
But it didn't last for much longer, did it? Because when we won it in 2005, that wasn't a September finish, was it? Unless we had, did we still have 2 finals at that point? I don't think we did, you know. I'm not quite, no, because in 2005 we had the T20, didn't we? Abbott, Bowles. That's just chopped out on the offside. It's a slightly different shot in that it was less defensive, but it wasn't going to bring any runs, and it's fielded at cover. And it looks to me as though Felix Organ is, well, he's either just limbering up because he'd like James Vince to take notice of him, or he's limbering up because he's had the word. He's down at third man, but he was just bowling a couple of imaginary balls there.
I'm trying to find out what the one-day cup was called in that year.
I don't think it was Nat West any longer, but God, I can't remember. And the Abbott Bowls out square on the offside, and there is a run. Simpson scores a run, which is the first run for some substantial time. A little bit of ironic applause. Actually, it may be the B&H was still being played.
Well, no, the B&H would have been finished early. I tell you what,
but it would have
was.
been yes, early, yeah.
I think it's the ECB 38 County Cup where the cricket boards were involved early
yeah,
on.
that's right. There was a game.
Oh no, maybe it's not. No, tell a lie. Oh,
there was a game at Northlands Road that Raj captained Hampshire Cricket Board, and they did very well against Glamorgan. I remember that.
Yeah,
Charlie
that was-
van der Gooch took wickets. Glamorgan won it in the end. It was the real Glamorgan side. It was the Hampshire Cricket Board against the real Glamorgan side. Abbott Bowles, and Well, that's interesting. There's an interesting field with sort of two short mid-wickets there, and Higgins advances and looks to drive a little bit. In fact, it's just fielded close to without a run being taken. The only fielder out on the boundary is the man at long leg, and it's Felix Organ, and Felix Organ is exercising. So I think maybe they're going to give Dawson a rest, or maybe Organ will bowl at the end that Abbott is currently bowling, which is Abbott bowl again. He's on the walk. Very confident appeal, but he was walking a long way down. That's no reason why the ball could not go on and hit the stumps, but yeah, it was a good shout. I mean, it hit him pretty much on the full. It almost kind of yorked his feet then. It didn't look as though it was too far out either way, but I think the umpire would have had to be very confident that no deviation was going to occur in the last. People said that about James Vince yesterday, but it did look on the screen as if actually Vince was moving after the ball hit him. Now, the man at cover has been brought across to a deep-ish mid-wicket, but there are still the two short mid-wickets and a slightly forward of square leg, who I think would be described as saving one. The two men short mid-wicket both crouched as if in a catching position, and of course, having just taken the man away from cover, Higgins then just pushes one into that space. Abbas has to run round and pick the ball up, and they take a single. So Higgins pinches the strike, goes on to 10. Middlesex 84 for 4.
Now there was a thing called the CGU National League.
Oh
that
yeah,
year, the 45 over competition,
which was like the Sunday League, Kevin, wasn't
it?
But
it went into the 19th of September, the last round of games.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking; it was obviously done on a league basis. Hampshire finished second from bottom actually of the Division 1 table. Division 2. Yeah, so it was split into two leagues. It doesn't look as though.
Oh yes. Do you know what I remember? Because the day after we beat Derbyshire and upset Warwickshire, we went to play at Edgbaston.
Do you know what? You were so right. You've got a great memory.
God, yeah, and that was controversial. Dawson bowling. Sorry, Kev, I'm pinching yours.
Yeah, that's cut away in the 45. The last game. You're right. The last game that Hampshire played in that
really
competition,
controversial.
Was it at Warwickshire, 19th of September?
But you have a look at that scorecard.
And no result.
No, but
it rained, didn't it?
Yeah, they were stuffing us.
There's Dawson round the wicket. Oh, it's bounced and turned now. Has he got an edge this time?
Yes,
and he has. The umpire has decided that is caught behind. And I think Higgins, his only disappointment really, it was an absolute peach of a delivery. Well taken, Ben Brown. That's bounced and turned, and that does look as though it's come off the shoulder of the bat. And Higgins has gone for 10, and Warwickshire now find themselves. Warwickshire? We were just talking about that. It is Middlesex, of course, are now 84 for 5.
Yeah, that was that ball fizzed, didn't it? That really went. And Dawson bowling. He's got 4 for 16 now in his 13th over. And I mean, there have been times in Liam's career, not that many, but times in his career when he's taken 5-6 wickets in an innings, but not often while conceding so few runs. He's having a great afternoon. Yeah, so anyway, that particular game, I think Sean Newell might have been at the wicket, but I can't quite remember. But we needed 115 to win it, and we were 76 for 6 in. Oh, Udall had just got out, that's right, yes. So actually nobody else came in. That was it. And I think we needed, I can't remember, it was a Duckworth losing. We needed something like 20 to win off 3 balls with a new batsman
11
coming in.
11 overs aside, the match was reduced to.
Yeah. And the umpires took them off. And the consequence of that was that Warwickshire, either Warwickshire didn't then go up from, or Warwickshire got relegated perhaps from that division. So there was something awful, so that and the players had to be really a bit cautious about when they left the ground, because the Warwickshire fans were so furious. They were incensed by what had gone on. It wasn't Hampshire's fault that it rained, but
Yeah, well, Warwickshire finished third from bottom in the Division 1 table. Hampshire finished second from bottom.
so I think they both got relegated. Yeah, I think that was
Finished
it.
bottom,
And if Warwickshire had won, which they should have done really, they would have stayed up. Yeah, I remember all that. That weekend was it was extraordinary.
Right, the new batter for Middlesex is Luke Holman, another left-hander. So we've got two left-handers out there. So Dawson switches to over the wicket. Still three men round the bat as he comes in, and Holman just works that away from fairly straight into the gap on the offside, off the mark straight away.
I found you a picture. It doesn't really matter to show other people, but there's Ingleby appealing, Shackleton appealing. It was a Gillette Cup game in 1967. Ingleby keeping wicket. Mike Denness's LBW for Kent.
Bournemouth?
So it's Southampton.
Or Southampton?
Yeah, it's the old Southampton ground. Yeah, Northam Road. Yeah, I just found one. So yeah.
Very nice. It's a very nice old
He would keep wicket because in those days, like now, really, it'd pick a keeper who could bat.
Dawson bowls down the wicket. Oh, and he's bounced and he's caught at short leg. It's off the glove. Dawson's got one to spit out of the rough.
Wow.
And it's Simpson that goes this time. He goes for 17. Dawson is on fire in this match. There's absolutely no stopping him with bat or ball. And Middlesex are now 85 for 6.
I wonder what the England selectors are thinking if they're keeping up to date at the moment with Dawson 12 overs and 4 balls, 5 maidens, 5 for 17 to follow 141 with the bat. And there were a few people who thought that Dawson should have been in the Test squad. I think he's so remarkably phlegmatic about it, but you just begin to wonder whether the circumstances are such that he's thought, I'll show him. It's quite delightful to watch, really.
Well,
I love watching spin bowling when there's really some chance of them doing something, and that was true in the Middlesex innings. I mean, I know he was a very inexperienced off-spin bowler, but he did well and took 7 wickets. And there's always something. There's always the possibility that something might happen, and it is at this precise moment. And just mentioning that, De Geers is now making his way out.
Just got a tweet here. At Silent Sport, can you ask for a shout out to the Palmer's Cricket Club second 11 who went 9 games unbeaten with another win this weekend? Happy to do that. I'm just looking where Palmer's is.
I wonder where that is. Yeah, I don't know that.
Brighton and Hove.
Oh, okay, Brighton and Hove.
There you go.
Okay. Sussex.
85 for 6. Dawson 5 for 17 to go with his 141. I wonder who's going to be man of the match.
Yes, I was just thinking the same. Well, you're going to have to talk to him again. You were saying earlier, but I don't know what you do about it.
No, I'm still not 100% convinced, but we'll see.
Well, you could talk to Gubbins. You made 100.
Well, I think it'd be quite nice. Just something only because we spoke to him yesterday, and we know what Liam's very good. He's not over the top when he's bad. He's not over the top when he's good.
Yeah.
But anyway, Josh De Geers is the new man now. There's a few wickets between these two.
Yes.
12 already in the game between these two. Here's Dawson round the wicket to the right-hander. De Geers on the back foot. Hits Fletcher Middleton on the boot, but he's okay. Good catch by Fletcher Middleton, by the way, which we probably failed to say because he was diving forward. It wasn't one of those that looped off the glove, but it didn't go straight down either, but it required a bit of work at short leg. Fletcher Middleton was up to it. He's at silly mid-off at the moment. He's beaten outside the off-stump, playing back to a foolish delivery. Dawson is causing havoc now. Quite rightly gets a good round of applause for completing 5 wickets. I think, Dave, I heard you say earlier that it was a couple of games ago when he got more wickets as well. In fact, it was here, wasn't it, against Northants. So in his last 2 home games, he's picked up 11 wickets in 2 innings, because that was only 1 innings against Northants. Just let me double check that actually, because they would have rolled them out. I think Liam Dawson only bowled in the 1 innings. Yes, he only bowled in the 2nd innings against Northants here, 6 for 61. So he's still going to bowl. So in less than 2 innings, Dawson on this ground has figures of 11 for 78.
That's not bad, is it?
That's pretty good.
Not bad. Chris has just sent me a picture of various Hampshire cricketers, including Shack and Roberts and Greenwich and Marshall and Warren and Robin Smith and Jamie, where are you? You're not under the table there, are you? No.
No.
But
I don't reckon.
Thank you, Chris.
Have a look at the picture.
It's a drawing of some sort.
Oh, is it?
Or painting, rather. Aberdeen Bowls. And it's just left alone by...
No, that's before me. Barry, I never shared a dressing room with Barry Richards.
No, but some of the others, Robin Smith.
Yeah, but that would have been before.
Yeah, I think it's a composite
Andy
thing.
Richards.
Andy Roberts.
Andy Roberts.
Gordon Greenidge you did. Yeah, so one or two.
Now this is interesting, Dave, and you hopefully will be able to confirm this, really, or at some point you will be able to. Joel on the tweets at Sonic Sport says Dawson is the first Hampshire player to score a century and take 5 wickets in an innings since Dimmy Mascarenhas in 2005.
Well, I'm entirely prepared to believe that. I mean, it would take me a while to work my way through it, so I'm sure he's right. That's just pushed into the gap out at mid-wicket. It's a 6-3 field offside, so there wasn't anybody there. But that's a great stat. I like that one. Very good. Yeah, sure, that's right. He'll have me searching the record books tonight to find all the examples now, but yeah, a good one. I wonder who might have. Peter Sainsbury might have done it occasionally. He didn't score a great many hundreds, but Kevin James, did he ever do that? You think he ever did? Yeah, well, crikey, hang on. Oh no, how many did you take against the Indians? You only took 4, didn't you? You just got them all in one. You took a 5. Yeah. So there we are then. That's not since Dimmy Mascarenhas, but Kevin James has done it against the Indians in '96, I think.
Yep.
Abbott Bowls, well, that was left alone and goes through to Ben Brown, but it was a coat of varnish. Yeah, so there we are, the great Hampshire all-rounders, Liam Dawson, Dimmy Mascarenhas and Kevin James. Good. I'll try and think of some more. But,
too kind, Dave. Chris Hyde at Sonic Sport says Liam Dawson's making the England cricket selectors look decidedly silly right now. Well, I'm sure he's making them sit up and take notice. I think we can certainly say that.
I think there might be a few comments in the reports about it later on, for sure. I suppose it will depend a bit how things go in the second test, but if they don't go very well, there might be a few questions asked. He's certainly a terrific county cricketer, Abbott Bowls. And that and just puts his hand out and deflects that one. He's still got those 2 intriguing short mid wickets, even though it's a new batsman. So batter, sorry. Oh God, got it wrong. De Carey's is the new batter, but still got those 2 short mid wickets. So.
It's a bit gloomy, Dave.
Yeah, it is. It's not been at all like yesterday, really. No threat of rain, but Abbott Bowls, and that's just pushed up to mid-off. No run. I did say that on at least 2 occasions I saw, and Organ's doing it again. He's definitely either simply like a 12-year-old kid pretending to bowl, or he's trying to attract Vince's attention, or he's been told to warm up.
Dave, take a break. You're going to come in for me in a moment.
Okay.
It's just I've got to very quickly disappear, but Kevin Hand is back with about 100 million coffees in his hand. So Kevin Hand will come in, and then Dave Allen will be back in shortly.
Here's Abbott, he bowls, and this ball's run away, back at a point. And they'll pick up a couple here. It was a cry catch. It was in the air for a moment, but not really. De Carey's off the mark. 88 for 6. Holman has 2. And Dawson, well, 5 for 17. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. A century, followed by a 5-fer. Well, De Carey's then need a 7-fer, followed by a century, Middlesex.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess, yeah, that could be. Now then, I've been showing photographs out. I know that these don't go out very well on radio, but that's Colin Ingleby Mackenzie. Mm-hmm. I'm showing Kevin Colin Mackenzie. That's the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth Cricket Week, 1957-ish. There are those It's a Middlesex sweater.
Yeah.
Who's
It
it?
looks
Who
a little
is
bit
it?
like Brearley, doesn't he?
It's JJ War.
Ah.
So there we are.
Here's Dawson, left arm over, he bowls. Oh, backing up is the left-handed Holman, and that is 6 for 17, Dawson. A century in the first innings for Hampshire, a 6 for in the second. Well, he's still got another 3 to play with in this first Middlesex innings alone. They have played this perfectly, Hampshire. Any county would have done it. The Kookaburra ball, they've got a clearly more experienced spin set of bowlers to choose from, and their premier man Dawson is coming up with a top class performance here. 6 for 17, Middlesex in deep trouble here at 88 for 7.
It's remarkable, really, Dawson has one 7-wicket haul in his career, which was last year in a rather controversial match-up at Chelmsford, where there was a pitch that surprisingly suited Simon Harmer, and Dawes took a 7 for there, and the only occasion in his career when I'm pretty sure when he took 10 wickets in a match. So he's on at the moment on 7 for 51 is his best. He's on at the moment with a very real chance of recording his best ever bowling figures in first class cricket.
Well, Toby Rowland-Jones comes out, Middlesex in the mire here in the wood.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to call it the forest, am I?
Yeah, I mean, we were saying earlier, weren't we, that we didn't think Hampshire would be desperate to enforce the follow-on, and they'd quite like to bowl on the fourth down.
Well, do you know, I wonder, would they just put Middlesex back out there? We're so early in the game. I think you put them back out there.
And
they were knackered, Middlesex, after yesterday.
Yeah, and it looks to me as though that's going to be a substantial lead, not a slight one.
Yeah, I mean,
of
they
course,
come
it
out
could
with all the time to play within the
turn
world.
around. Yeah, it could turn around. But the deficit at the moment is 350. So you'd think, you know, if in the end Middlesex are 250 or more behind, then I think they probably would.
You think they would?
I think they'd put them in again. Yeah, and at the minute, you know, Abbas and Barker have got a lot of overs.
Fuller hasn't even bowled yet, has he?
Yeah.
Here's Dawson to the Middlesex captain. Toby Rowland-Jones is forward and defending. He's got a man who was opening the batting last year at the other end in Carey. So Rowland-Jones got a real job to do for his side here. In fact, a former Middlesex youth opening batter.
Well, I was going to say he can
back,
can't he?
Yeah.
He can. He's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not the worst number 9, I don't suppose.
Dawson, lots of flight. This ball's clipped to mid-on, no run. 88 for 7. But 2 slips, silly point. Go on, Dave.
I think the problem now is with 14 overs left in the day, that it's
You're
going
thinking
to
about the extra half an hour?
Suddenly, no, but it's suddenly moved on at a pace, hasn't it? You know, which we didn't think it was going to at one point.
Dawson bowls his ease to silly point. 88 for 7.
Yeah, extra half hour. Yeah.
No, just another 10 wickets and we can have the extra half hour. Dawson. 2 balls left to his 14th over. 6 for 17. He bowls and Rowland-Jones on the back foot strokes this one away. He's a big tall man, isn't Rowland-Jones? So I guess if he's got the opportunity to get forward, get that stride in.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Has that been sent to us? Oh, somebody sent Vince's 5-wicket thing. Oh yeah.
Dawson bowls inside edge on the forward defence of Rowland-Jones. Ricochets back off the pad and rolls back up the track. A wicket maiden for Dawson. 6 for 17 from 14 overs with 6 maidens. Well, Abbas, what was he? 6 for 11 from 11 overs with 6 maidens. Look at this from Dawson. And he's not finished yet. 88 for 7 Middlesex in reply to Hampshire's 419, which we did say was based mainly on one partnership.
Yes, mainly. I mean, there were a few useful runs at the end from Morgan and Fuller, but it was that partnership turned so much of the game, I think, really.
Well, you think how costly the drop was of Gubbins on 61.
Kevin was just showing me, somebody sent a tweet of a reproduction from the Daily Echo, and I remember seeing that. That was a game against Loughborough University when James Vince took 5 in an innings.
Yeah.
And now Organ's going to bowl.
Yes.
Okay. So what have we got? We've got Vince at slip, and we've got the one man at short leg still, which is Fletcher Middleton, who's doing that job. Although we've got 3 men out on the leg side, and he's bowling now to his fellow off spinner, who goes way back on his stumps and just pushes it out.
He does the Nick Gubbins thing. He puts the ball under his neck when he's about to run in and bowl. Have you seen Gubbins bowl?
I have. I can't
like a shot
remember it
put.
well enough, but yeah, he bowled in the 50 overs a bit last year. Organ bowls, and again he just plays that going back. There is a shortish. Well, I don't know. He's more of a mid-on than a mid-wicket really, but the 3 men in the ring out are long on, mid-wicket, and long leg. They're all 20 yards in from the boundary, and that just gets through. I think it probably hits him on the pads outside the off stump. Brown retrieves it. Then there's a slip, a mid-off, a deep gully, and a cover on the boundary. And here's Organ bowls, and there's an attempt at a sweep which I think just comes off an under edge and is fielded down here, and they take 1 run. Yes, did come off the bat.
Oh, if we see the Gubbins leg spin.
Yeah, well he had one game, I think it might have been against Worcestershire, I can't quite remember, the 50 overs for us, when I think he was the skipper anyway, and I think he took 4 wickets.
He skippered it.
No, it was against Sussex. It was against, on the march this time. Tried to play it out on the onside, but in fact it goes to Barker at mid-off. So I'll look it up when you're doing the next over. But I think that's right. I think it was Sussex in a 50 over game. Organ bowls. It's just brought back and pushes it out. And I got a feeling he got runs as well. So end of the over by Organ. It's first over, 2 runs. And the score is 90 for 7. He bowls leggies, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He puts the ball right under his chin and he runs in like a shot putter.
Oh, okay.
And then whoop, out it comes.
I'll find that game. I'm sure that there was one particular game when he was. I can't remember if they always award a man of the match nowadays, but Leicester, 2021, he got 4 for 38.
Dawson bowls and over the top of it. Roland Jones defends. It's a point where Barker fields. Oh, Kevin James's update.
Yeah.
BBC Radio Solent. This will be an enthusiastic one now.
This will be, yeah. Yeah, I think he got 131 not out in the same game, if I'm right.
Dawson bowls onto the pads of Roland Jones, comes dancing down. It was quite a straight line, wasn't it, from which he tried to clip it.
It's another one of those that might well have gone on to hit, but it would be difficult for an umpire to give with complete confidence.
Yes. That was a great ball to get rid of Higgins, by the way, wasn't it? Here's Dawson.
Yeah.
Bowls and Roland Jones on the back foot, wristily punches that one wide and mid on. That was a nice looking shot. Mohammed Abbas gives chase, but can give up his 4 runs. Middlesex moves to 94 for 7. Roland Jones has 5. The sun breaks through. Middlesex need some sun to shine on them this evening.
I do. I've got that game. Yeah, it was Hampshire against Sussex. Not that was 2021. Nick Gubbins batted at 3 in a 50 over game. Got 131 from 119 balls, and then came out and was the 7th bowler and took 4 for 38.
And he captained.
And yeah, I think he did. Yeah, it might have been.
Why did they take the captaincy off him?
Yeah.
Now a bit of flight to Roland Jones. He comes dancing to clip through the onside again. A 7-2 field here for the left arm finger spinner. He's got 2 slips, a backward point, cover point, silly point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and backward square leg. So a 7-2 field, and Roland Jones looking to access this onside, which is very much what Dawson is hoping to tempt him into doing. Off he goes, sun's shining again. That's picked up the temperature a bit. I had to go and get a hot drink. It was getting cold, wasn't it?
Yeah, a bit chilly on occasions, yeah.
Dawson bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track by Roland Jones. One to come of the over.
I misled you about the captaincy. He captained them last year, but the previous year it was Kyle Abbott actually captain. So
Abbott was captain in the One Day Cup side.
Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah,
imagine turning up to face Abbott in the One Day Cup.
Didn't play last year in it, I don't think. I think
Dawson in bowls, lots of flight. Roland Jones clips through square leg, and that'll be a couple as the aforementioned Abbott runs around to collect. They'll think about 3, but it's the arm of Abbott that I'm sure they will not risk. Middlesex are 96 for 4. De Keres has 3 and will have strike. Roland Jones moves to 7. And Kevin James has spotted something which he's pointing out to Dave Allen.
7.
So you get one more wicket for his best figures.
Yes,
one more wicket for his best figures. There you go.
That best was at Chelmsford last year, wasn't it? On that Harmer-friendly pitch, yeah. So there we are. Yeah. So, but Nick Gubbins had one of those great games, really, which cricketers must absolutely love, and it will be De Keres to face 3 not out from 11 balls, with the minute scoring rate unimportant, and it's a nice evening now. There's still silvery and a bit cloudy, but the sun is through as Organ bowls, and De Keres is definitely playing this off spinner from the pitch or a little behind even. He's not going forwards. He's not using his feet. He's content to trust his defensive technique, and Organ bowls accept when he does that, which is to sweep quite nicely out to a sort of forward mid-wicket, the man just 20 yards in from the boundary, who hurls the ball back, and it's intercepted by Liam Dawson. They take a single, and Roland Jones will face. He's on 7 as Organ bowls, and he uses his feet. Down he comes, and
he's hit De Keres.
Yeah,
I think he hit his bat.
He had, yeah, and but the ball, as a consequence, the ball trickles out to long on, and they take another single. So they're swapping the strike there, and he's going to bowl round the wicket, right arm, off spin, round the wicket, and it's just a slight adjustment of the leg side field as a consequence, and indeed of the offside field now. People straightening positions or lengthening positions. No actual change in the positions, just a slight change of angle. Organ in bowls, very full. De Keres covers it with a flat-ish bat, and it trickles back to Organ, who picks it up and returns to bowl. Which he does, and again De Keres forward, nearly changed his approach, no longer going back onto his stumps. He's now smothering the ball. They say that in the Edwardian period, coaches would tell young public school boys, "Sniff it, sir, sniff it," and that was pretty much the way De Keres, or I suppose he's probably a public school boy himself, pretty much the way he's playing. Well, now he goes back, and somewhat tentative shot there, which squeezes out on the leg side, backward of square, just for a single, trots through. End of the over. Organ has conceded 3, I think, from that, 4 from that, perhaps. And is 3 from it. Sorry, and it's 0. He's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 5. The score is 99 for 7.
J-Mate's gone for a celebratory biscuit.
Yes, he has. Yeah,
he's going to have a day off on Wednesday.
He could have had a slice of Joe's cake. Have you had a slice of Joe's cake? I
had a slice.
Joe's.
Actually, now this is one thing that's been predicted with great accuracy: is how long will it take us to finish off Joe's cake? And I think 5 sessions was JMO's prediction.
Right. Well, I've only had one piece because I wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah, I've only had one piece as well.
It was. What you mean today?
In the last 20 minutes.
But Joe, I did enjoy it very much. Thank you.
It's just a very big piece.
Now, this is an intriguing bowling change. Having brought one of our off-spinners on at the far end, we've now brought our other off-spinner on at this end, at the hotel end, Joe Weatherly, who at one time looked like he might have a bit of a role as an off-spinner.
Resting Dawson.
Yes,
resting him for England.
Yeah.
Weatherly's in, the off-spinner, and it's a half volley, and it's carved out to the deep cover for a single. Changing ends for Dawson. What are you thinking? Two right-handers.
Enthusiastic applause for the 100, and suddenly squadrons, I don't know if that's the plural term for them, but squadrons of seagulls have arrived.
Lots of flight on this, and a low full toss clipped down to long on for a single. 101 for 7. It feels like room 101 for the moment. Middlesex. I can't believe you don't know what a group of seagulls are called, Dave. Man, the south coast.
Well, and actually they're all over the houses where I live and the gardens where I live.
They're after Joe's cake. I better put the lid back on.
They squawk like mad.
A lot of flight from Weatherly. It's dug out from De Carey's. Do you know what a group of flamingos is called? I found this out the other day. I thought that was a nice one.
I've no idea.
It sounds like a group of Surrey commentators. A flamboyance of flamingos. There's a lot of flight on this, and it's driven away outside the off stump. Low full toss in the end, and a single taken. 102 for 7.
I'm looking at Kevin, who's pacing around in the background, and I think he's hoping that Joe Weatherly is bowling an over to get people to change ends. But it's not been the best over a spin that we've seen in this game so far. But I guess it's not that easy just to turn it on. But I like that flamboyance of flamingos.
I like that one. Turned straight to mid-wicket, that one by Roland Jones off Weatherly, and there's no run.
Yeah.
Why I immediately thought Surrey commentators when I heard it. A flamboyance of flamingos.
Well, it was then making me think, do you think you could come up with a kind of collective noun for each of the counties? You know, what would a collective noun be for lots of Durham commentators?
Oh, steady. It's before the watershed. Forward goes Roland Jones, pushing away into the offside. Mid-off comes around to collect. 104 for 7.
I bet you could, though.
I've got 100 going through my mind right now.
You might not announce it on.
No, none of it's broadcastable. There was another one I heard as well, which I thought was really good, but flamboyance has certainly stuck out.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Flamboyance of flamingos.
Well, we shall see. And indeed, your prediction about Dawson was absolutely correct, which almost certainly means.
Interesting, that, isn't it? What,
yeah.
Is it? Maybe it's because of Roland. Yeah. Roland Jones looking to clip to the onside regularly will be one of the things. Now they're going for a 6-3 field again and bringing in a mid-wicket, that big old boundary off to onside. Are they trying to tempt him with the shorter boundary outside of the off stump?
Yeah,
Roland Jones was just convinced that he was going to play Dawson playing him through the onside, wasn't he?
And he's got a as you say, a 6-3 field and a row on the offside saving one, but nobody protecting the boundary, so he is tempting him. And he's in and bolts, and that's just played back to Dawson. So there's one short cover, and then a ring of those 3 men mid-off cover, and backward point, deepish gully, saving one figure, two slips. It's Dawson bowls that quick and quite hard, and it's very well played by Roland Jones, who just comes down and hits him straight back. Almost
angrily played that by Roland Jones, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Keith Barker has to retrieve it from underneath the advertising hoardings.
Only 162 more to avoid the follow-on.
And get it back to Dawson, so it's tempted him. In fact, there's no protection out on the boundaries for Dawson at all, so he certainly is willing to entice the false shot. In he comes again. He bowls that very flat and quick, and it's fielded at short cover. No run. 107 for 7.
Weighing up Hampshire's title credentials this year, I know Surrey have managed to get a bit of a lead going, haven't they? But if Lancashire could get something going against Surrey in this game.
Dawson bowls. That's tossed up, and he's missed a stumping chance there, I think, Brown. I'm pretty sure about that. It was a bit wide, but gloves went out, and all he did was glove it away from himself. And Roland Jones had come down the pitch. We're not getting a replay, unfortunately.
I'll put it up on the stream.
But I'm pretty sure that was a missed stumping chance, and this time he anchors himself in the crease.
I think my first thought was Roland Jones pirouetted, try and work it to the onside. I think it's hit the back pad of Roland Jones and kicked away into the offside. I don't think it gets through. Oh no, it does. It takes the pad of Roland Jones, which is what saves him. So then Brown isn't able to react to the deflection off the pad.
Yeah, and he's staying put now anyway, and just covering it and so on. That's the end of the over at 107 for 7. I will offer you one stat about Hampshire's championship winning chances, because I think they've got a side that could win the championship. I think they have had for 3 years but haven't quite got there. But here's a stat that is a pessimistic stat from a Hampshire point of view. It's 10 years since anybody won the county championship, except for those 2 odd COVID years. It's 10 years since anyone won the county championship having lost more than 1 game. And Hampshire have lost 3. But
16 points for the
there are changes of that sort which make it different. And in fact 10 years ago when it happened, it was Durham, and they lost 4 but they won 10 because in those days they were playing 16. But in recent years, when we've played a normal championship of 14 matches or whatever, nobody has lost more than 1 game. We've lost 3, so okay, records are there to be broken. And it's Organ who's come back.
This is worked away down to deep third by De Caires, and managed to pick up a boundary, and just a little bit of endeavour out there at the moment from Middlesex. I guess they can't just let them bowl at them at the moment.
No, I mean I guess one of the things about De Caires is he ought to know what the spin bowlers are going to achieve on this pitch more than anybody else really, so he's probably able to play it that way as a consequence. I'm going to be very surprised. You see, Lancashire at the minute are 11 runs ahead of Surrey in their second innings, but they've got 3 down already. So you'd look at it and you just think Surrey are going to win it again.
Here comes Weatherly, and this time padding up is De Caires. A bit of grip on that one. We'll see it in a moment. We're just seeing the replay of that one that he worked down to deep third, the reverse sweep.
It's
from
Organ.
De Caires. And let's see. Sorry, Organ. Yes. Let's have a look at this one now from Organ. Yeah, kicked it away, and that wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all, that shout from Organ. Here he comes, getting some purchase, the off spinner. Bowls and a reverse sweep from De Caires, gets it fine of Barker, and that'll be 4 more.
Twice in the over.
For
Twice
7,
in the over, reverse swept for 4.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's going to rival Dawson as the man of the match.
Well, as I said, he's got 7 for in the first innings. They need him to do a Dawson here.
Yeah.
Maiden first class ton for De Caires. Did get a first class ton against Yorkshire, but it was for Leeds Bradford, and it no longer holds first class status.
Okay.
Here's Organ, reverse sweeping again is De Caires, and he's going to get 4 more. 119 for 7. Middlesex trail by exactly 300 runs. De Caires is on to 19.
It's a 5-4 field, but that includes a slip, so there are only 3 men out on the conventional offside, if you understand what I mean there, because he's reverse sweeping into the conventional offside, and there isn't, and one of those men is at slip, and one at mid off. So he's only got to beat 2 men.
Organ again, bowls, and that goes through everything. Cry of catch. Now, I think it's gone up out of the gloves of Brown, and Slip then came around behind and had a little go at it. Did it take an inside tickle on the way through?
As though Brown shook his hand there.
Oh, that's gone through everything. Look at that turn and bounce. Last ball of the 44th over. What does De Caires go for on this one? As this one's given a nice bit of flight, a much straighter delivery, which means there'll be no reverse sweep attempted on that at all, and he blocks it to short leg, and there's no run. 123 for 7. He moves to 23 in the over, De Caires, and Roland Jones has 14, 296 behind Middlesex, and now those reverse sweeps in such a position of peril, it reminds me exactly of how his father would have played this.
Yeah.
Just see Alan Donald running in.
Yeah.
Switch hit from Athers.
Yes. Well, I mean, maybe he's just decided that actually it's precarious out there, and he's got to get the runs he can while he can. Don't know. And I mean, he's got his captain with him. So
Oh no, listen, don't. I'm not being facetious at all.
Yeah.
I think you've got to play the game. I mean,
Yeah.
Middlesex haven't thrown these 7 wickets away. They've been bowled out here, haven't they?
Yeah. Dawson is ready at the pavilion end to bowl to the Middlesex captain, who is just pushing forward to the man at short cover. There's no run. He's in his 17th over, got 6 for 27, so he could certainly still record his best figures. And he comes again, just forward defensively by Roland Jones, who was tempted in the last over and did come down, but the long on, mid on and mid off are well back in the long on, long off position, not quite on the boundary, but perhaps not tempting Roland Jones anymore. He's just playing more cautiously. And it's Dawson ready to come in again. He bowls much flatter, quicker ball, trickles out on the offside, fielded at cover. The whatever they were of seagulls has mostly dispersed. There are a couple just.
Oh, let's look it up. I'll look it up. What are you doing there?
Gone now, but I suspect this is.
But are they seagulls or heron
Down he
gulls?
comes. I don't know. Barker out at long off picks it up, and this will be my last over of the evening. So.
I won't let you go without a gift. Of course, it's a squabble of seagulls.
Oh, that'll do.
We forget.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. 2 balls of the over to go. And I very much enjoyed being here. I haven't been here very much, and very good to see you again, Kevin. I've enjoyed
Lovely
that.
to see you, my dear sir.
Here's Liam in a bowls, back defensively. Liam fields it himself. Does that? Yeah, squabble of seagulls. Oh, goodness me, yeah. If you lived where I lived, you'd believe that absolutely.
It's not just the missus then, Dave.
No.
Squabbling.
Back off to see them any time now. Dawson bowls. Defensively played on the offside. End of the over, 120 for 7. Good night to Kevin and everybody who's listening.
Thanks, Dave. Good to see you. And we'll have enjoyed this one. Middlesex's, Hampshire's honorary archivist, historian.
Yeah, thank you.
6 for 28 from 17 overs with 6 maidens, Dawson. And he has put his side into a very good position, near unassailable with both bats and with ball, Kevin James.
He certainly has. It's an interesting decision, that, wasn't it? A man that got 6 for 20 or whatever it was, 6 for 19, and then asked to switch ends.
Your take?
Well, mainly because then Felix Hawkins bowling into Barker's rough, but it's a brave decision, that, isn't it? When somebody's bowling so well. Organ bowls and he's on the back foot, tucks that away behind square Roland Jones. But there's a puff of dust virtually every ball now, especially with Organ bowling into that rough. But I don't know, it's an interesting call. Somebody's bowling 6 for 20, you pray for figures like that as a captain, as a fielding side, as a bowler, and then you end up bowling the other end. Which sometimes it's never quite the same. Organ bowls, he goes for the drive down towards mid-on. Lovely use of the footwork from Roland Jones. He moves on to 16, 121 for 7, and Middlesex are behind by 298. Whenever this innings comes to a close, they certainly want to get as close as they can to that first innings total, because with the way the wicket is starting to really dust up, that a really big deficit, and just makes things so hard. It goes for the reverse sweep, misses that just to Carey's. He's played some good reverse sweeps though in the previous Organ over. That's why Hampshire have 2 players behind square, 1 deep, 1 sort of saving a single. Still the short leg in as well as Organ comes in and bowls, and that's turned and bounced out of the rough. It's asking for the leg before. That's done far too much. Far too much, but what a puff of dust came up off the wicket there, and it will only get worse. 6 or just a bit over 6 overs left in the evening. You wouldn't rule out at least another wicket between now and the close of play. He goes for the sweep shot. That's a nice shot. That will be 4 runs from De Caires. Moves on to 23. That's the best way to play that, with the ball doing so much now for the off spinner.
Well, it's that experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of Dawson. But, that not only experience, talent. It's raw talent still, isn't it, for Holman and De Caires? For Dawson, this is talent honed over many years.
Oh yes. He's 33 now, Liam Dawson. Organ's a little younger than that. Always forward. That's off an inside edge. That could have gone anywhere. It's past the left hand of Fletcher Middleton, although it's probably already to ground by then. But plenty happening out there, as we've spent a good day and a half saying that there hasn't been a lot happening out there. Now there's something happening almost every ball. 125 for 7.
Yeah,
Thank
lots
you,
to weigh
Dave
up.
Allen.
Lots to weigh up, really, in terms of Gubbins' performance with the bat. He went slow. He dug in for his side, didn't he, Dawson, with him? Roland Jones, Helm, Bamber, Higgins. It's not for a want of effort, but Hampshire have got an attack. I mean, again, if you were to... You couldn't have prepared this pitch better for Hampshire's attack versus Middlesex attack in this game.
Agreed. Batting first has also helped, hasn't it?
Yeah. Put the pressure on, scoreboard pressure.
Yeah.
Here's Dawson, left arm around. He bowls to Roland Jones, who dabs into the onside.
Yeah, I mean, now with these conditions, 294 is a massive deficit. Massive deficit. They've got to eke out as many runs as they can now between the 8th and the 10th wickets.
Down the track comes Roland Jones, using his feet, only to clip to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, it's a strange old move, isn't it, moving Dawson?
He just seems to be almost less effective, even now, bowling from that pavilion end.
Caries, where did he take the majority of his wickets from? As here's Dawson bowls, forward goes Roland Jones, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. So I think he started at this end, didn't he? He did move up to the pavilion end today. I was trying to think if it was a switch back to the hotel end. In comes Dawson again, and quicker ball, which Roland Jones dances to meet, but pushed back to the bowler, and nothing doing. Bat and pad together for Roland Jones on that one. 125 for 7, Middlesex. A sunny Monday evening. Not the start to the week they wanted, though. Bad start to the working week for the visitors here at the Ageas. Down the track comes Roland Jones again, gets hold of that one, back over the bowler's head and all the way. 6 runs as umpire Long turns full circle from following it over his head to the pavilion. He pirouettes all the way back around to the Shane Warne stand to lift both arms. Roland Jones on to 22, catching up to Caries with 23. 131 for 7, and 1 to come of the 47th. Silly point right in front of Roland Jones, under his nose there. Dawson's in, bowls, and that's dabs into the onside by Roland Jones. Defensively, end of the 47th, 5 to go today. Middlesex 131 for 7.
I missed this a little earlier, apologies. You may already know this actually, Kev. Jonathan Gardner, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, in reference to your conversation earlier on the ICC qualifiers, Kevin's a world authority on this. You may know this. Please tell Kevin that the Windies lost in the Netherlands today in a super over.
Ooh.
Therefore, with 2 losses already, the Windies are essentially eliminated.
No. They're out of the World Cup.
Well, he says essentially.
Wow.
Sounds like good as.
I haven't seen the score there at all. I saw the... didn't catch a glimpse of it. I saw the...
super over. Actually, I think I saw a tweet earlier that said, is it... So a guy called De Leader that plays for the Netherlands? Apparently smashed loads. Sweep shot, lovely shot, out into the deep. Start of a new over from Felix Organ. De Caires moves on to 24.
De Leader got 33 off 47. Oh, and then below him, Nida Manuru got 111 off 76. 11 fours and 3 sixes.
No, but I mean off the super over.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, I think I saw a tweet a little while ago and I wasn't really...
Van Beek, he got 30 off 6.
Oh, Van Beek, it was... Yeah. There's a slog sweep there from Roland Jones, and that's going for 4. Fuller is out there in front of square on the leg side. That's gone just behind the umpire. Roland Jones moves on to 26, 136 for 7.
It was bowled by Jason Holder. Van Beek got 3 6s and 3 4s, and the West Indies in reply were 8 for 2. Goodness me. Van Beek got the 2 wickets as well. They haven't hit the 30. Wow.
There's Felix Organ again. Oh, it's short, and well, he probably saw Roland Jones coming down the wicket. That's worked to mid-wicket Dawson Fields. Yeah, just get this feeling this partnership has just got the better of the spinners on the whole. It's worth nearly 50, this partnership. Oh, he's gone for the huge slog over mid-wicket, gets wrapped on the pad, but he's 2 or 3 paces down the wicket. That was an attempt to launch it into the West End, which is just to our right. I think some people say it's the village of West End. It's almost become a suburb of Southampton. Well, it is a suburb of Southampton. There's Organ comes in again and bowls. He's down the wicket again. He launches that one to Dawson at mid-wicket, and that's a soft dismissal. And that's another wicket for Hampshire, and effectively another wicket for Liam Dawson to go with his 6th. But this time he's catching that one, and it's 136 for 8.
Well, I mean, this could be done tonight. So the seedings could be done tonight. There's, I think, 4.2 overs remaining. 2 wickets standing Middlesex. Would they enforce the follow-on tonight? Put Middlesex back out there for, I mean, let's say it went. So they picked up. Well, they got 4.1 overs remaining. So the 2 wickets go in the next 2 overs. There's 1 over to face tonight. They go back out themselves to do it, or do they send Stoneman and Robson out there to face Abbas for an over, or indeed Dawson?
Do you know what? I really don't know what they do. I've given up trying to predict, actually. I think these days, obviously teams tend not to, but I think there comes a point where you just say, do you know what? I think it just depends on how big the gap is. It's 283 at the moment. I mean, I suppose everybody goes to bed, has a good night's kip, and comes back in the morning, everybody's refreshed. So there is probably, assuming of course they take these next 2 wickets, there is a case, but then I've tried to predict these all the time. We are into, what, over number 48 of this innings, so it's not a lot of overs, is it?
Correct, 48. Yeah, well, let's say they don't go tonight. Let's say the last one goes first thing tomorrow morning. Take the overnight out of it, and they're facing 6 deliveries this evening. Do you send Middlesex back out there to have a couple of sessions in the dirt tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon and smash another? Well, no, you wouldn't even take up till tomorrow afternoon. You'd be midway through the afternoon session, wouldn't you? Have a session and a half, to hit 150 or so. Put yourself 450 ahead.
I suppose, you could bat again, and just wait for the wicket to dry out even more.
Yeah.
But then, of course, if you bowled out for not very many, then all of a sudden, I think they will force the follow-on at this stage. There's Organ. Tom Helm is the new batter. He's chipped that one up, but there's nobody at mid-wicket. Rather bizarre.
Did that go as high in the air as we both thought it did? Look at Organ's reaction.
Yeah.
It really did go, didn't it?
Very bizarre way to get off the mark, but Helm's off the mark. Wicket for Felix Organ, 1 for 28 from 5. They've been sweeping and reverse sweeping him a lot. That's why he's a little bit expensive. But Liam Dawson, once more, 6 for 34 from 18. He's going for less than 2 and over. Felix Organ going for just over 5.5. 48 run that partnership was worth for the 8th wicket. It's a good partnership, actually. That was starting to, I would say, look dangerous in the context of the match, but dangerous in terms of the way they were playing. Some good sweeps and reverse sweeps from De Carey's, good use of the feet from Toby Roland Jones. It was actually quite an effective partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Dawson, Helm on strike, slip and a silly point. De Carey's 24 from 32, and Helm rocks back and punches this up to mid-off, where Barker does the fielding. There's no run.
So they have to be out in this over, do they?
It'd have to be out in this over, otherwise that would be stumps, wouldn't it, if the wicket were to fall in the next, because it's 2 for the change of innings. Here's Dawson again. Steps in, bowls, and Helm backs away and punches off the back foot and just gets it wide enough of Barker that he'll get a couple here. Barker got fingertips to it, so it won't go to the boundary. He'll have to pick himself up and retrieve it just below the Shane Warne stand in the shadow, creeping onto the field over there.
Poor Fletcher Middleton there's had to get his legs out of 2 balls there. I mean, it's not a great position. That silly mid-off position is actually horrible.
Here's Dawson. Bowls, and down the track comes Helm and pushes to mid-on. There's no run. Would you... Carey's, he's got a score of 80 to his name when he was opening with Stoneman, I think. If he's not out and this comes to an end, you just say to him, well, keep going if you want. Do you want to go back out there and open again? Because he was opening previously. So here's Dawson bowls, and forward goes Helm. Pushing to extra cover, no run. Quite an interesting one, wouldn't it? Be it tonight or tomorrow morning.
I think that's happened in the past, hasn't it? Quite a few times.
Yeah.
Just go back out.
And again, he's an opening bat, so here's Helm pushing back up the track. There's no run. 139 for 8. I'd reckon that Higgins and De Carey's are pushed down the order by the fact that Dawson's bowling so well. Up went Simpson. 139 for 8. And last ball of the over, which is turned into the onside for a single. Helm moves to 4. Middlesex are 140 for 8. So there are only 3 overs to go today, so even if both wickets were to fall in this over, then that's it. That'd be stumps for the day, and we'd be back tomorrow. And you'd imagine Hampshire would leave it till roughly 10 minutes before the start of play to say, actually, do you know what? You're following on, lads. We had that at Lord's recently.
Sorry, I thought we had to change the bowling this end. We haven't. Did you really?
Yeah, I'm trying to think who it was. About 10 minutes before the start of play, someone declared. It was can't remember now, but anyway.
At Lord's?
Yeah,
so
overnight.
It will have either have been Essex.
Maybe it was Essex.
Notts.
Let me look back through the scorecards. It wasn't Notts because they had that game.
Or Somerset.
It had been Somerset.
No, they were bowled out 404, so it can't be in the last game. Here's Organ over the wicket. Bowls down the wicket comes Helm. Gets wrapped on the pad. You're talking about first innings?
Yeah.
All the sides playing at Lord's were bowled out in the first innings.
Oh, look. There's something
Must
this
have been
year.
second innings.
Yeah.
Notts in their second innings, 158 for 6 declared.
And maybe that no, because Notts, it was that was 40 overs at the end of the match, basically.
Oh, right, so it wasn't them then.
No.
Here's Helm down the wicket again. That comes off the bottom of the bat. You could feel that from up here. I'm just trying to look, actually. I'm not sure anybody else. I think all the others were bowled out in 2 innings. Notts is the only one that, to me, looks like they declared at Lord's. Here's Organ again. Nice forward defensive there from Helm.
Did Notts go out and send Middlesex out to warm up to bowl, and then 10 minutes before say, right, we're declaring.
Organ again. Helm's down the wicket. Just pushes that to Dawson at mid wicket.
Must have been that, mustn't it?
Well, it must have been because I can't
Yeah,
see
I can't see it. I'm
everybody
just going
else
through
has
them
been
now.
bowled out. Oh, Jack French with an email, silentcricket@gmail.com, talking about the old-fashioned club cricket and jugs. As that's off the back foot, inside edge. It's gone down to backward of square on the leg side. Helm moves on to 5. Jack says, evening chats. With Dawson's runs and wickets today, I rate that a 4 jug performance. Remember those days in club cricket? 2 jugs for the 100, 1 for the fifer, and another for the 150 avoidance. Used to do that in club cricket, didn't they? I'd be surprised if he makes it out for day 3. England's loss is Hampshire's gain, says Jack, who's in Sidcup. Here's Organ. And behind that one, plays that right into his feet. De Carey's end of the over. We've got 2 more overs to do. 141 for 8. Middlesex.
Yep, so I knew it was going to be a tough one here. They got Essex away on Friday in the blast, and then Glamorgan away on Sunday to finish Middlesex before they entertain Northamptonshire in 2 weeks at Northwood. Merchant Taylors, that really is becoming a very, very big game for Middlesex this season. Then Surrey pitch up at Lord's for a trip to Warwickshire. Dawson left arm round, his last over of the second day. What an opening couple of days he's had. Rocking back, Helm pushes up to mid-off and there's no run.
He's just not looked as effective from that pavilion end, has
No, I'd imagine this isn't going to be an experiment they repeat immediately tomorrow morning.
he? No.
So here's Dawson. What are we in the 51st over the innings now? He bowls and Helm backs away again and strokes it in between extra cover and Barker at mid-off, a single taken on this occasion, so he moves to 6. De Carey's on strike on 24. He could still wrap up tonight, be it this over or the next. They'd have to get one of them in this over to take the final wicket in the last over. If the 9th were to fall in the final over of the day, they'd all walk off, wouldn't they? So still 4 balls to go of Dawson's day. 6 for 38. He bowls. And backing up to this, De Carey's thick edge all on the floor to backward point.
It's uncanny in both T20 and in this, really, how nobody slog sweeps him, reverse sweeps him, or anything like that. The other spinners that come on, your Mason Cranes and whatever, sweep, reverse sweep, whatever. It's amazing.
We saw it against Organ, didn't we?
To Organ, yeah. Not to Dawson.
No, don't think so. Here's Dawson, he bowls, and forward goes to Carey's pushing back. I was saying to Dave, that's just how you'd have seen Athers playing it in this situation as well. A few reverse sweeps against Alan Donald. Backs against the wall.
And a stare. He did that once in a test match, didn't he?
That's great, yeah. In comes Dawson, bowls. De Carey's is right back and pushing away into the offside. There's no run on 48 for 2. It's not quite the pressure cauldron of Test cricket and the White Lightning himself. Alan Donald running into bowl for Josh out there, but nonetheless, it really is backs against the wall. Much as it was for it was Jack Russell at the non-strikers end, wasn't it? For
was it?
I said the non-strikers end. He obviously faced a bit of that as well from Donald's. As forward goes to Carey's, pushing into the offside. And a dot ball, 142 for 8. Middlesex will still be batting tomorrow, because even were a wicket to fall in this over now, then that would be it for the day. De Carey's 24, Helm 6, Organ to bowl, but Dawson's done for the day. 20 overs, 6 maidens, 6 for 38. Not bad. Not bad at all.
It's a game he's having. Interesting stat earlier we got that Dave Allen thinks is probably right as well. If you've just joined us, if Dave
it wasn't one of
his.
Right.
No, it wasn't, but if he thinks it's right, it is right. First player since Dimmy Mascarenas back in 2005 to score 100 and take 5 wickets in the same match.
Ooh.
You always think of those stats, you think of all the players that have played, you think, really? Organ bowls, that's come back a fraction, but Helm's on the back foot, plays it out on the onside. And there's a lot of cricket between 2005 and now for nobody to have done that.
Poor old Middlesex, nobody's even scored a century this year.
Oh, that spat out the rough, and they're asking for an LB. That looks as though it's done far too much. Bounced, turned, hits the top of the pad of Helm. 4 balls left of day 2. Short leg in, slip in, man on the drive. That's Gubbins by the looks of it. Dawson a little deeper at mid-wicket, but not much deeper. Down the wicket comes Helm, kicks that away with his pad. That spat as well. Puff of dust almost every ball now that's being bowled, certainly from this end. Maybe it's because we can see it a little easy. 142 for 8. 3 balls left. Probably finishing tomorrow the way things are going. You never know, it might just quieten down again. Helm forward. I mean, it's slow. Whatever it's doing, the spin-wise, it's still slow because out on the onside. It's not. I mean, like a Liverpool. They used to bounce and turn. That was amazingly awkward for spinners. Egbeth. Yeah. I mean, this is not like that, but still unpredictable out of the rough. As bowls again, and Helm well forward.
Speaking of Egbeth, Liverpool, Lancashire, they're hanging on, aren't they? 107 for 3, leading by 21 runs. So it's Lancashire's last 7 versus Surrey's last 10.
Last ball of the day, with the sunshine out. As Organ over the wicket to Helm. Helm's down the wicket, just smothers the ball and plays it back to the bowler, and that is the end. The maiden over there for Felix Organ, 7 overs One maiden, 1 for 29, but it's been very much the bowling of Liam Dawson that has put Middlesex way behind in this game. Middlesex close on 142 for 8, trailing by 277. And that man, Liam Dawson, who struck 100 a little earlier, has got 6 wickets for 38 of 20 overs to give Middlesex a real problem coming into day 3.
Yeah, I just can't think of anything else, and it's a bad start to the working week for Middlesex, isn't it? Yesterday was a hard day in the field for them, but they've been outspun, haven't they? Dawson 6 for 38 from 20 overs, outstanding from their experienced slow left arm spinner. And Middlesex, well, they had an answer in 2 young spinners, and they produced the goods, to be fair to them, but they weren't able to carry the same threat throughout that De Carey's has carried. So, yep. It would appear to be a no way back situation here for Middlesex, unless the follow-on's enforced and Middlesex battle the way for the next 4 sessions to follow, and we have a tricky little chase at the end. But 142 for 8, Middlesex in deep trouble.
They certainly are. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you to Dave Allen. It'll be Emily Windsor back with us tomorrow, but it won't be until after lunch. She's got some Vipers training to do, so the 3 of us will be back with you, or 2 of us certainly from 11 o'clock, but the 3 of us from lunchtime, back tomorrow morning.